Chapter 1 BBB, I choose B. The poor play with cars, the rich play with watches, and the losers play with computers at home. Every second of comfort counts. Today is the weekend. But Gu Yang's biological clock still prompted him to wake up early. He played a few games he liked, but now he felt bored. A while ago, he added a bubble with a girl from the same city in the game. They have been chatting enthusiastically recently, which makes him feel itchy inside. He had a strong feeling that this young lady was obviously interested in him, and it should be easy to ask her out. Who would still stay in a rented house playing games when you can play duo with a young lady in real life? After all, I haven't played games for a long time. After clicking on the young lady's green bubble and pondering for a moment, Gu Yang sent an invitation message. Unexpectedly, the young lady replied in less than 5 seconds, and Gu Yang was immediately excited. The lady said, "Okay, but you have to answer a high EQ question first, and you can only do so if you answer it correctly." Gu Yang, "Okay, go ahead and ask." Young lady, on the bus, when an elderly person, a pregnant woman and a disabled person appear at the same time, who will you give up your seat to? Looking at the questions asked by the young lady, the quite excited Gu Yang was stunned for a moment. Why would you give yourself a fatal question without even meeting your partner? What's wrong with you? Why do you always test others first? Gu Yang scratched his head, feeling a little overwhelmed. It was a life-threatening question, and he didn't want to answer it, but he had no choice but to answer it because the other party wouldn't come out. An old man, a pregnant woman and a disabled person, it feels like a scam to give up your seat to anyone. After thinking for a while, Gu Yang responded wittily, "It's so inconvenient to have to wait for the bus. I always ride a shared bike. I highly recommend it." Riding a shared bike? Damn, why are you trying to pick up girls by riding a shared bike? Just jerk off. What a waste of time. No, what's wrong with bicycles? They are low carbon, environmentally friendly and don't worry about traffic jams, how great. Seeing the beautiful woman suddenly change the subject, Gu Yang quickly sent a message, but he was dumbfounded the next second. I saw a glaring red exclamation mark appear on the screen. Holy shit, she actually deleted herself. Gu Yang's hot heart suddenly turned cold. No, there is something wrong with me. I just said I was riding a bicycle, so did I delete myself? After looking at the chat history for a moment, Gu Yang suddenly came to his senses. Fuck, this is not a question about emotional intelligence, it is clearly a question about economics. Damn, this guy thinks he is poor. For a moment, Gu Yang's mentality was almost broken. After graduating from university, he was hired by an advertising planning company and worked diligently. After just 1 year, he became an outstanding worker in the company. It is said that knowledge can change one's destiny, but he graduated from a 211 university and is particularly hardworking. But apart from changing from ordinary cattle and horses to excellent cattle and horses, their fate has not changed at all. He still lives in a rented house of about 20 square meters. He has seen through his current situation and realized that he was born to be a slave and was just lucky enough to have studied for a few more years. However, he was not discouraged. Poverty, there is no way to get rid of it for the time being. I didn't expect that it would be so difficult to simply seek benefits for my younger brother. When I was in college, there was a cold beauty in my class. She never paid any attention to the boys who pursued her. But one day, she got into a BMW and got into a passionate relationship with a middle-aged bald man. After seeing this scene, Gu Yang understood a truth: a love is not worth a BMW, and losers are not worthy of love. He doesn't expect love or not, he just wants to get some benefits for his little brother who wakes up excited every day. God, when you shut the door for me, could you please not weld the window shut as well? Leave at least half of it open. Gu Yang was filled with indignation. There are so many cute, pure, cool, and gentle girls, and you are not picky, so why can't you enjoy yourself too? Damn, they are worse off than dogs, and dogs are held by young ladies. This society is so unfair. Those rich bastards spend their days drinking and carousing, with girls everywhere, but there are still so many beautiful women who throw themselves at them. Ordinary people can only see it but can't eat it. It's too difficult, too difficult. Ordinary people spend hundreds of dollars to experience a night of love, which is violated by Article 66 of the Public Security Punishment Regulations. Not only will they be detained, but they will also be fined. And the rich people spend tens of thousands of dollars to take a group of young models to the sea to enjoy the feast. It's just a matter of style. The goddess who is unattainable to the poor is just a plaything in the eyes of the rich. This is fucking terrible. Ding, the host has seen through the essence, the system is activated, would you like to bind? Just as Gu Yang was feeling indignant, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind, which scared him. What the hell? System? Host, please make a choice in time. A. Do not bind. B. I choose B. Stop talking. Even if the King of Heaven comes, I will choose B. Tie him up for me now. When Gu Yang reacted, his heart started beating wildly. Holy shit, this is a system that can change your destiny. As an old bookworm who has read for 2,500 hours on the Tomato Novel app, he has saved his thoughts hundreds of times and knows the system very well. It is no exaggeration to say that if the Huskies get the system, they can even flatten the 632-meter central building of Shanghai. Just tell me whether the system is awesome or not. Ding, congratulations to the host, the system binding of the super rich 6th generation Free Life 5G exclusive edition has been successful. Hearing this, Gu Yang was extremely excited. Okay, but, Brother Tongzi, I have a small request. Can you give your eliminated 12,345 generation system to my lovely reader? Received, a lucky reader is randomly selected. After the system finished speaking, a very sci-fi blue light screen appeared in front of Gu Yang. Host, Gu Yang. Age, 23. Height, 180. Level, LV1. Experience, 01000000000. Basic attributes. Charm, 70 out of 100, passing score 60. Constitution 75. Endurance, 82. Personal wealth, 12,465.27. Life label, a poor idiot. Gu Yang understood the system's easy-to-understand panel immediately. When he saw the endurance of 82, he couldn't help but smile a smile that every man knows. But when he saw the life label at the end, he suddenly lost his composure. No, what's the point of being a poor bastard? Brother Tongzi, you chose me, and I won't argue with you, but why do you have to discredit your dear host? System, is it my fault? Ding, host, please upgrade your life tag as soon as possible, it's so embarrassing. When the host's personal wealth exceeds 100,000, the next level label can be lit up. As the label is upgraded, the host can obtain free attribute points and various rewards, including but not limited to luxury cars, mansions, skills, etc. The higher the label level, the richer the reward. It turns out there are so many rewards for upgrading tags, love. As expected, he is Brother Tongzi, awesome. If your life is full of luck and you are not afraid of even the gods, it will be hard for you not to be successful. It's finally my turn to live a life of luxury. No more words to say, Brother Tongzi, just tell me how to make money. Gu Yang asked excitedly. Ding, the host can get double cash back for spending with the opposite sex with a comprehensive score of 80 or above. The system's cashback funds all come from the stock market, funds, futures, and other fields. They are legal and compliant, and the host can use them with confidence. You can get double cash back when you spend money on the opposite sex with a score of 80 or above. Spend $1 and you can get $2 back. It's really easy to make money. Not only did I pick up girls, but I also made money. It's such a good thing, I am so capable. Gu Yang imagined a happy life in the future with no shortage of beauties and money. Unconsciously, the corners of his mouth raised up to a curve that was harder to suppress than AK. The most romantic thing he could think of was to live a carefree life with the beautiful women in the world, riding a horse and enjoying the prosperity of the world. Okay, Brother Tongzi, just leave this kind of hard work to me without worry, but don't be afraid that I will get tired, I can endure hardship. After a long while, Gu Yang's mood gradually calmed down, but he could no longer sit still. The loser's chance to counterattack is already right in front of him. Acting even a second later feels like a disrespect to the system. But where can I find beauties with a score above 80? I can't just go to the streets. This question made Gu Yang fall into deep thought. But after a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he really thought of a good place. There must be no shortage of beauties there. Chapter 2 Boss, you are confused. If you are not proactive in making money, then there is something wrong with your brain. Making money and picking up girls at the same time is such a wonderful thing that even gods would be envious. Gu Yang didn't want to waste any more time, so he simply tidied himself up and took action immediately. The main point is subjective initiative. 10 minutes later, he arrived in front of a billiard hall. Of course, the billiard hall is Gu Yang's own subjective and stereotyped name. In fact, the sign says it is called Billiard Club. The name exudes high-end and classy feeling. In today's society, many strange occupations have appeared unknowingly. For example, beautiful playmates, beautiful teaching assistants, etc. Gu Yang didn't know whether this was a distortion of human nature, a decline in morality, or the result of the progress of civilization. But what he knew was that there were really a lot of beautiful women working in these professions. This billiard club is next to the subway entrance. When he passes by on his way to and from get off work, he often sees many young and fashionable beauties coming in and out. The ages of those beauties are basically between 18 and 23-4, and each of them is young, beautiful, and pretty. At first he was wondering why all the beautiful girls nowadays love to play billiards. Later, when he watched short videos, he found out that there is a profession called billiard assistant coach. The teaching assistants he saw were all prettier than the other. Although Gu Yang is a poor loser, he will not put himself too hard on himself. Occasionally, he will reward himself. Ever since he learned about the industry of beautiful assistants, he has been a little interested and wanted to experience it. But thinking about the price, he turned and went to the footbath city. He felt that for a similar amount of money, the technician girl was more cost-effective. How can playing billiards for 2 hours be as comfortable as a 90-minute full-body SPA? Who can refuse technician number 88 who doesn't want your car or your house, but can wash your feet, give you a massage, and give you the full emotional value? This is the tragedy of the poor. They always consider cost-effectiveness in everything. Brothers who have been to the footbath city, I believe there is a deep regret, that is, the clock is hard to let go. Gu Yang is no exception. He had thought more than once, if he became successful one day, if he heard the technician ask again, "Brother, do you want to work overtime?" he will definitely say with great pride, "Fill it up, fill it up." But now his life is on the rise and becoming rich is only a matter of time, but he wants to choose the teaching assistant. There is no way, because the teaching assistant is more beautiful, more advanced, and more likely to meet the cashback standards. What value for money? Is this something a man with a cheating life should consider? Gu Yang walked into the billiard hall. He had to admit that his past poverty had somewhat limited his imagination. Just the light boxes in the corridor filled with profiles of the teaching assistants were enough to dazzle him. Looking at the photos above, everyone is as beautiful as a flower, there is not a single ugly one. When Gu Yang arrived at the bar, a young man in a vest came up to greet him immediately. "Welcome, sir." "Hello, how many people are there?" the young man said with a smile and bowed. "This is unnecessary questioning." Gu Yang said, "One." Hearing this, the young man immediately smiled in understanding and said quickly, "I see, brother, we have a mixed hall and private rooms here, where do you want to play?" The billiard hall also has private rooms, which is quite new to Gu Yang, who hasn't played billiards for several years. Well, he admitted that he was a little bit of an otaku. Anyone who has used cheats in gaming knows that it feels good for a while, and it feels even better the more you use it. Gu Yang's life is on a roll. He has never been so high-spirited and confident. "If we don't have a private room, we will be ungrateful to the system." He raised his eyebrows and said, "Open a private room." The young man was delighted and said respectfully, "Brother, let me make it clear in advance that if we want to open a private room, we must order an assistant teacher." Gu Yang nodded calmly. He glanced around the hall, where several female teaching assistants were playing billiards with guests. They are dressed fashionably, and at first glance they all have slim waists, long legs, tall and charming figures, which makes people's hearts sway. Gu Yang couldn't help but feel a little more expectant. At this moment, the young man smiled so hard that wrinkles appeared on his face. He said enthusiastically, "Brother, please come this way. I'll take you to the private room." After a while, the two came to a private room on the second floor. As soon as he came in, Gu Yang couldn't help feeling a little dazed. This private room is quite large, much larger than the ones in KTV. The decoration is very futuristic and sci-fi style. With the addition of various lights, the atmosphere is full. Sofas, wine tables, bathrooms, karaoke systems. If there hadn't been a pool table in the middle, he would have thought he had entered a themed KTV. It really has everything that a KTV has, and even more things that a KTV doesn't have, and it's even more upscale. After a casual look, Gu Yang was indeed somewhat eye-opening. Seeing that Gu Yang didn't look like a regular customer, the young man smiled and said, "Brother, is this your first time in our club?" Gu Yang nodded calmly. The young man said enthusiastically, "Then let me introduce you. We have 3 levels of teaching assistants. The prices are 98, 288, and 588 respectively. They are all charged by the hour. Look, which teaching assistant do you want to choose? There are no pretty ones, they have to be pretty. The young man smiled knowingly. He could now conclude that not only was this Gu Yang's first time at their club, but he also probably didn't play billiards often. Judging from his ordinary clothes and the fact that he doesn't even have a watch on his wrist, he is probably not a rich man. The reason why they came to play billiards was probably because of the novelty, and they came for the beautiful assistant coach. There are people like this every day. Some of them even hear for the first time that there are beautiful assistants to play billiards with them, and they can't wait to come. The young man smiled and said, I see, brother. If we talk about beautiful girls, they must be the most high-end teaching assistants. I'm not kidding you, our 588 teaching assistants are all campus beauties in college. The teaching assistants in their club are more expensive than those in ordinary billiard halls, but there is a reason for the high price. Hearing the word school beauty, Gu Yang's eyes lit up. Those who can be called school beauties must be good looking. No matter whether this guy is bragging or not, since he dares to say so, it should not be too far off the mark. Seeing that Gu Yang was interested, the young man said, Brother, if you trust me, I will recommend one to you. It is definitely the most beautiful one in our club. I guarantee you will be satisfied. This guy's warm and thoughtful service is beyond words. Just like myself before, he is definitely an excellent worker. However, Gu Yang felt that his vision of people needed to be improved. 1. Who are you looking down on? Click 1, it will take so long to make money. Besides, my heart is big enough to accommodate all the beauties. Gu Yang couldn't help but pat the young man on the shoulder and said with a meaningful smile, Brother, you are good, but it would be better if you could have a bigger vision. Just the best ones. Call all the assistant teachers who are free now. I'll take care of them all. Bought it all? Hearing this, the young man froze in place, his eyes widening in an instant. Damn, is this a wild game? You should know that a teaching assistant alone gets 588 per hour. With a beautiful assistant coach playing basketball with me, it basically took 3 or 4 hours without me noticing, and I easily spent $1,000. This is just the cost of hiring one teaching assistant. If you hire a few more, you can easily make several $1,000s without any negotiation. But don't think too much. Even if you are willing to spend thousands of dollars, there are no messy services here. The teaching assistants will just play billiards with you. Therefore, if you are willing to spend several $1,000s, a foot massage at Sean K is more enjoyable than playing billiards. There is absolutely no value for money, brother. Why are you so excited now? The young man's eyes were full of confusion, and a stiff smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Brother, are you kidding me? Gu Yang frowned and said, Do you think I'm joking? After saying that, he added, Of course, the premise is that she is really as beautiful as you say. Brother, don't worry, we never cheat you on quality. Gu Yang nodded, That's good, go and call. This doesn't sound like a mental illness, nor does it look like someone who has too much money to spend. The young man looked at Gu Yang's serious expression and was really confused at the moment. He felt that the boss seemed to be here with the intention of hooking up with the teaching assistant. But there are many customers who want to hook up with the teaching assistants every day. They just pick one they like and spend a lot of money on it. It is not uncommon to see them spending tens of thousands of dollars. Even this may not be enough to make you successful. You ordered so many assistants at once, thinking that taking an unconventional approach could attract the interest of the girls? Or do you want to pick up several girls at the same time? This is so naive. Do you know how smart the teaching assistant is? She is more skilled and arrogant than Miss Sean K. They are both experts in raising fish and have countless backups. They are very sophisticated, either they are doing it purely for the money, or they are waiting to catch a big fish. Ordinary people have no hope at all. The boss is confused. The young man looked at Gu Yang, who was working like a horse, and seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. Please, wait a moment. Forget it. It's none of my business anyway. It's their freedom to play however they want. Just don't cry secretly when you pay the bill and go home. Gu Yang sat on the sofa and waited for a while. Soon, the young man called the teaching assistants over. As 6 beauties with different styles walked into the private room, for a moment, Gu Yang had the illusion that he had fallen into the Ponzi cave. The next second, his heart was filled with emotions. Because he heard the system prompt. This proves that I was not wrong. Chapter 3, Poverty is okay, but licking is not. Ding, a target with a satisfactory score has been detected. The host can get double cash back for spending on it. Ding, the target with the highest score has been detected. Ding, detected. Bite. Oh shit. The system's voice rang continuously, and every time it rang, Gu Yang couldn't help but shout excitedly in his heart. Who understands? This prompt sound clearly smells like money. After 4 fucks, the system finally quieted down. Looking at the 6 beautiful teaching assistants, Gu Yang, who was trying to suppress his excitement, was stunned for a moment, then frowned slightly. No, the system prompted 4 times. There are 6 beautiful teaching assistants here, and it is obvious that 2 of them did not meet the cashback standards. Judging from the surface alone, these beautiful assistants are indeed stunningly beautiful and of super high quality, making people feel that they are out of their reach. Indeed, every feeling is that of a beauty of the school bell level. Now it seems that what the young man said is true, but it is not without some water. There are not so many school beauties. Gu Yang looked intently at the beauty closest to the door, and instantly a blue light curtain appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Li Xiuwen. Age, 21 years old. Height, 166. Weight, 48. Rating, 75. Version 18. It's her, she found someone to fill the gap. Gu Yang couldn't help but sigh, my brother Tongzi is really awesome. Whether you are ugly or beautiful, don't try to deceive me. What I want is a beautiful woman who can meet my cashback standards. Today's makeup techniques really make men defenseless. Even though the score is only 75, it can be improved by 2 levels after makeup. It's so deceptive. Wait, what is version 18? Gu Yang was stunned for a moment, then he reacted belatedly and couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart, wow, this is really a good guy. This beautiful girl is only 21 years old, but she has such rich life experience. T18. This damn version has been studied thoroughly, and the loopholes that have been patched by 18 programmers must be very big. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. Who knows if it's a biological matrix? Fortunately, I have brother Tongzi. If I didn't know this and accidentally got drunk, and if I got infected with the virus, I wouldn't even have time to cry. Thinking in his mind, Gu Yang turned his gaze to the next beauty. Name, Shuejiawei. Age, 20. Height, 163. Weight, 44. Rating, 78. Version 11. The second one is also easy to find. Although this beauty is a little bit stronger than the first one, this version might as well give her a better chance. Gu Yang sneered in his heart, these 2 scumbags are pretending to be beauties, no matter how pure your Asian witchcraft is, you can't fool my system quality inspection. Brother, what do you think? Are you satisfied? Seeing Gu Yang's uncertain eyes, the young man hurried over and smiled apologetically. It's okay. Gu Yang said without comment. After that, he pointed at Li Xiaowen and Shuejiawei and said calmly, everyone else stays, you 2 can leave. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaowen and Shuejiawei were stunned for a moment. No, we all came here together, and everyone else can stay, so why should I be kicked out? When they came over, they all heard from the young man that the boss wanted to book all the senior teaching assistants. When they heard the news, several people were shocked. Is there such a good thing? It's rare to come across such a big injustice nowadays. Men are becoming more and more sophisticated. If they play with guests alone, they not only have to play ball, but also have to take care of the guests' emotions at all times. The key is to encounter low-quality customers and have to guard against all kinds of harassment, both overt and covert. It is becoming increasingly difficult to make money. If several teaching assistants face one customer at the same time, it will be much easier to deal with. This money is like being given away for free. The money is about to be in his hands, but he says he doesn't get a share? After a moment of silence, the 2 women suddenly became anxious. The job of teaching assistant is not as easy as it was a few years ago. At that time, it was still new and you could earn 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month just by doing the math. There are teaching assistants everywhere now, and the number of customers is decreasing every day as they are diverted. It is really difficult to survive here. Sometimes I don't have a single hour to spare for the entire afternoon. It is even more difficult to encounter a big enemy customer. Now, how can they be willing to miss out on such an easy opportunity to make money? Brother, please don't let me go. My basketball skills are also very good. Li Xiaowen immediately used a set of tried and tested clamp sound tricks and attacked Gu Yang. Although Shui Jiaowei didn't say anything, she looked very pitiful. It makes him seem like a scumbag who has affairs with his wife and then abandons her. I have to say, these two beauties really know how to control men. But Gu Yang remained calm and unmoved. I'm sorry, two beauties, we are not destined to be together. Although he said sorry, Gu Yang didn't feel embarrassed at all. It is said that the sign of a man's maturity is that when he meets a dissatisfied lady in a shopping mall or footpath city, he can calmly say, change one. You come to consume to please yourself. If you are not satisfied, just change it. It's no big deal. Don't care about the girl's feelings. You are embarrassed to say that you have wronged yourself. You thought others would be grateful to you, but when the time comes, you are nothing. The more tolerant you are, the more she can fool you, spending half an hour toasting a glass of wine to an acquaintance, half an hour going to the toilet, and when you are done you get the money. Brother, people go to work to earn money. After all, who wouldn't want to slack off if they can? You want to be sincere in exchange for true love? Stop it. Making yourself happy is the key. Brother. Li Xiaowen was obviously still unwilling to give up. She bit her red lips, acted pitifully and coquettishly, and her tearful look was full of lethality. Gu Yang remained unmoved. It's okay to be poor but not to lick people. This is his consistent principle. He has never been anyone's backup, and he doesn't want to be anyone's bootlicker. It's really overthinking to use these tricks to control him. The scumbag girl can't meet both cashback standards, so why does he keep her? Go down and settle down. He has no interest in getting involved in fixing the vulnerabilities that so many programmers have fixed. It has to be a bit poisonous. The key point is that Gu Yang knew that if he was not willing to spend money, the two would never let him get it for free. At this moment, he is not carried away by the luck in his life. He is sober and scary. Seeing that Gu Yang was completely indifferent, the two women, although unwilling, could only grit their teeth and leave angrily. The four beautiful teaching assistants who stayed behind felt their hearts tighten when they saw the scene, and a look of concern appeared in their eyes. Subconsciously, everyone was on high alert. When two colleagues were kicked out, they had no sympathy at all. They were competitors to each other. They even hoped that they would resign on the spot and not come tomorrow. But through this little episode, they clearly realized that today's boss, who seemed to be a bit of a wronged person, was not easy to deal with. When I walked to the private room, I looked at my colleagues around me. They all had a thought in their subconscious. With so many teaching assistants serving one boss, it's easy. You can make money by just being a slacker. But now they no longer dare to think so. The four teaching assistants couldn't help but look at Gu Yang differently. Although the boss doesn't look very old, his calmness should not be underestimated. If he is not satisfied, he will really chase people away. You have to cheer up and take it seriously, otherwise you don't want to be driven away. Brother, we have fruit plates, drinks, and snacks here. What do you need? Seeing that the matter of the teaching assistant was settled, the young man bowed and asked. Those who should go will go, and you can arrange it. Gu Yang waved his hand indifferently. It was just a $200 item at most. His life was about to take off and he didn't care anymore. Okay. The young man responded and went out to prepare. Gu Yang's eyes fell on the four female teaching assistants, and a smile appeared on his lips involuntarily. I can only rely on them to get rid of the label of being a poor jerk. Waving his hands, Gu Yang said in a friendly manner, Ladies, please don't be shy. Let's meet. I'm Gu Yang. What are your names? Chapter 40 Girl. Hello, brother. My name is Fong Ruyun. You can call me Yun Yun. Nice to meet you. After Gu Yang finished speaking, a beautiful teaching assistant walked up to him first, bowed, smiled, and introduced herself in a soft voice. Hello, come on, please sit down. Gu Yang patted the sofa and smiled casually. Thank you, brother. Fong Ruyun smiled and nodded, then sat down next to Gu Yang gracefully. Gu Yang, who had been single for 2.5 years, couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster when he faced the teaching assistant girl up close. This cannot be blamed on his lack of self-control. As a 996 working cow, he rarely has the opportunity to come into contact with such high-quality beauties. Whenever this young lady walks down the street, she will definitely attract a lot of attention and will be called a goddess by a bunch of losers. She is tall and sexy, with exquisite makeup and wearing a tight skirt. The hip skirt is also called a stepmother skirt. The soft fabric perfectly highlights her curvy body curves. It makes her look mature and sexy, showing the feminine charm to the fullest. Seeing her is like seeing a ripe peach, making people feel like it will burst with juice if they take a bite. This S-shaped figure is simply too perfect, with a protruding front and a curved back, and it seems to be about to burst out. Gu Yang feels that it would be a waste of this figure if he doesn't do the sun-shaking dance. The key is that her temperament is also very unique. Although she is not very old, she has the air of a young woman. This is what people often refer to as a young woman-like girl on the internet. Well, let us call her a girl. Name, Fong Ruyun. Age, 22. Height, 167. Weight, 52. Rating, 85. Version 3. Brother Tongzi is so considerate. Whenever he wants to see the other party's message, it appears immediately. Even if the full score is only 10 points, Gu Yang has to give Brother Tongzi a 12-point praise. Seeing the charming young lady with a high score of 85, Gu Yang couldn't help but silently give her a thumbs up in his heart. If she isn't the school belle, she is definitely the belle of the department or class. There is no doubt that she can be called a beauty, and with beautiful makeup, she is definitely a goddess. But when Gu Yang saw the version column, his heart sank immediately and he couldn't help but feel extremely disappointed. T3. It turns out that a young woman's feelings are not only innate, but also developed through acquired experience. The loopholes have been fixed by 3 people. Gu Yang, who had just been feeling a little distracted, suddenly felt disappointed. Alas, it seems that good cabbages are coaxed by pigs really quickly. Hello, Brother Yang, my name is Qin Shui, nice to meet you. With someone taking the lead in greeting, the others were unwilling to lag behind. Just as Gu Yang felt disappointed, a cold voice rang in his ears. Well, hello, please sit down. Gu Yang nodded politely. Thank you, Brother Yang, said the beauty, and sat down on his other side with confidence. Gu Yang's eyes fell on her, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. This young lady is as her name suggests, with the word snow in her name, and her whole body exudes a cool and elegant aura that matches her name. Just like a snow lotus, it gives people the feeling that it can only be viewed from a distance and not touched. When losers see such a cool and beautiful goddess, they usually feel that she is out of their reach and difficult to approach, so they stay away from her. But rich people will most likely develop a desire to conquer. At this moment, Gu Yang, who was full of energy and confidence, only took one look and wanted to tear off her cold exterior to see how she would turn out when she got hot and agitated. Gu Yang doesn't believe that there is a woman who can remain cool all the time. That's because you haven't conquered her and don't have the charm to make her wild. Name, Qin Shui. Age, 20. Height, 170. Weight, 55. Rating, 90. Version 1. After quickly checking Qin Shui's information, Gu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. A beauty with a score of 90, she is considered the campus belle. Needless to say, there must be a lot of boys who have a crush on her. Version T1, alas, I realized it a little too late. However, with such looks and temperament, she must have had no shortage of admirers since junior high school, so it is normal for her to have had a boyfriend at the age of 20. Although not perfect, she is much better than Fong Ruyun, who was already a T3 version at the age of 22, and she is even more beautiful. Seeing a T1 level loophole, Gu Yang couldn't help but feel an interest in testing its depth. At this moment, the remaining 2 teaching assistants also came over at the same time. Hello, brother. My name is Xia Meng Yuan. You can call me Yuan Yuan. Hello, brother, my name is Lin Yi. 2 voices sounded one after the other, one clear and the other sweet, and Gu Yang's mouth couldn't help but curl up when he heard them. Hello? Gu Yang responded with a smile, his eyes falling on the 2 beautiful teaching assistants. Watching closely, Gu Yang's heartbeat suddenly accelerated uncontrollably. I saw a young lady named Xia Meng Yuan, with long wavy hair, fair and delicate skin, and a hot body, even more hot than Fong Ruyun. If you look down, you probably won't be able to see your toes. She only wore light makeup, with a high nose bridge and charming red lips, full of sexiness. A pair of peach blossom eyes are moist. There is a tiny teardrop mole at the corner of her right eye, which not only makes her look more attractive, but also adds a strong sense of abstinence to her. At first glance, it's so pure and sexy. Lin Yi next to her has a completely different style. She has a ponytail, big eyes, and an oval face, and she wears almost no makeup. Her face is as delicate as a peeled hard-boiled egg, and it feels like you can squeeze water out of it. She has a smile on her face with two shallow dimples, exuding a sweet and charming aura. Her outfit is also the most classic set for sweet girls, JK. Her tall and plump figure is also eye-catching, but the pair of straight and slender legs under the short skirt are even more eye-catching, longer than Gu Yang's life. The key point of the painting is that not only are the legs beautiful, but they are also covered in white stockings that go all the way to the thighs. The white silk is tightening your flesh, even gods cannot save you. This. Looking at the two beauties with very different looks, Gu Yang couldn't help but hold his breath. They were so damn stunning. No, is it really a good idea to test young cadres in this way? Gu Yang couldn't wait to check the two people's information. He felt that these two girls were much prettier than Qin Shui before. Because both of them obviously wear less makeup, almost without makeup, and still have such high looks. This is real beauty. Name, Xia Mengyuan. Age, 20. Height, 172. Weight, 55. Rating, 93. Version, 0. Name, Lin Yi. Age, 19. Height, 168. Weight, 50. Rating, 95. Version, 0. After quickly reading the messages from the two women, Gu Yang's pupils dilated in shock and his heart began to beat wildly. Xia Mengyuan, who wears pure lust style, has a system score of 93, while the sweet girl with white silk stockings, Lin Yi, has a score 2 points higher than her, reaching 95 points. There is no doubt that these two people are absolutely beautiful campus beauties. None of this is the key is the version. 0, all 0. Oh my god, I found a treasure. These two beauties are so good, If anyone dares to say it's not good, I'll slap him in the face. Gu Yang, who had never eaten good pork before, was really excited at this moment. This is such a great luck. Fortunately, the system discovered it in time, otherwise who would have known that the two beauties would fall into the hands of that bastard. Chapter 5 White Silk Sweet Girl. The most fulfilling thing Gu Yang could think of was to fix two T0 vulnerabilities by himself. TSK. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Cough, cough, cough. He was so excited that he choked on his saliva and couldn't help coughing violently, his face turning red. Brother, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Fang Ruyun, who had the charm of a young woman, was quite perceptive and quickly patted Gu Yang on the back to help him calm down. Okay, thank you. After his breathing stabilized, Gu Yang politely thanked Fang Ruyun. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, look at her, and then look at you, you are already T3, we are both women, why can't you control yourself? Nothing. Feeling the surprised looks of the four girls, Gu Yang, whose face was still a little red, smiled calmly and said generously, It's okay, I have never seen so many beauties, I am so excited. It was a small scene, and Gu Yang didn't feel embarrassed at all. Everyone loses composure sometimes. If you want others to look up to you, the way to deal with it is not to hide it, but to respond calmly and confidently. But the difficulty is that many people who lack confidence often panic. Gu Yang was not panicking at all at this moment. He felt that he was a man with a lucky streak in life and he was full of confidence. The four beautiful teaching assistants couldn't help but smile and glanced sideways when they heard this. He secretly examined Gu Yang, and a strange look appeared in his eyes involuntarily. The man wasn't particularly good looking, and his clothes weren't very good either. He didn't look like a very rich man at first glance. But there is a kind of confident and free-spirited temperament that cannot be ignored. And it seems that his personality is quite interesting. Brother, shall we play billiard? Xia Mengyuan, a pure and lustful beauty, said with a gleam in her beautiful eyes and a smile. Where there are people, there is the world, and this is true for both men and women. During the self-introduction session just now, she felt that Fang Ruyun had stolen the limelight and was quite dissatisfied with it. At this moment, she couldn't help but want to steal the limelight back. There is no other reason, wherever I am, I must be the focus. Okay, come on, open a plate. Faced with the invitation of the beauty, Gu Yang happily stood up. Who can refuse a T0 beauty of the school bell level? What's more, he hasn't played billiards for many years and he feels itchy. A man is a boy until he dies. Brother, then I'll set the ball. Xia Mengyuan's peach blossom eyes curved slightly, revealing a happy smile. She walked to the pool table, took out a tripod, smoothed her long wavy hair, bent down and started setting the balls. Seeing this scene, Gu Yang's heart began to beat wildly. He began to understand why so many people were willing to spend money to hire an assistant to play billiards. When Xia Mengyuan was setting the ball, the moment she bent down, the word fruitful was completely concretized in Gu Yang's mind. That heavy sense of deja vu was so damn impactful visually. Small branches bear great fruit. The lethality is simply explosive. Gu Yang was completely controlled and watched intently. However, he suddenly discovered that this beautiful woman who embodied the word pure desire to the fullest was actually quite scheming. She was wearing an off-shoulder dress, her shoulders were round like jade and her collarbones were sexy and charming. But the fabric on the chest goes straight to the neck, wrapping the real material tightly so that you can't even see the cleavage. This choice of clothes can really make a man pout, but it also makes people unable to see any substantial things. I have to say, it's quite scheming. Brother, do you want to use a big head or a small head pole? While Xia Mengyuan was placing the balls, Lin Yi picked out 2 pool cues, brought them to Gu Yang, and asked timidly. Gu Yang discovered that compared to the other 3 girls, this sweet girl with white stockings who had the highest system score was a little reserved, and her smile seemed a little shy. When his eyes fell on her, she would subconsciously lower her head. She looked quiet, a little timid, a little shy, and her whole body exuded a touch of purity. In such an occasion, he could still meet a pure girl. If it weren't for the system, Gu Yang would definitely think that this was just her packaged personality. 99% of the girls in entertainment venues are drama queens, with better acting skills than any other popular stars. Just tell me how you feel. She can be pure, sexy, quiet, lively, or even coquettish. As long as the money is enough, she can be customized for you. But now, Gu Yang believed that the purity displayed by the girl E in front of him was definitely not acted. This is the genuine version of T0 girl. I want the big one. I always like big ones. Gu Yang chuckled. Okay, brother. Hearing this, Lin Yi's oval face turned slightly red, like a little rabbit, and she didn't dare to look at Gu Yang at all. Xia Mengyuan placed the ball well and didn't even bother to pick out a pool cue. She directly used the small-headed cue that Lin Yi brought. Lin Yi carefully coated the cue head with powder before handing the pool cue to Gu Yang. At this moment, Fang Ruyun and Qin Shui also came to Gu Yang. Seeing Xia Mengyuan stealing the show, they felt somewhat unhappy. But they could only serve as cheerleaders. Brother, come on. You will definitely win. Fang Ruyun blinked and smiled. Qin Shui's cold eyes also revealed an encouraging look at this moment. It feels so damn good to be surrounded by beautiful women and the attention they pay attention to. Gu Yang suddenly felt a surge of pride in his heart. Brother, you tee off first. Xia Mengyuan said with a smile after coating the club head with powder. Gu Yang nodded without refusing, walked to the table, and enthusiastically kicked the ball violently. When he was in high school, there were many billiard halls near the school. He liked playing billiards very much at that time and his skills were quite good. However, after I entered college, my entertainment was completely replaced by games, and I hardly ever played billiards. Gu Yang felt that even if this was the case, even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't lose too badly. However, in 10 minutes, just 10 minutes, he was knocked out. Apart from the tee shot, he only played 3 shots and scored 2 goals. He was completely crushed. The 4 beautiful teaching assistants were speechless at this moment. No, brother, you dare to take over all the senior teaching assistants right away, but your skills are so poor? You. Xia Mengyuan was so confused that she won before she even had time to warm up. I'm new to this, I'll be fine once I get the hang of it. Let's play another round. Gu Yang was not embarrassed at all. He believed that it was not because his skills were poor, but that he had not found the touch yet. Lin Yi helped to rearrange the balls, and Xia Mengyuan let Gu Yang serve in this round. However, the result was the same. This time, Gu Yang played 4 shots and only scored 2 goals, losing completely. He was not convinced and started another game, but still lost. At this point, Gu Yang completely lost interest in playing basketball. He realized that these female teaching assistants were able to make a living in this field not only because they were good looking but also because they had real skills. My level is not even on the same level as others. This is totally asking for trouble. At this moment, Xia Mengyuan was a little panicked. She was worried that Gu Yang would get angry with her. There was nothing she could do. She let the game go so hard, but she still didn't lose. Fang Ruyan looked at Gu Yang, whose smile had disappeared from his face, with her eyes sparkling. Seeing that Xia Mengyuan had been in the limelight for such a long time, she suddenly felt that her chance to show off had come. Brother, don't be sad. I feel bad for you. Take a break first. I will avenge you. Fong Ruyun comforted Gu Yang in a tender voice. No one would laugh after losing 3 games in a row, but Gu Yang was definitely not someone who couldn't afford to play. He just lost interest in playing, so he wasn't sad. When he heard Fong Ruyun's words, his eyes lit up. He didn't come here for entertainment, he came here to make money. He had calculated that it would take too long to make money just by relying on the fees from these beautiful teaching assistants. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a way to make money quickly. Since I can't control the situation with technology, okay, I'll show my cards. I won't pretend anymore. I'll have to use my ultimate move. Sure, I'm counting on revenge. Gu Yang smiled as he looked at Fong Ruyun, who was eager to try. But, playing like this is too boring. How about this, I'll give you something exciting. You two compete, and whoever wins will be rewarded with 10,000 yuan in prize money. What the hell? 10,000? Gu Yang's words were like a thunderclap, instantly causing the 4 beauties to open their eyes wide, and they all looked at him in disbelief. Chapter 6, Super Big Enemy? Gu Yang's light words really shocked all the beautiful teaching assistants. That's not 100, not 1,000. That's 10,000. If you win, you can get a reward of 10,000 yuan. They never expected that such a good thing would happen, and the key is that they could encounter it. There are many innocent people in the billiard hall. Basically, 99% of the assistant ladies who come here do not come to improve their skills. Some come here to experience something new, some come here to feel a sense of existence and enjoy the services of beautiful women, and some even come here simply to flirt with the teaching assistants. But no matter what their purpose is, in the eyes of these teaching assistants, they are all victims and good fish in the fish pond. In their opinion, Gu Yang, who appointed so many teaching assistants, was also a victim, and a big one at that. Now they realize that they were wrong. This is not just a big injustice, this is a super injustice. He spent so much money, is it because after seeing them, he wanted to seduce them? Xia Mengyuan was the first to come back to her senses. Her eyes sparkled with sparkling eyes. She smiled reservedly and said, "Brother, are you serious?" Gu Yang raised his eyebrows seriously. "Of course, I always keep my word." Hearing this, the eyes of the 4 beautiful teaching assistants lit up, and even their breathing quickened. 10,000 yuan is not a lot, but it is equivalent to their half or even most of a month's salary. Now, as long as you win the billiard game, you will get 10,000 yuan. This is like pie falling from the sky. Faced with such temptation, who can resist? Are you so courageous? They couldn't help but look at Gu Yang. Looking at his not-so-remarkable face, they all thought he looked a bit more handsome. Although he had been calling me brother for a long time, it was just a show for the sake of making money. At this moment, they finally took Gu Yang seriously. "Brother, you are so powerful and majestic. I love you, moi." Fong Ruyun excitedly hugged Gu Yang's arm and kissed him on the face. "Brother, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you." This sudden burst of fragrance almost made Gu Yang stand up. It has to be said that this charming young lady is really open-minded, but when thinking of her T3 version, Gu Yang can't help but feel a little uninterested. Who can blame us for having 2T0 right in front of us? He couldn't help but look at the sweet girl in white stockings, Linny. Unexpectedly, the girl hurriedly avoided his gaze. He couldn't help but laugh. This is really pure and shy. With a reward of 10,000 yuan, Fong Ruyun's main focus is to be proactive. The ball was placed in place in no time, and the posture was so charming. Her waist was bent very low, showing off her hot-ice-shaped curves without any concealment, as if she was showing it off deliberately for Gu Yang to see. At this moment, Gu Yang truly realized the charm of the beautiful teaching assistant that attracted so many men. No wonder beautiful women who play professional billiards can become so popular on the internet and have so many loyal fans. TSK. If a woman has a good figure, how many men would not be tempted when they see her lying on the pool table? Xia Mengyuan versus Fong Ruyun, the PK between the two beauties is so entertaining. The two of them went back and forth, just like in a professional game. Not only technique but also strategy was involved. Every shot was full of intrigue. Gu Yang stared at it intently, his heart pounding with emotion. Well, he felt that if Xia Mengyuan didn't play tricks and changed into a skirt, such as a stepmother skirt, her slender and plump figure would definitely crush Fong Ruyun. Both of them had very high skills. It took half an hour to decide the winner, which made Gu Yang very excited. Fam Ruyun started the game with full confidence, but ended up throwing down the club with an unhappy look on her face. She lost. The corners of Xiaoming Yuan's mouth were almost turning into Nike when she smiled. Come here, collect the payment code. Gu Yang kept his word and waved his hand domineeringly. Xiaoming Yuan put down her golf club and hurried over, her eyes full of excitement. Brother, let me add you as my friend. This girl is indeed quite scheming and her reactions are pretty quick. Gu Yang called up the friend's QR code, and soon the two added each other as friends. Gu Yang didn't hesitate at all and transferred 10,000 yuan directly. This scene really stunned the four girls, and they realized that they had gained more knowledge. No, brother, the total value of your clothes probably doesn't exceed 300 yuan. You spend 10,000 yuan without blinking an eye. Don't you feel bad? This is such a bold move. You are definitely coming after us. The identification has been completed. The big injustice is pure. Please give us as many of these big enemies as you can, and put them all in the bowl. Xiaoming Yuan's eyes were unusually bright. Although Gu Yang's clothes were clean, his jacket was pilling. From this, she could easily judge that he was not very rich. But he behaved so arrogantly in front of them. Was this the legendary to save face and suffer in vain? But no matter what, with his willingness to spend a lot of money and his straightforward style, he is a super high-quality fish, and she must keep him in her fish pond. Brother, if you really turn around, won't it cost you too much? Xiaoming Yuan did not accept the transfer immediately. She looked worried and spoke reservedly. Hearing this, Gu Yang, who was so excited, was speechless. No, it's already this time, I'm already waiting for the system to refund me, why are you still here making tea? He finally figured out that this girl was not only a little scheming, but also smelled like tea. You really didn't want me to spend money, why didn't you stop me when I was turning around? It's okay, just keep it. It's more fun if there is a little reward. Gu Yang said lightly. Thank you, brother. I'll really accept it. Xiaoming Yuan pretended to be reserved and looked at Gu Yang twice before clicking to receive the message. The next second, Gu Yang's heart suddenly started beating wildly. Ding, the host's consumption is successful, and he gets double cash back. Almost at the moment when the system prompt tone finished broadcasting, Gu Yang's mobile phone received a text message. He couldn't help but click it and take a look. China Merchants Bank, the amount deposited into your account with the last number 5,135 is 20,000 yuan, and the current balance is 22,465.27. Success! It's worthy of being a 5G version system, the money will be deposited in seconds. Brother Tongzi, listen to me and thank you for warming the Four Seasons. I'm going to be rich. I'm really going to be rich. The bank's money arrival text message made Gu Yang's mouth curl up. Brother, do you still want to continue? Looking at Gu Yang, who was laughing for some reason, Xiaoming Yuan asked in confusion. Keep going, of course you have to keep going, hurry up, fight, don't stop. Gu Yang came back to his senses and urged him in a domineering manner. Hearing this, the girl's eyes instantly lit up as if they were electrified. They have to say, at this moment, they suddenly felt that Gu Yang was so handsome. Qin Shui, who had always appeared aloof, couldn't hold it anymore, and a burning look flashed across her cold eyes. Brother, I'm here to avenge you. As she said that, she rushed to the pool table and picked up the cue, as if she was afraid that someone else would snatch it from her. This is $10,000, only a bastard wouldn't want it. Chapter 7 Brother, eat an apple. The 10,000 yuan bonus really stimulated the nerves of these beautiful teaching assistants. After all, they are just college students working part-time. It seems like it's easy to get these $10,000, it's really great. Even the cold and beautiful Qin Shui couldn't help but become excited. While Xiaoming Yuan was playing with the ball, Qin Shui quickly tied up her long hair and took off her coat and put it on the sofa. What is most amazing about her is her cool and elegant temperament that keeps strangers away. I think she also understands that this is her most attractive advantage. So when it comes to dressing, she is much more casual, going for a casual and comfortable style, with baggy trousers and tops, which makes it easy for people to ignore her figure. But the moment she took off her coat, Gu Yang, who had never paid much attention to her figure before, suddenly lit up his eyes. Damn, this girl is really a hidden talent. At this moment, it was as if she had two bombs hidden under her tight t-shirt. She was definitely a member of the D group, exactly the same as Xiaoming Yuan. Her waist is slightly plump and a little fleshy, but it is also flat and tight. Paired with loose trousers, she is really seductive. A cool temperament, a hot body, wow, this is definitely a high-end girl. No, it's not an exaggeration to say that she is a top-end girl. Although it is already the T1 version, Gu Yang feels that it is okay to lower his bottom line a little at this moment. A man should be generous. What's wrong with giving her a place in the fish pond? This game of billiards was quite interesting to watch, with Qin Shui and Xia Mengyuan going back and forth, and it was really hard to tell who was better. Gu Yang was moved by Qin Shui's freeing herself. She is so hardworking and focused. It's so fascinating when he bends over to play. She was so devoted to the game that Gu Yang was also absorbed in watching it. The abyss stared at him, and he also stared at the abyss bravely and calmly. However, there are always differences in levels of skills, and time will determine the winner. Xia Mengyuan, who had already received a reward of 10,000 yuan, seemed a little proud, and she lost this round. Gu Yang looked at the victorious Qin Shui and waved. Seeing this, she quickly came up to Gu Yang, her expression still cold, but a blush involuntarily appeared on her pretty face. "Brother Yang, I'll add you to the bubble." Qin Shui took the initiative to say, no matter how cold she acted in front of others, at least at this moment she was really sensible. Gu Yang nodded and looked up his friend's QR code. After his friend agreed, Gu Yang transferred the 10,000 yuan bonus to him without saying anything. Qin Shui was not as absorbed in the aroma of tea as Xia Mengyuan. She was just dazed for a moment and then clicked to receive. Ding, the host's consumption is successful and he gets double cash back. The system's prompt sounded like heavenly music. It was so pleasant to the ears that Gu Yang felt that it was simply the most beautiful sound in the world. "Thank you, Brother Yang." Qin Shui bowed slightly without covering her chest and thanked Gu Yang. Although the tone was still cold, Gu Yang seemed to hear a slight tremor in it. This cold and aloof girl may not be as calm as she appears. After receiving 2 rewards, my savings reached 30,000 yuan. This means I am one step closer to getting rid of the label of a loser. Not bad, not bad. If he continued like this, he would be able to advance soon. Gu Yang couldn't help but feel very excited. "You fought well, keep it up. I'm rooting for you. Come on, keep going." Gu Yang gently patted Qin Shui's arm, which was as soft as a lotus root, and said with a smile. Qin Shui's beautiful eyes lit up. This cool school beauty who probably makes a bunch of boys shy away from approaching her didn't dodge or evade. She let Gu Yang's hand pat her arm, but the blush on her pretty face became more obvious. Gu Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart, it's really fucking good to be rich. I'm coming, it's my turn." After hearing Gu Yang's words, the depressed Fang Ruyun suddenly saw hope again, became excited, and volunteered. She rushed to play the ball, really getting excited for the 10,000 yuan reward. Xia Mengyuan, who had just lost a game, couldn't help but sneer in her heart and felt bitter. Although she was unwilling, there was nothing she could do but watch. A new round of battle begins again. It can be seen that Fang Ruyun's touch improved in this round and she played very steadily, but Qin Shui was not inferior to her. When playing at this level, the two players were not just thinking about scoring goals, but also about defense. For a while, the game was difficult to determine and the situation was in a stalemate. "Brother, eat the apple." At some point, Linyi came to Gu Yang with a fruit plate, and her sweet and gentle voice rang out. In the previous 2 games, Linyi was also watching them play billiards, but at this moment she had completely lost interest. Gu Yang turned his head and saw a girl with white silk stockings and an oval face and rosy cheeks. She was holding a large fruit plate in one hand and picking up an apple with a toothpick in the other hand and was passing it to him. The girl's pure and sweet face is so beautiful, with big watery eyes and shallow dimples that will make people fall in love with her at first sight. I don't know if it's because the girl is too beautiful, or if she looks a little tired holding the fruit plate with one hand. The moment Gu Yang turned his head, he was suddenly moved and couldn't help but be stunned. She is a quiet girl, like a quietly blooming lily. Sometimes it is easy for people to ignore her, but when they notice her, they are always amazed by her. "Brother, you don't like apples? How about watermelon?" Seeing that Gu Yang seemed indifferent to the apple, Linyi felt a little embarrassed and asked with a little embarrassment. No, I like them all." Gu Yang reacted quickly and bit the apple. After chewing it for a few times, he felt that the apple was exceptionally sweet. Seeing that Gu Yang had finished eating, the girl with white silk picked up another piece and put it to his mouth. When he was in school, Gu Yang, who was ignored even by the class beauty, was eating the apple that Linyi fed him personally, and he was suddenly touched. This is a T0 girl with a score of 95. She is definitely the dream goddess of countless boys. But at this moment, she is feeding him an apple so carefully. If the boys in their school saw this, they would probably hate Gu Yang to death. The emotional value is at its maximum. You eat too. Is the plate heavy? Let me hold it. Gu Yang couldn't help feeling tender in his heart. No need, brother, it's okay, it's not heavy. Lin Yi smiled sweetly and didn't let Gu Yang do anything. Look, what a sensible girl. Love, love, love. Looking at the other three beauties whose attention was focused on billiards, Gu Yang suddenly felt like they were nothing. Why don't you go play a game? Don't you want the reward? It doesn't matter who you give your money to. Compared with the other three women, at this moment, Gu Yang would rather give it to the sweet girl with white stockings. Their level is too high. I can't beat them. Lin Yi's eyes dimmed for a moment. She had to work part-time because she also wanted to make money. 10,000 yuan was very attractive to her. However, she knew her own limitations and knew she couldn't win, so she decided not to humiliate herself. Actually, I've only been an assistant teacher for 2 months. I'm still practicing my skills and they're far from perfect. Lin Yi said awkwardly, feeling very shy. Hearing this, Gu Yang showed an understanding look, and his heart was moved as he ate the apple that Lin Yi kept putting in front of his mouth. But at this moment, Fang Ruyun once again put down the club in dissatisfaction. The unlucky kid lost again. It's really useless to give her the opportunity. Chapter 8 Shaking the Sun. Ding, the host's consumption is successful, and he gets double cash back. China Merchants Bank, the amount deposited into your account with the last number 5,135 is 20,000 yuan, and the current balance is 42,465.27. After taking a look at the bank's text message about the money arriving, Gu Yang couldn't help but shout excitedly in his heart. Nice. It has to be my brother Tongzi, awesome. It's so easy to make this money. It's just a matter of time before you get rid of the label of being a poor loser. At this moment, some are happy and some are sad. Xin Shui, who received another reward of 10,000 yuan, was completely filled with excitement, and her cold eyes became hot. Just by winning 2 games of billiards, I got an extra 20,000 yuan. What a shame. No, my good brother's money is too easy to make. She is willing to play billiards like this, even if she stays up all day and all night. Xiao Mengyuan, who had endured for a while, once again had a chance to avenge herself. She suppressed her excitement and decisively replaced Fang Ruyun's position. He started a competition with Qin Shui again. Fang Ruyun's mood now is just like going to a grave. To be more precise, her mentality is on the verge of exploding. After playing 2 games, I didn't win either one. I was so angry. There is no harm without comparison. Having her watch her colleagues making money is even more painful than losing money herself. What made her most uncomfortable was that she realized that her billiard skills were not good enough to defeat Xiao Mengyuan or Qin Shui. Even if she plays a few more games, she still won't win and won't get the reward. This was so frustrating for her. The money was right in front of her, but she couldn't get it. The pain was really heartbreaking. I am so unwilling. I must think of a way. I can't let those 2 people make all the money. As she thought about it, her eyes fell on Gu Yang, and a cunning look suddenly flashed in her eyes. Brother, look at them, they are so bullying, they won't even let me win a game. Fang Ruyun walked quickly to Gu Yang, then hugged his arm and rocked him, looking as if she was about to cry. Those who don't know would think that she was treated inhumanely. You are not doing your best, what the hell are you talking about? Let us play fair, why should anyone give in to you? Gu Yang was speechless when he heard Fang Ruyun's tea-scented words. Winning or losing depends on your own strength, what can you do about it? Hearing this, Fang Ruyun pouted her lips and hugged Gu Yang's arms even tighter. At this moment, she was completely stimulated. No matter what, she could not just watch her 2 colleagues earn all the money. Fang Ruyun couldn't help but said in a tender voice, I don't care, I also want to get my brother's reward. TSK, this guy is really unreasonable. The alluring aroma filled his nose, and the soft touch of cotton on his arm made Gu Yang speechless, but his heart couldn't help but beat fast. What an annoying little goblin. Looking at the charming young woman Fang Ruyun, Gu Yang, as a normal man who has an aversion to drugs and gambling, really couldn't bear to push her away. This is so tiring, please stop rubbing your skin off. Gu Yang suddenly remembered that there was a video about a lecture by Mr. Zhang, a postgraduate entrance examination tutor, on the internet. He said that if you don't study hard, you can only earn 3,000 yuan a month in the future. If you earn 3,000 yuan a month, how can you make someone who earns 30,000 yuan a month fall in love with you? A girl stood up and answered, because I have a fever. Teacher Zhang became autistic on the spot. But I have to say, this girl really grasped the true meaning of being a woman. Don't say that girls who love to laugh will have good luck, and women who know how to act coquettishly will have the best luck. Everyone, stand aside, having a fever is a woman's real killer. At this moment, Fang Ruyun really exudes her feminine charm. Gu Yang admitted that he had never eaten good pork before and was controlled. He was distracted and couldn't help but reach out and lift Fang Ruyun's delicate chin, which would definitely drive a bunch of losers crazy. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up and said, "You want a reward too?" Fang Ruyun, who was already in high spirits, looked at Gu Yang with a paranoid and bold look, biting her tender red lips and said, "Brother, can you give it to me? How can I be short of it?" She is unwilling to accept this. She is unwilling to accept this. We are all colleagues who started from the same starting line, so why should others just get 20,000 yuan? Gu Yang looked at Fang Ruyun's seductive stepmother's skirt and chuckled, "Can you dance?" Hearing this, Fang Ruyun was stunned for a moment and said, "If I knew how to do it, I would be learning dancing." I didn't expect to meet such a professional. Suddenly, Gu Yang's interest rose even more, and he said with a smile, "Do you know how to shake the sun? How about this, you dance for your brother, and if you dance well, you will also get a reward." If someone else had said this, Fang Ruyun would have retorted, "What ability do you have? Do you still want me to dance for you?" But at this moment, seeing Gu Yang transferring money one by one without even a frown, her eyes suddenly lit up and she asked in surprise, "Brother, are you serious?" Gu Yang nodded, "Keep your word." "Thank you, brother, you are so nice," Fang Ruyun said excitedly. She really risked her life to make money. She didn't hesitate. She could make money by dancing. That old lady was such a good dancer. It's just shaking the sun, let the boss arrange it. This private room was equipped with a full set of KTV equipment, and Fang Ruyun immediately started tinkering with it. Seeing Chuchu as a beautiful woman who takes action actively, Gu Yang, who used to be pure and poor, can't help but feel dazed. There is no doubt that if it were my old self, such a beauty would never even look at me. Now when I ask others to dance for me, they not only dance for me, but also thank me. Money is such a magical thing. Gu Yang also experienced some of the happiness of rich people. Soon, Fang Ruyun skillfully turned on all the devices and found the song Shaking the Sun. Gu Yang sat down at the table. When Fang Ruyun stood in front of him, she seemed a little embarrassed for a moment. However, when the music started, she was instantly immersed in it, worthy of being a professional dancer. Let's shake the sun together. Don't miss the good times. In the past, Gu Yang had watched many videos of beautiful bloggers shaking the sun on the internet. He had to thank the internet for allowing a loser like him to see so many suns for free. Now that he has spent money, he can feel as if he is actually there, and he can experience it more intuitively. It smells good, so good. Who knows, what does it feel like to have a goddess in a stepmother's skirt standing less than a meter in front of you and shaking the sun? Fang Ruyun's passionate dance shows her charm and sexiness to the fullest, and completely releases her own charm. This is so professional, not only the dance moves are professional, but even the expressions are so seductive. Gu Yang felt that he couldn't close his eyes because of the scorching sun. Xia Mengyuan and Qin Shui, who were playing billiards, were attracted to this moment. They looked at it thoughtfully for a moment, and couldn't help but secretly complain in their hearts, "It's really bad." Chapter 9 Big Pig's Hoof. Gudong, Gudong. Gu Yang also had to resort to cool drinks to cool down his body. There is no way, the swaying sun is really too hot. As a normal man, it would be a problem if I didn't get agitated. The dynamic music, the sexy dance moves, the sun that seemed about to rise, and the charming and alluring eyes all made Gu Yang's heart beat faster. The needle doesn't poke, the needle doesn't poke. It's simply a visual feast. You have to know that this is not some young lady from a roadside fast food restaurant. Fang Ruyun, who has a high appearance score of 85, is a goddess that all the boys in school are fascinated by, and she is surrounded by a group of bootlickers and spare tires. With such excellent conditions, she usually has arrogance written all over her face. If she wasn't doing it for the money, she wouldn't care about these loser customers. However, in front of Gu Yang at this moment, she was even more wild than the girl from Shanghai. TSK. The magic of money is so terrifying. In the past, Gu Yang would never have dared to dream that he could enjoy such a high-end life. Now he is very grateful that he no longer has to worry about money and has the capital to live a free and unrestrained life. This experience, which was previously impossible to access, is now just the beginning of a high-quality life. It's confirmed, from now on I will only play high-end games. Fang Ruyun finished dancing with all her might. She was panting, her forehead was heaving, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. At this moment, the billiards game between Xia Mengyuan and Qin Shui also came to an end. Qin Shui was unhappy, while Xia Mengyuan was smiling. It was obvious that the latter won. Gu Yang waved his hand, called Xia Mengyuan to his side, took out his mobile phone and transferred the 10,000 yuan bonus to her. Thank you, brother. Love you. After receiving the transfer, Xia Mengyuan was visibly excited. She put her hands on her chest and made a fierce heart sign to Gu Yang. Unexpectedly, after receiving just 20,000 yuan, even this scheming T0 girl relaxed a lot and started to give out benefits. Gu Yang smiled knowingly and said, "Come on, keep going." Hearing this, Xia Mengyuan's beautiful eyes revealed joy. She thanked him again in a delicate voice, then went to the next round of PK with Qin Shui with high morale. China Merchants Bank, the amount deposited into your account with the last number 5,135 is 20,000 yuan, and the current balance is 52,465.27. Gu Yang glanced at the text message that received the money and his heart was filled with excitement. If I continue like this, it won't be long before I can get rid of the label of a poor jerk. This money comes so easily, life is so cool when you have the advantage. Light up the next label, not knowing what reward Brother Tonzi will give, Gu Yang is full of anticipation. Brother, what do you think of her dancing? Seeing Xia Mengyuan getting another 10,000 yuan, Fang Ruyun couldn't help but feel jealous to death. After her breathing calmed down, she bit her red lips and couldn't help but look at Gu Yang with hope. The implication is that I have danced, so where is the reward? Hurry up and get it. Gu Yang smiled and said calmly, "It's okay." Upon hearing this, Fang Ruyun, who was full of expectations, was stunned. Seeing that Gu Yang had nothing else to say, she suddenly became angry. "No, when I was dancing, your eyes were wide open, is that all that's okay? How high are your standards? You stinky man, you dead man, you were so greedy, right?" For a moment, Fang Ruyun had a series of inner thoughts, but she also realized that Gu Yang was still not satisfied and wanted to see her dance. Even though she was annoyed, she could only smile enthusiastically when she thought of the reward. "Brother, actually this dance is not what I'm good at. What I'm best at is dynamic light waves." Gu Yang chuckled and said, "You are the best at it. Then let's jump and see." How could Gu Yang not understand what she was thinking? She was probably overthinking and asked for money just for dancing. Wu's obsession with watching the show did not prevent Gu Yang from being sober-minded. He would not be happy if he did not watch it, and he could not give any money. Don't worry about whether others are happy or not, pleasing yourself is the key. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Fang Ruyun found that she had no choice but to take the risk and just jump. The dynamic music sounded again. Fang Ruyun started her sexy and hot dance again, raising her head and touching her head, shaking her hips, and her beautiful eyes sparkled, which instantly made people feel itchy. If your heart is wavering, give me a chance to please you. Meet my secret weapon. You will love it and be fascinated by it. Dynamic light waves. Baya feels his heartbeat speed up. Baya feels turned upside down. Bayu if you want to be happy you. Bayu 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 bayu. Dynamic light waves. This bayu, it's so bayu that Gu Yang's heart is numb. This time Fang Ruyun worked even harder. She sweated a lot after the dance and her face turned red from the heat in her body, like a ripe apple. "Brother, how about it, do you like this dance?" This time she didn't even bother to rest, she couldn't wait to ask questions with a look of anticipation on her face. Hearing this, Gu Yang's eyes suddenly became clear and he smiled and said, "You danced really well." Fang Ruyun was delighted, but before she could say anything, she heard Gu Yang say, "But I don't think this is the most suitable dance for you. Let's do the glass wiping dance. You will definitely look more beautiful when you do that dance." "I'm so tired, why am I still dancing?" Fang Ruyun became anxious when she heard what Gu Yang said. She looked at him aggrievedly, almost crying. "Brother, you have danced twice, why are you still not satisfied? Don't you want to give me a reward at all?" Seeing this, Gu Yang immediately put away his smile. What are you talking about? If I didn't want to reward you, would I still give you the opportunity to dance? If you think so, there's nothing I can do about it. Hearing this, Fang Ruyun was stunned and a little dumbfounded. Why does this sound familiar? She felt like she was being PUA'd, but couldn't find any concrete evidence. Brother, don't be angry, I didn't mean that, I'm just jumping now. She cursed the man in her heart, calling him a dead man, a stinky man, and a big pig's hoof, but she could only play the music again. Cleaning the glass. Wipe, wipe, wipe. Cleaning the glass. Burning, too burning. Gu Yang took a piece of watermelon and ate it, watching the beautiful woman's charming and enchanting dance with comfort. He suddenly felt that the world was so wonderful and the past 20 years had been wasted. After wiping the windows, she started to dance to the train rocking dance, and then imitated the cat's meow, itchy. Fang Ruyun had a charming smile on her face, but her heart was about to collapse. All men are fucking pigs. Although she studied dance, she had never danced so much in front of anyone at once. Today, in order to please this man, she had danced so much, but he was still not satisfied. Fang Ruyun was so angry and annoyed that she almost wanted to turn against him. But when she heard Gu Yang's words like "you've already jumped, it won't matter if you jump again. It's all for the reward. You dance well, that's why I want to see it. You really don't understand my good intentions." She thought about it and felt that there was some truth in these words. Just jump. It jumped straight to the moment when Xia Mengyuan defeated Qin Shui again and got a reward of 10,000 yuan. Fang Ruyun, who was so tired as a dog, really collapsed. I won't jump anymore. Brother, do you want to give me a reward? Fang Ruyun's eyes were filled with tears and she looked so pitiful that it seemed as if she would be in danger of bursting at any moment. Chapter 10. Poor little one. Why are you in such a hurry? Gu Yang couldn't help but smile in his heart. However, he had already had enough fun and knew when to stop and should not tease her anymore. He sighed and said, "You really hurt my heart when you say that. Forget it. Give me the payment code." Hearing this, Fang Ruyun, who was about to cry, was stunned for a moment, and the next second she showed a happy smile. The speed at which his expression changes is unparalleled. Fang Ruyun suddenly felt that it was really a wait and see, the clouds will finally clear and the moon will appear. Woohoo, it's too difficult, I'm so tired. Her heart was beating wildly, and she quickly took out her phone and said excitedly, "Brother, I'll add you as a friend, The two added each other as friends. Fang Ruyun looked expectant. Gu Yang smiled and said, "I'm a man of my words. I'm not a stingy person." The next second, Fang Ruyun received the transfer. 20,000. When she saw the number, she was almost moved to tears. It's not that she had never seen 20,000 yuan before, but at this moment, she suddenly felt that this 20,000 yuan was better than 200,000 yuan. Brother, you are the best. Brother, I love you. Fang Ruyun received the transfer and immediately did two classic acts of coquettishness. Brother, don't be mad at me. I don't mean to doubt you. I'll give you a reward. Anyway, I have already been wild and excited, so it doesn't matter if I do this again. After saying this, Fang Ruyun gave Gu Yang a hard kiss on the face. Brother, let me take a break first. I am really tired from dancing. Some jobs may sound strenuous, such as singing and dancing, but they are actually very physically demanding. Gu Yang nodded. He could see that she danced very hard. This didn't fool him, otherwise he wouldn't have been so generous as to give her 20,000 yuan. Seeing this, Fang Ruyun sat down on the sofa in the corner, too lazy to move. Gu Yang clicked on the text message with some excitement. The 20,000 yuan plus the 10,000 yuan he just transferred to Xia Mengyuan brought the balance on his card to 80,000 yuan. This is only 20,000 away from the label upgrade. Seeing that he was about to get the system reward, Gu Yang clenched his fists and felt full of energy. When I turned around, I saw Lin Yi sitting quietly on the sofa facing the pool table. She seemed to be watching Xia Mengyuan and the others playing ball, but she looked very depressed. Like a poor abandoned child. Gu Yang's heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but walk over and sit next to her, but his eyes were uncontrollably attracted by her pair of beautiful legs in white silk. The white stockings wrapped around her round and slender legs, fitting together without any gap. This is really the ceiling for leg play in the middle of the year. Open the door at a glance. Is Gu Yang looking at the legs? No, he looked at the path she had taken and the suffering she had experienced. He just watched Fang Ruyun dancing, both for cash back and as a distraction from his boredom. However, Gu Yang was not lost in the enchanting dance. Now he had his own system, and he could get cash back when he spent money on beautiful women. But it doesn't matter who the money is spent on. It's okay to adjust occasionally, but if you really want to find a long-term goal to make money, of course it has to be a top-notch beauty like the sweet girl with white silk stockings. Isn't it great to make money and pick up girls at the same time? Otherwise, why should we keep spending money on them? Zhang Matzi went to Qing to do only three things: fairness, fairness, and damn fairness. Gu Yang has only three criteria when choosing beauties: high quality, and damn high quality. The taste must be mastered. What's wrong? You don't seem very happy? Gu Yang looked at the sweet and charming girl beside him and asked with a smile. Seeing Gu Yang sitting over, Lin Yi's beautiful eyes lit up slightly. She shook her head, and two shallow dimples appeared on her pretty face. No, brother. I just saw that they all had good skills in playing basketball, but I couldn't practice well no matter how hard I tried. I felt useless. In fact, in the current environment, she really felt useless, but it was not just because she played badly. Seeing her colleagues making money, she couldn't help but feel envious. Xia Mengyuan has already received 30,000 yuan, Qin Shui has received 20,000 yuan, and Fang Ruyun also got the money through another way. As for me, I am not good at playing basketball, nor can I do something so shameless. She had the opportunity to make money, but she couldn't grasp it, so she felt useless. It's okay. You'll improve your skills as you practice. Practice makes perfect. Gu Yang said comfortingly. Looking at the charming girl in white silk stockings in front of him, he couldn't help but think of the time when she had caringly fed him fruit before. So gentle, so thoughtful, he was filled with emotions. Such a sensible girl deserves a reward. Gu Yang calculated that after the two of them finished this game and he gave them tips, there would be 90,000 yuan in his card. He was only 10,000 away from promotion, and he could give it to anyone, so he decided to give it to this sensible, sweet girl with white stockings. They have won bonuses several times. Do you want it? Gu Yang asked with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but be shocked. After hesitating for a moment, her pretty face flushed instantly, and she lowered her head, but she couldn't help but whispered in a mosquito-like voice, I want to. The most touching thing is the gentleness of that lowered head, just like the shyness of a water lotus in the cool breeze. Who can stand this? Seeing this scene, any man would want to hold this girl in his arms and love her well. The lethality is simply too great. Gu Yang, with a little throbbing in his heart, smiled and said, how about this, we won't play with them anymore, let's fight each other later. If you win, you can also get a bonus of 10,000, but if you lose, you have to accept a punishment. How about that? Hearing this, Lin Yi looked up suddenly, and seeing that Gu Yang didn't seem to be joking, her heartbeat suddenly quickened. She had seen Gu Yang's previous ball skills, which could be said to be very poor. Although she was not strong either, she was still 80% sure of beating him. This is just like giving yourself free money. Lin Yi looked at Gu Yang with surprise, and a little touch rose in her heart. She immediately asked, brother, what is the punishment for losing? Don't worry, I don't want your money. After making a small joke, Gu Yang pondered for a moment, looked at Lin Yi's tender red lips, and said with a smile, if you lose, how about punishing your brother? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's pretty face instantly turned red, she tightened the corner of her clothes and became uneasy. This really can't be acted out, it's too pure. Gu Yang watched with interest and couldn't help laughing. Don't be afraid, just kiss your face. If that doesn't work, then just ignore what I said. If I win 10,000 yuan, I am 80% sure of winning. Even if you lose, it's just a kiss on the cheek. Lin Yi secretly compared and came to a conclusion. The advantage is mine. Okay, I'll fight you. After thinking it through, Lin Yi, with a rosy face, decided to give it a try. After waiting for a while, Xia Mengyuan and her friends finished this game. Xia Mengyuan won again and again, she was so happy. Qin Shui, who lost 2 games in a row, was very depressed. Although she was unwilling, she had no choice because her skills were indeed not as good as Xia Mengyuan's. Gu Yang transferred 10,000 yuan in bonus to Xia Mengyuan. This time, he stopped the two from competing again. You guys take a break first. Yi and I will play for a while. Hearing this, Xia Mengyuan and Qin Shui felt disappointed, but since the sponsor had spoken, they had no choice but to do as they were told. Lin Yi stood up to arrange the ball. Perhaps because of the penalty for losing, she looked obviously nervous. Chapter 11 Lamborghini. Lin Yi placed the ball and Gu Yang picked up the cue. She chose to let him tee off in this round. The fight between the two attracted the attention of Xia Mengyuan and Qin Shui. The two women watched with great interest, but lost interest after a while. In their opinion, this was just a fight between rookies and there was nothing interesting to watch. However, Gu Yang felt very happy as the two of them fought back and forth. When I watched the three girls play before, whether it was Xia Mengyuan, Qin Shui, or Fang Ruyan, their styles were a combination of hardness and softness, and they mostly used soft pushing to win at critical moments. But the playing style of this most gentle and sweetest girl with white stockings is pure and fierce. It turns out that she, like Gu Yang, believes that miracles can be achieved through great efforts. Gu Yang was full of surprise. He never expected that this girl with a sweet appearance and a somewhat shy personality could have such a wild side. As expected, you can't judge a book by its cover. It can be seen that her skills are not as bad as she said, and she plays very well. But I don't know if it was because of nervousness or the lack of touch, there were slight deviations several times. Because of this slight deviation, several goals missed. This gave Gu Yang the opportunity to perform. 20 minutes later, he hit the black 8 into the hole with a powerful shot and won the game. Lin Yi was a little dazed for a moment. When Gu Yang's eyes fell on her, her pretty face instantly turned red. After being stunned for 2 seconds, she put down the club, lowered her head and walked towards Gu Yang. At this moment, she was like a mimosa. The jade hands tightly grasping the corners of her clothes revealed her inner nervousness, but she did not escape. She bit her red lips and said shyly, "Brother, I lost, I am willing to admit defeat." Gu Yang nodded calmly. But in fact, facing such a beautiful and pure girl, how could he remain calm? This sweet schoolgirl with a score of 95 and version 0 is definitely the best for any man. TSK. For the top version, that man wouldn't want to be the first to develop it and the first to fix the vulnerability. Lin Yi took a deep breath, as if she had mustered up her courage. She lifted her feet slightly, and her tender red lips pressed against Gu Yang's face. Boo! The soft touch on his face instantly caused ripples in Gu Yang's heart. In the past, he never dreamed that he would have the chance to get a kiss from a school beauty. He had to say that the life of a lucky guy is really awesome. Love. After completing this punishment, Lin Yi's face was as red as a ripe apple. But she seemed relieved. Although she still looked shy, she no longer looked nervous. "Brother, shall we still play?" Lin Yi asked softly. "Go on, keep playing. Gu Yang, trying hard to suppress his surging emotions, said in high spirits. The second game started soon. This time Lin Yi served the ball. She felt relaxed and her touch seemed to improve. He scored 2 fancy balls at the first try, followed by 2 powerful shots, easily scoring 2 more balls. In the end, the positions of the other balls were not very good, which gave Gu Yang the opportunity to play. However, Gu Yang missed 1 shot and then he had no chance. This girl hit 1 shot after another and cleared the table directly. "No, your technique is not good? You are just pretending to be a pig and trying to eat the tiger, right?" Gu Yang was dumbfounded. "Brother, I didn't know I could play so smoothly. If I say I played beyond my normal level, do you believe me?" Lin Yi, who won the game, was a little confused. After hearing what Gu Yang said, fearing that he might misunderstand something, he hurried over and explained nervously. "My usual level is really not that high. It's just talk, don't be nervous, come on, I'm willing to accept the loss too." Gu Yang looked at Lin Yi's flustered and anxious expression and couldn't help but laugh. Whether she was playing dumb or performing exceptionally well, it was no longer important to Gu Yang at this moment. The important thing is that his savings are about to exceed 100,000. The next level label was about to light up, and the system's rewards were waiting for him, making his heart beat faster. "Brother, I'll add you as my friend too." Gu Yang tapped his phone and pulled out the QR code. After adding the friend, Gu Yang, trying hard to suppress his excitement, transferred the 10,000 yuan bonus to him. "Thank you, brother." Lin Yi bowed and expressed her gratitude sincerely before accepting the transfer. At this moment, Gu Yang couldn't help but hold his breath. Everything he had done this afternoon was for this moment. He couldn't help but be excited. Ding, the host's consumption is successful, and he gets double cash back. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through 100,000 in personal wealth and lighting up the label of life, petty bourgeoisie youth. Ding, the tag is upgraded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 attribute points. Attribute points can be used to improve the host's charm, physical strength, endurance, and other attributes. The higher the attribute, the stronger the ability. The host can allocate it freely. Ding, the tag has been upgraded. Congratulations to the host for winning the latest Lamborghini Aventador SVJ supercar. The Lamborghini has been distributed. Please check it. The car is in the nearest parking lot on the roadside. The documents are in the armrest box, and the key is in the host's pocket. As soon as the system's heavenly music-like sound finished, Gu Yang felt his trouser pocket sink and something was stuffed into it. It's amazing, brother Tongzi, you're awesome. Gu Yang knew without thinking that it must be the key to the Lamborghini. You guys play first, I'm going to the bathroom. Gu Yang left a word and hurried to the bathroom. At this moment, he could hardly contain his excitement. In the bathroom, Gu Yang couldn't wait to take out the key. Looking at the golden bullfighting logo on the key, which symbolized Lamborghini, his face smiled like Nike. This is not a lighter, this is a real car key. Brother Tongzi is so awesome. The supercar that he had been unable to afford even after working hard all his life, now belonged to him easily. Gu Yang's heart was beating like a drum. He once heard a saying that supercars are the romance of men, and he deeply agrees with this. When talking about supercars, you can't avoid the Lamborghini Aventador SVJ. Lamborghini Aventador, commonly known as the Bull. This is the most successful model of the Lambo family. Both its appearance and performance are at the ceiling level among supercars. Like most men, Gu Yang cannot afford a car, but that does not stop him from liking and understanding cars. He has even been to 2 auto shows. He knew that this Lamborghini Aventador SVJ was a special edition among the big bulls, and it was more radical than the ordinary version. Simply put, it has better performance, better technology, and better appearance. The official guide price of Aventador SVJ starts at 7.6 million yuan, and it is equipped with a 6.5L V12-cylinder naturally aspirated engine. The maximum power can reach 566 kW, the maximum horsepower is 770, the maximum torque is 720 Nm, and the acceleration from 0 to 100 km/h is 2.8 seconds. This is a multi-million level supercar that combines super good looks with super performance. It is a man's dream car. Driving it will not only make men's blood boil, but also make 99.9% of girls rush to sit in the passenger seat. It's simply a tool for picking up girls. Chapter 12. You deserve not to get rich. We are all the same, it is really hard to have 2 things at the same time. For example, wealth and troubles, Lamborghini and loneliness. You don't need to say anything, it will speak for you. After playing with the Lamborghini keys for a while, Gu Yang's excitement finally calmed down. Then he thought of the attribute points he would get as a reward, and his eyes lit up. The system is introduced very clearly. Attribute points can improve various qualities of the body. This is a magical tool. Great men have said that the body is the capital of revolution. No matter how much money you have, if you don't have a good body to enjoy it, it's just like waste paper. These attribute points are rare and valuable, and even the super rich will go crazy when they see them. Thinking of this, Gu Yang's heart surged again. It really is a system that allows one to live a free life. It really gives him the capital to be free and easy. No matter how extravagant your life is, you don't have to worry about being physically weak. Such an awesome thing, just add it and it's done. Gu Yang, who has played development games, is very familiar with adding points. Bringing up the attribute panel, considering that he was only in his 20s, both his physical fitness and endurance were excellent, he added all 3 attribute points to charm. After all, this is a society where looks matter. Although I am not ugly, when it comes to picking up girls, the more handsome I am, the better. If you can't even pick up girls, no matter how good your body is, it's useless. Can you still feel confident no matter how long you masturbate? As soon as he added the water, Gu Yang felt a warm current rising in his body. It was very comfortable and lasted for 10 minutes before it gradually subsided. He couldn't wait to stand in front of the mirror, and at first glance he seemed to have not changed at all. But if you look closely, the scene is different. The pores of the skin become tighter and the face shape becomes more angular. His back straightened a lot and his temperament became more confident. The needle doesn't poke. Gu Yang touched his chin and nodded with satisfaction. You know, there is such a change with just 3 attribute points. If you add a few more, it will definitely kill Yin Zhu in an instant. Brother Tongzi, what are the conditions for lighting up the next level? At this moment, Gu Yang is quite looking forward to the reward of the next level label. Ding, the host's personal wealth has exceeded 1 million, and the next level label can be lit up. Hearing this, Gu Yang couldn't help but breathe slightly faster. It really deserves to be called the godly rich system. It jumped directly from 100,000 to 1 million. For ordinary people, it may take decades of hard work to save up $1 million of wealth, which is tantamount to a leap from a small class. Now it is just the condition for Gu Yang to light up the next level label. Sure, Brother Tonzi, as long as you dare to say it, I can do it. Gu Yang, who has a lucky life, is full of confidence. After staying in the bathroom for half an hour, Gu Yang finally came out. At this moment, the four girls were not playing billiards, but were sitting quietly on the sofa. It's abnormal to be so quiet, everyone looks like they have a lot on their mind. Seeing this, Gu Yang smiled in confusion and asked, "What's wrong? Why don't you play anymore?" "Brother, it's nothing, it's just that it's boring to play without you here." Hearing Gu Yang's words, Xiao Mengyuan explained with a smile. However, the smile looked rather stiff, far from the excitement it had before. What Gu Yang didn't know was that although they seemed calm, they were actually filled with anxiety at this moment. He went to the bathroom for such a long time that the few people who were overwhelmed by the rewards of tens of thousands of yuan gradually calmed down. They did the math and found that Gu Yangguang had spent a total of 90,000 yuan just to give out rewards in that afternoon, and that didn't even include the stage fees for several people. The stage fee is still more than 10,000. It has to be said that the money was spent so lavishly. They could hardly meet such a generous customer in a whole year of working. Looking at the way Gu Yang is dressed, he doesn't look like a wealthy person, at most he just has a little money. There are many people like this, but almost none of them are willing to spend so much money, especially in such places. The consumption in one afternoon can equal the annual salary of an average white-collar worker. What is he trying to achieve by doing this? The four girls who had calmed down were all secretly shocked. It's so hard to make money nowadays. He gave them tens of thousands of dollars without any special requests. This is too abnormal. Did he get carried away by their beauty? Or did he have some other ulterior motive? After all, vicious incidents such as organ trafficking, human trafficking, fraud in northern Myanmar, etc. are frequently exposed on the internet, leaving them no room for wild imagination. It's terrifying when you think about it. Of course Gu Yang didn't know that he was so quick to give the money and was even suspected. He looked at the time and it was already 6 o'clock. He felt that there was really no point in staying here any longer. The key is that it takes 1 million to light up the next level label. It's too damn hard to get 1 million here, and this place is obviously not conducive to picking up girls. Gu Yang smiled and said, "It's true that playing billiards too much is boring. Time is running out. How about this, I treat a few beauties to dinner tonight, and then go to the bar to play." Hearing this, Jin Shui was instantly alert and said in a cold voice, "I'm sorry, brother, we are green assistants, and the company's regulations do not allow us to go out with guests." Rules? Fuck the rules. The rules don't allow you to go out with guests, so why don't you just treat me as a guest? They are all excuses. Gu Yang raised his eyebrows, chuckled and said, "I know you are green assistants, but I just want to invite you guys out for some fun. I believe that the beauties have received the rewards for this afternoon. Don't you think you deserve special treatment? Give me a chance. I really like playing with you guys." Hearing this, Xiao Mengyuan, Jin Shui, and Fang Ruyun were stunned for a moment, and then they all breathed a sigh of relief, feeling relieved. This is so true, so many words. It smells like fish. It has been confirmed, it is indeed a high-quality fish. If it wants to spend money on itself, its ambition may be not small, and it seems that it wants to kill several birds with one stone. I have to say, this little brother is really imaginative. In this situation, I can't go out easily. The fish must be caught. Fang Ruyun laughed secretly and stood up first. She felt like a complete failure today. She was so overwhelmed by jealousy that she became so promiscuous and impulsive that her image was ruined. I must never go out with Gu Yang again. Fang Ruyun showed an embarrassment and said, "Brother, I want to go out with you, but I have to go back to school to finish my paper in the evening. Although I'm here to work part-time, my studies are my priority. I believe you can understand me. I'm really sorry. I can only play with you next time." Fang Ruyun said half-truthfully that the thesis was real, but as a fishing expert, she didn't need to write it herself, the bootlickers around her had already written it for her. Hearing this, Gu Yang was slightly stunned, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I understand your sister. You are such a slacker, and you still want to establish yourself as a top student? I don't believe you. At this moment, Gu Yang was too lazy to take another look at Fang Ruyun, whose version was already T3. How could he, a sober person, not hear that she wanted to treat him like a fish? Study is more important, so you should focus on your studies first. Okay, you can go now. Gu Yang waved his hand indifferently. In fact, his mind was not on her. None of the other three was better than her. Next time? Just see if there is a next time and that's it. I want to spend money like crazy, but you can't grasp the opportunity even when it's right in front of you. You deserve not to get rich. Chapter 13. Choice is more important than effort. Seeing Gu Yang waving indifferently without even saying a word to keep her, Fang Ruyun was stunned. For a moment, she couldn't help feeling uncomfortable, and even a little regretful. Although she had just made it clear that she would not go out at night, she also hoped to see Gu Yang try hard to keep her. But he just looked calm and composed. This is really infuriating. When I watched her dancing, my eyes were wide open. Now that I have rejected you, why are you so calm? It's all my fault for giving too much before. Humph, don't think that I'm the kind of woman who can get what you want easily. Men are all pigs. The more you tempt him, the more he will try to please you. Anyway, I've added green bubbles, so just wait and see how I'll catch you from now on. Thinking confidently, Fang Ruyun, who was a little annoyed inside, left with a proud look on her face. Seeing this, Gu Yang didn't care at all. His eyes were already on the cold and aloof Qin Shui. This look made Qin Shui, who appeared to be cool on the outside, feel conflicted inside. That afternoon, Gu Yang displayed such arrogance and generosity that even she, who had a cold personality, was deeply touched. But if I go out with him whom I just met just because of these things, it would make me seem too superficial and cheap. Besides, I'm not sure whether he is a good guy or a bad guy. What if he is the kind of pervert who appears to be sunny on the outside but is actually full of bad intentions and specializes in luring ignorant girls? After all, there are many such people on the internet. Thinking in her heart, Qin Shui hesitated for a moment and said in a cold voice, I'm sorry, my best friend is sick and in the hospital, I have to take care of her tonight. So? I'm sorry, Brother Yang. Let's do it next time. I won't spoil Brother Yang's fun next time. Listening to Qin Shui's high-sounding words, a look of understanding flashed across Gu Yang's eyes. Although he doesn't have a girlfriend, it doesn't mean he has never had contact with women. Just by listening to this, you can tell that he wants to treat him like a fish. Ha, it's still unclear who is the fish. Gu Yang's life is going smoothly now. He no longer has to worry about money in this life. He wants to make money by himself, and he doesn't mind giving a piece of wealth to the girl he likes. But the prerequisite is that the other party must be sensible and know what's interesting. If she herself doesn't know how to grasp the opportunity, he won't be willing to give it to her. There may not be many three-legged frogs in the world, but there are too many two-legged beauties. As long as he has money, Gu Yang doesn't worry at all about not being able to find beautiful women. Looking at Qin Shui with a cold expression, Gu Yang also waved his hand calmly and said calmly, it's better to do less embarrassing things. Okay, you can leave now. Hearing this, Qin Shui's heart trembled. Under Gu Yang's calm gaze, she actually had the illusion that she was seen through. What she said about her best friend being hospitalized was true, but whether she was taken care of or not was optional. The reason why she said that was simply because she wanted to hook him. She felt that she didn't understand him, nor could she understand him, so it would always be right to pull him back a little. After a moment of trance, Qin Shui looked at Gu Yang's confident and calm face. For some reason, she suddenly felt that this man seemed much more handsome than before. This guy is not only handsome, but also generous. To be honest, he is really a high-quality fish. Should I leave or not? Qin Shui's heart was shaken for a moment. But thinking that she had already said it, it would be too embarrassing if she didn't leave, so she gritted her teeth and left. After living for so long, Gu Yang has understood one thing: a successful life is always about making more choices than working hard. As both women chose to leave, Gu Yang had no intention of trying to keep them and just changed his target. If they leave, it means they deserve not to get rich. Gu Yang smiled indifferently and his eyes fell on Xia Mengyuan, who was more beautiful than Qin Shui. As if they had telepathic connection, the beautiful woman's big, bright eyes were also looking at him. The two people's eyes inevitably collided, and in an instant, Gu Yang's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. I have to say, Xiao Mengyuan is so beautiful, a definite school belle. To be honest, in the past, Gu Yang really wouldn't dare to hope to have much contact with such a stunning goddess. Diaosi playing high profile, it makes people excited. But in this era full of reality and temptation, it is a luxury to hope that a goddess can be attracted to a loser and willing to accompany him in his struggles and hardships. That's too naive. To be honest, it's really hard for a loser to grasp such a goddess. Without strength, all you will get in the end is a green hat. Gu Yang didn't dare to think about it before, but at this moment, he looked at Xiao Mengyuan with confidence and composure. He smiled and said, "What about you? Do you have time tonight?" Xiao Mengyuan's pretty face couldn't help but get slightly hot, and finally she avoided the gaze involuntarily. When she heard Gu Yang's words, her eyes rolled, and she did not express her opinion as straightforwardly as the two women before. Instead, she said shyly, "Brother, I really made you spend too much money this afternoon. I have been working here for almost a year, and this is the first time I have met a man as generous as you. I feel so lucky. It's such an honor to know my brother." Listening to Xiao Mengyuan's words full of sincerity and affection, Gu Yang's heartbeat unknowingly quickened. What the hell? How could that man resist such a T0 beauty, her flattering words, and her admiring eyes? This is really a test for cadres. At this moment, Gu Yang felt a little dizzy. It can be seen that she is much smarter than the two beauties just now, and her level is more than one level higher. But brother, after all, we just met, and I don't know you yet. As Xiao Mengyuan spoke, her eyes suddenly became a little confused when she looked at Gu Yang. She wasn't pretending, she was really confused because she felt like she couldn't understand Gu Yang at all. According to her experience, Gu Yang doesn't seem like a very rich man, but he can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars just playing billiards. This is so unusual. She thought of many hypotheses in her mind about the purpose of Gu Yang doing this, and at this moment she even began to doubt whether he was a rich second generation. Although, in her opinion, the second generation of rich people are generally not so generous. They believe in not throwing away the eagle before seeing the rabbit, and they believe that money is for women to see instead of spending on women. Although, she felt that the probability of the rich second generation deliberately playing low-key to fry fish was extremely low. But what if it is? If you really meet a rich second generation, you must seize the opportunity to catch him into your own fish pond. Xiao Mengyuan's beautiful eyes sparkled. She hesitated for a moment and said in a tender voice, "I am really honored to meet you, brother, but I want to know more about you. So, brother, can you answer me a high EQ question? High emotional intelligence? Why does this word feel so damn familiar?" Gu Yang, who had just been feeling a little elated, felt his heart sink suddenly when he saw Xiao Mengyuan's pretty face. I thought, this can't be such a coincidence. Although he had a bad feeling, Gu Yang still nodded patiently. He wanted to hear how high the EQ of the questions could be asked by this seemingly smart beauty. Sure, go ahead and ask. Chapter 14, It's none of my business to drive a Lamborghini. There was a gleam in Xiao Mengyuan's dark eyes. Brother, when an elderly person, a pregnant woman and a disabled person appear on the bus at the same time, who will you give up your seat to? Who will you give up your seat to? Xiao Mengyuan's words made Gu Yang's expression freeze instantly. Although he had vaguely expected it, he still couldn't help but be a little dazed at this moment. I never expected that in just one day, I would be asked two exactly the same questions. This is fucking poisonous. When he had no money, it was fine for him to be tempted and tested by a woman like this. Now that I have money, I still can't escape this problem. Gu Yang's eyes suddenly turned cold. He admitted that this beautiful lady in front of him, who had a score of 93, was somewhat scheming and clever, but now it seemed that there wasn't much. Not to mention emotional intelligence, at this moment Gu Yang felt that even his IQ was insulted. He was convinced. Why do women nowadays have such bad habits? Treating people as spare tires, treating people as fish. They always test others with these life-threatening questions. Isn't it just because she's a little pretty? They spoil her. Gu Yang suddenly felt furious. He has always been approachable, but that doesn't mean he has no temper. He would never tolerate her bad habits, damn it, even if she was a fairy in heaven. Gu Yang couldn't help but reach out and pat Xiao Mengyuan's delicate face full of collagen. He didn't use too much force, but it was enough to make her feel pain. Fortunately, Gu Yang had no habit of hitting women, otherwise he would have slapped her to the ground in his rage. Even so, Xiao Mengyuan still let out a scream, and she immediately covered her face, her eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing this scene, even Linny, who was standing by, was shocked. She covered her mouth in shock and almost screamed out. After being stunned for 2 seconds, Xiao Mengyuan, with a burning face, suddenly became angry, but when she saw Gu Yang's gloomy face, her heart couldn't help but skip a beat, and the anger in her eyes was instantly replaced by grievance. Brother, what's wrong? Why are you hitting me? Xiao Mengyuan spoke at a loss and pitifully, with tears in her eyes. Gu Yang was unmoved and said coldly, if I remember correctly, you got the most rewards today, right? It should be 40,000. I've already given you 40,000 yuan, and this is how you repay me? You want to test me? What's your identity? I gave you face? No, brother, you misunderstood, I just want to know more about you. Xiao Mengyuan hurriedly explained, tears flowing uncontrollably. Learn more? I don't believe you. Do you know that the most annoying thing in my life is that others test me? At this moment, Gu Yang didn't even have the slightest thought of showing sympathy to women. Not to mention that she is not his woman now. Even if she is his woman, he will not tolerate her bad habits. Why the hell are you testing him? In this world, only the party, the people, and the lovely readers can test him. Why do you have to ask this question when there are other options? Gu Yang said coldly, who I give up my seat to has nothing to do with me. I drive a Lamborghini, it's none of my business. His good mood was completely ruined by this stupid question. Even when looking at the beautiful girl who scored 93 points, Gu Yang felt extremely disappointed. After saying this, he left the room without any reluctance. Lamborghini? But hearing Gu Yang's last words was even more shocking than the slap in the face just now. Xiao Mengyuan and Lin Yi couldn't help but widen their eyes. Gu Yang came to the bar at the door and met the guy again. I have to say, this guy is really dedicated. If he works like this for a year, the boss will definitely hire a new boss lady for him. Brother, are you leaving? Did you have fun? The young man greeted Gu Yang enthusiastically after seeing him. Gu Yang nodded without comment and said calmly, it's okay, check out. Hearing this, the young man said to the girl at the bar, Private room 8, please pay the bill. The cashier clicked a few times on the computer skillfully, and the printer soon started spitting out bills. Brother, you played for a total of 5 hours and ordered 4 teaching assistants, which cost 11,760 yuan. The fruit plate and snacks cost 268 yuan, which adds up to 12,028 yuan. I'll give you the decimal point, so you only need to pay 12,000 yuan. Hearing this, Gu Yang nodded and took out his cell phone. The girl quickly asked again, Brother, do you have a membership card? You can charge the card first and then pay, it will be more economical. In the past, Gu Yang had to become a member and then pay, which was of course the most cost-effective. It seems that the most cost-effective thing in the world is to become a member of an entertainment venue. As long as you dare to recharge, they will give you 1888, 2888, or even 3888. The profit here is much higher than putting money in the bank, but unfortunately you can't withdraw the money, otherwise Gu Yang would have been able to top up the bank until they went bankrupt. However, he has no interest at all now. He is here to make money and does not need any discounts. Moreover, he does not plan to come to such a place in the future. There is no other reason, the consumption is too low and does not match his future status. Gu Yang glanced at the cashier girl and decisively refused, no need, scan the code. Hearing this, both the cashier girl and the young man next to her couldn't help but look confused. What's wrong with this boss? Was his IQ eaten up by the teaching assistant? If you don't recharge the card, you will have to pay 12,000 in actual funds. It only costs 10,000 to top up the card and you will get 3,888 for free. Not only can you pay off the bill, but you can also save 1,888. Why not take advantage of a bargain? The young man looked at Gu Yang and found it unbelievable. I thought to myself, man, this shit is probably worth a month's salary of yours. The beautiful teaching assistant didn't follow you, so why are you still pretending to be so arrogant? When you eat instant noodles next time, let us see if you cry. Ding, the host's consumption is successful, and he gets double cash back. Gu Yang didn't care what others thought. He just paid 12,000 yuan and walked out without even bothering to look at the bill. Although Xiao Mengyuan made Gu Yang a little annoyed just now, he couldn't help but smile when he heard the prompt sound of the system's successful cash back. It's hard not to be happy when you can easily get 12,000 yuan. Others may make a small profit, but he never loses. At this moment, the cashier girl and the boy stared blankly at Gu Yang's back as he paid the bill and left in a leisurely manner, both with an expression of incomprehension. But it didn't last long as I was awakened by the sound of hurried running. When the young man turned his head, he saw an innocent girl wearing a JK outfit and a pair of beautiful legs wrapped in white stockings running towards him. The young man's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Lin Yi. This girl with a pure and sweet appearance, with her super high looks, became the most beautiful among the teaching assistants as soon as she joined the job. Even though the guy knows that there is a huge gap between him and her, it doesn't stop him from considering her a goddess in his heart. Unfortunately, she has only been working for a short time and is usually very quiet, so the guy doesn't have many opportunities to interact with her. At this moment, looking at the goddess running towards him in a hurry, the young man couldn't help but get excited. Isn't this an opportunity? Where is that person? It's the brother in room 8. Where is he? Lin Yi asked anxiously, not caring whether she would lose her composure or not at this moment. They've already paid and left, but they shouldn't have gone far. What's wrong? The young man was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise. Lin Yi didn't bother to answer him. After hearing this, she immediately started chasing after him. No, what is going on with this goddess? The sudden scene made the young man stunned. He was so confused that he opened the door. He was so confused. But before he could recover from the shock, he saw another beautiful woman running towards him impatiently. Brother Xiaoming, where is the guest in room 8? Has he left? The young man's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the breathless Xiaomeng Yuan, he said stupidly, she had already paid and left. Why did you follow her? What happened? Hearing this, Xiaomeng Yuan stomped her feet in regret and hurriedly chased after him outside. At this moment, the boy's mind was completely confused. What? What is this? Damn, why does it feel like once the boss of number 8 left, their souls were also taken away? The former is the most beautiful among the teaching assistants, and the latter has always been the mainstay of the store. Why is this guy so unreserved? Chapter 15: The Charm of Supercars. In the parking lot, a blue Lamborghini supercar was parked there quietly, and the BMW 735 next to it was reduced to pieces in seconds. The supercar's body is spotless, like a bull ready to go. Its sharp lines are full of visual impact, and every angle exudes unique charm. The extremely aggressive and futuristic appearance design makes it stand out even among many supercars. The iconic Y-shaped headlights are unique and highly recognizable, like a pair of sharp eyes, with a polygonal front face and sharp and angular lines. The body of the car lies low like a fighter jet, and the overall shape is a classic wedge, which not only reduces wind resistance but also gives it great power and sportiness. This is literally a man's dream car. Walking out of the billiard club and into the parking lot, Gu Yang easily found the Lamborghini rewarded by the system. Looking at the shining big bull, Gu Yang couldn't help but feel his heart beating wildly. What man doesn't love cars? Before, Gu Yang had always dreamed of owning a Xiaomi SU7, but even though it was only a car worth more than 200,000 yuan, it was still so out of reach for a loser like him. But who would have thought that before buying the Xiaomi SU7, he would become the owner of a Lamborghini? At this moment, even Gu Yang, who had a very lucky life, felt it was such a dream. Gu Yang couldn't wait to take out the car keys and press the start button. When he heard the unlocking sound of Daniel, the arc of his mouth was harder to suppress than AK. A supercar worth tens of millions is no longer just a car, but also a symbol of status. When you drive it, you will be the most handsome guy on the street, and everyone who sees you will stare at you. Brother Tongzi, listen to me and say thank you, because you warm the 4 seasons. Gu Yang shouted in his heart, and couldn't help but want to sit in the multi-million supercar to experience it, but at this moment, he heard a soft and urgent call. Brother Gu Yang, wait a moment. Gu Yang looked in the direction of the sound and his eyes lit up instantly. JK miniskirt, over-the-knee white stockings, round-toed leather shoes. The girl trotted over, her ponytail swaying and her skirt fluttering. It is pure and sweet, and exudes youthful vitality. It's really amazing. While Gu Yang was in a trance, the girl had already run to his side. Her red lips were slightly parted as she gasped for breath, her chest heaving again and again, and her beautiful and charming face was rosy like a ripe apple. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Gu Yang asked, suppressing the throbbing in his heart. She has both good looks and a good figure, and most importantly, she is a T0 top-notch girl. It's really hard not to be moved. Lin Yi took a deep breath and calmed down. She looked straight at Gu Yang. Her face turned visibly red, but although she seemed timid, she was extremely brave at this moment and did not even avoid his gaze. Brother, why did you just leave like that without even asking me? She bit her red lips and spoke softly, her voice not only shy but also with a hint of resentment. For a moment, Gu Yang felt a little dazed, but when he saw the small leather bag she was carrying, he couldn't help but smile. Do you have time tonight? Gu Yang looked at the sweet girl with white stockings in front of him with interest. Yes, yes. At this moment, Lin Yi pinched the corner of her clothes, her cheeks flushed. Although she was quite embarrassed, she still mustered up the courage to say, Brother, please take me away. Hearing this, Gu Yang's pupils shrank. He admitted that he had never eaten good pork, so when he heard the words of this beautiful woman who scored 95 points, his heart started beating like a drum. I never expected that this girl who looked shy and timid, like a good girl, would be so brave and willing to take risks at the critical moment. Before, Gu Yang left angrily, confident that he would have no problem catching girls by using the Lamborghini as bait, but he never expected that the first one he caught would be this sweet girl with white stockings. At this moment, Gu Yang couldn't help but sigh that the charm of supercars is indeed not to be underestimated. I have to sigh that this sweet girl with white stockings, who is always quiet and taciturn, is really a person you can't judge by appearance. Fang Ruyan is charming, Xin Shui is cold and beautiful, Xiao Mengyuan is scheming, they all have to stand aside compared to this one. It turns out this girl is the smartest. Many people feel that they were born at the wrong time, but even for ordinary people, how could they not encounter any opportunities in their lives? But there are very few people who can recognize opportunities and seize them. Come with me, aren't you afraid I'll sell you out? Gu Yang's mood instantly improved when he saw Lin Yi's rosy face. He couldn't help but reach out and pinch her, smiling and joking. This rather intimate action made Lin Yi feel like she was electrocuted. She froze and her heart suddenly jumped to her throat. However, she had no intention of hiding away. She looked away like a little rabbit and said shyly, Brother, you are joking. Are you willing to sell it? If you are willing to sell it, then I can only blame myself for my bad luck. Gu Yang smiled, Don't worry, even if I sell you to someone else, they probably can't afford you. In my heart, you are priceless. As he spoke, Gu Yang walked to the Lamborghini and waved it with high spirits. Let's go, get in the car. Lin Yi's face instantly turned redder after hearing Gu Yang's words, but she had no time to think about it. Her eyes fell on the cool-looking supercar, and a hint of joy appeared in her beautiful eyes. In an instant, my breathing became faster. Even a fool can see that this super sports car is definitely a symbol of wealth and power. When she went to university, she also understood that choice is more important than hard work. The moment Lin Yi heard Gu Yang talking about driving a Lamborghini, she realized that she had encountered an opportunity. An opportunity that may very well allow you to completely turn your life around. She is pure, not naive. Although she has a sweet look and fair skin, she is not stupid at all. When the opportunity is presented in front of her, she will never foolishly miss it. Gu Yang opened the scissor door of the driver's seat. At this moment, Lin Yi, whose heart was pounding, also came to the other side, but she was reluctant to open the car door. Seeing this, Gu Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to open the door for you? Hearing this, Lin Yi quickly waved her hands, looking very reserved. She said a little embarrassedly, No, brother, I can do it myself. I'm just afraid that I'm stupid and I'm afraid that I will accidentally damage your car. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Silly girl, this is a car, not made of paper. Don't worry, you don't have to pay for it even if it breaks down. Hearing this, Lin Yi's pretty face turned even redder. Looking at the brand new supercar, she, who had never even sat in a BMW before, stretched out her tender little hand and carefully opened the passenger door. Of course she knew that the car door couldn't be damaged so easily, but even if it was scratched, she couldn't afford to pay for it. Lin Yi was filled with nervousness. This nervousness was not so much because she was afraid of damaging the car, but rather because of the awe that ordinary people have for products that are beyond their own class. Sitting in the passenger seat of the super sports car, at that moment, Lin Yi's mind went blank and her intuition was like a dream. Facts have proven that no matter who you are, as long as you are human, you can't avoid vanity. Lin Yi's vanity was greatly satisfied at this moment. In a trance, she even had the illusion that she had crossed the class line. This was a luxurious scene that she had never dreamed of at night. At this moment, Xiao Mengyuan, who was hiding behind a car not far away, witnessed Lin Yi getting into the Lamborghini with her own eyes. Her eyes were wide open. She bit her red lips involuntarily, her face turned pale in an instant, as she wanted to cry but had no tears. No, the passenger seat should have been mine. I really didn't expect that this colleague who is usually like a little white rabbit would be so cunning at the critical moment. Hateful. One wrong step, all wrong. Xia Mengyuan, full of regret and self-blame, couldn't help but stamp her feet. I'm so fucking numb. Chapter 16. Brother, stop playing. Lin Yi clumsily closed the scissor door, blocking out the noise outside. Inside the supercar that belonged to only the two of them, she felt like she had arrived in a world that was previously out of her reach. Everything she saw was a luxury she had never experienced before. The brand new interior and yellow and black color scheme are full of fashion. The center console adopts a tilted design, equipped with a touch LCD screen and exquisite physical buttons, full of combat atmosphere, as if you have entered a combat-capable cabin. The seats are made of different materials to create a Y-shaped pattern. The purely handmade leather seats not only ensure an excellent comfort experience, but also take into account sportiness. A large amount of carbon fiber and genuine leather materials are used in door panels, dashboards, and other parts, making the overall atmosphere in the car luxurious and atmospheric. Sitting in a car like this is simply a pleasure. Lin Yi, who was originally full of nervousness, looked at the interior of the car eagerly, and her heart couldn't help but pounding. After all, she was only a 19-year-old girl. She didn't have much sophistication to begin with, and at this moment, she was visibly excited. Brother, can I take a picture in your car? Seeing that Gu Yang didn't seem to be in a hurry to drive, Lin Yi hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but reveal a reserved smile. Looking at Gu Yang's big eyes, she looked quite shy, yet full of anticipation. Her pretty face is as beautiful as a flower, and her dimples are sweet and charming. No man can be in a bad mood when such a girl sits in the passenger seat. Gu Yang was no exception, and a smile appeared on his face. Girls are all the same, they like to take pictures first before doing anything. Gu Yang shrugged in understanding, and said in a generous and easygoing manner, "Sure, go ahead and take the photo. We'll leave after you're done." Looking at Gu Yang's approachable appearance, Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. Gu Yang didn't know that his normal state had quietly touched the girl's heartstrings at this moment. Lin Yi just felt that he was so kind now. She felt very comfortable being with him. She no longer felt awkward about being alone with him, and she involuntarily felt a desire to get close to him. She had been secretly observing him for the entire afternoon, and had seen many sides of him. From his initial selection of assistant coaches to his final rage because of Xia Mengyuan. Lin Yi could understand that he was a boy with principles and opinions who would not be easily manipulated. Although he seemed to be very playful, he always remained sober. Having seen many men who were submissive and servile in front of beautiful girls without any bottom line, she felt that people like Gu Yang were worthy of being called men. When she saw him lose his temper, she was shocked, but she didn't feel disgusted at all. On the contrary, she felt that Gu Yang was full of manliness. However, when she saw with her own eyes his luxury car that was out of reach for ordinary people and realized his extraordinary identity, she subconsciously couldn't help but be filled with awe. However, he, who drives a luxury supercar and is generous and free and easy, does not have the slightest condescending attitude now, and is even so patient, gentle, and tolerant to himself. This contrast made Lin Yi suddenly moved. Lin Yi suppressed her quietly beating heart and looked at Gu Yang's face, which although not super handsome, she liked more and more the more she looked at it, with unusually bright eyes. "Thank you, brother, you are so nice." Lin Yi said this sincerely with a bit of shyness, and a hint of sweetness involuntarily arose in her heart. After saying that, she took out her cell phone and started taking pictures happily. "I took pictures of the interior, myself, and secretly took a picture of Gu Yang." It was the first time in her life that she rode in such a luxury car. It was very meaningful to her and she had to record it well. Gu Yang didn't care about Lin Yi taking pictures. He was just as excited as she was. It's just that as a man, and a cheating man at that, he was better at pretending. While Lin Yi was busy taking pictures, Gu Yang calmly checked the various buttons and functions of the car. After a while, Lin Yi put away her phone after taking the photo and said shyly, "Brother, I'm done. Let's go." After getting familiar with the car, Gu Yang nodded and said, "Fasten your seatbelts. I'll take you for a ride." Lin Yi fastened her seatbelt awkwardly. The full granary that was split in two was particularly eye-catching at this moment. TSK. This girl not only has beautiful, white and long legs, but her key parts are also very solid. You won't even starve if you give birth to twins. No poke, no poke. Gu Yang took a look and couldn't help being distracted, but he only glanced at it and then looked away. There is no way he wants to drive now, and this is not the kind of car that is omitted in 10,000 words, but a real supercar. The dream of driving a Ferrari with one hand is difficult to achieve in the short term, but Gu Yang is equally excited to be able to drive a Lamborghini with one hand. Press the brake and start the ignition. Boom boom. The engine instantly emitted a powerful roar, like a thunder. At this moment, it was like a dormant beast, roaring with anger, unwilling to be ordinary. Hearing this voice, not to mention Gu Yang, even Linny, who was like a little white rabbit in the passenger seat, had her heartbeat quicken instantly and couldn't help but get excited. She glanced at Gu Yang, her eyes revealing excitement and anticipation that were difficult to conceal. Gu Yang held the carbon fiber steering wheel with one hand, shifted gears with high spirits, released the brake and lightly stepped on the accelerator. With a roar, the sports car rushed out. The next moment, Linny's expression suddenly changed. Her beautiful eyes, which were full of excitement a second ago, instantly turned into fear. Ah, brother, it's going to crash. Linny's scream was louder than the sound of the Lamborghini V12 engine for a moment, and her heart was about to jump out of her throat. His ears were buzzing, but Gu Yang remained calm. He just turned his single hand into two and quickly turned the steering wheel. In a split second, he narrowly avoided the car parked in the opposite parking space. However, Linny was frightened again. The right side, brother, be careful on the right side. Well, the direction was too far and the speed was too fast. Gu Yang quickly stepped on the brakes and turned back. The car suddenly stopped and Linny was pushed forward by inertia. Fortunately, she had a seatbelt. Otherwise, you will get a big bump on your head from bumping against the ground. At this moment, Gu Yang held the steering wheel with both hands, concentrating on driving. One foot on the accelerator, one foot on the brake. The more we adjusted the direction, the more the car twisted and turned like a snake, and we almost hit other cars several times, but we finally drove out of the parking lot safely. At this moment, Linny stared with a pair of bright eyes, although she looked like she didn't dare to breathe. Little did she know that this strange and crazy feeling was severely stirring her tense nerves. In her 19 years of life, this was the first time she had such an exciting experience. In such a short period of time, her emotions really went up and down like a roller coaster. Oh my god, brother, this is too crazy. This is a Lamborghini supercar. Ordinary people cannot afford it in their entire lifetime, but he treats it as casually as a toy car, not afraid of scratches at all. This brother is a bit bad. Instead of driving properly, he had to tease me like this. I almost made my heart jump out of my chest. Brother, stop playing. I'm scared if you do that. Linny's heart was pounding as she spoke in a trembling voice, but her beautiful eyes were sparkling with a strange light. It's okay, don't be afraid, you'll get used to it. Gu Yang smiled, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth. His palms were sweaty, and although he no longer had the same high spirits as before, he still looked calm and composed. No matter how he drives, his main focus at the moment is that he has a good attitude and dares to drive. After all, it is his own car, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Just open it. But he couldn't help but complain crazily in his heart. Brother Tongzi, since you've given me a supercar as a reward, why don't you also give me a master-level driving skill as a reward? Sorry, we brought shame to all the cheaters. Holy shit, how can a newbie drive a supercar so fast once he gets in it? It turns out that all the novels are lies. Who knows, this Lamborghini is totally different from ordinary cars when driving. This accelerator is so effective. 770 horsepower, 0-100 km/h acceleration in 2.8 seconds, this is no joke, just a light tap, it's so powerful. I didn't crash the car, so my reaction was pretty good. Chapter 17 Dream Boyfriend. Xia Mengyuan watched with her own eyes as the Lamborghini supercar that she had missed drove out of the parking lot recklessly. I watched it rush into the main road with my own eyes, and the dense traffic immediately gave way to a large distance, as if thousands of troops were avoiding the white robe. The power of luxury cars is so terrifying. At this moment, Xia Mengyuan felt as bitter as if she had eaten bitter gourd. When she thought of Linny's scream that she had just faintly heard, which seemed to be terrified but was actually full of excitement, she felt even more bitter. Big brother really knows how to play, and he is so daring. In order to tease the girl, he drove the car so cynically and recklessly that he almost crashed into her several times. Xia Mengyuan secretly watched all this and couldn't help but feel frightened. That's not a motorcycle driven by a gangster. She checked and found out that it was the most powerful Lamborghini, and it would probably cost tens of millions to buy it. If it's scratched or even damaged, the cost of repairing it is enough for an ordinary person to buy a car. My eldest brother didn't seem to care at all, and drove so freely and uninhibitedly. It's obvious that it's his car. Otherwise, who would dare to drive such a valuable supercar like this? Xia Mengyuan stood on the side of the road in a daze. Although the sports car that dazzled her was no longer in her sight, she was still reluctant to look away. Her nose felt sore and she suddenly felt like crying. Now she was 100% sure that she had really met that kind of super rich man this time. If Xia Mengyuan hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. The plot of the TV series actually came true. A super rich second generation would actually come to the billiard club in a low-key manner. I was lucky enough to be one of the subjects he investigated. However, I still want to observe others. He may be keeping a low profile in order to find true love, but he is really stupid for being so smart. I had a great chance of getting promoted. But it just angered him, and the great opportunity for counterattack was wasted on others. Xia Mengyuan kept imagining things and banged her head in frustration. She almost cried because of her own stupidity. At this moment, she couldn't help but want to slap herself hard. She regrets it. I regret it so much. After driving around for nearly an hour, Gu Yang finally mastered the skills of driving a supercar. Along the way, although his driving skills were not very good and his speed was not fast, he drove very comfortably. Mainly because the drivers I met were all very nice. Not only did they not honk the horn to hurry him along, they also gave him plenty of driving space. Good people, they are all good people. Gu Yang was moved. If everyone could give a little love like this, it would not be a dream for the world to become a beautiful place. Gu Yang, who was finally able to drive a Lamborghini with one hand, drove the car into the parking lot of a high-end restaurant. The grandpa once told us the secret of picking up girls: if she is inexperienced, take her to see all the good things in the world. Gu Yang has always thought that this is nonsense. He also wanted to take the girl to see the world's prosperity before, but her pockets are cleaner than her face. What do you think? Now it's completely different. As long as he wants, he can take the girl to experience the prosperity of the world at any time. Money? The more money you spend, the more you get back. Pick up girls and make money at the same time. Wow, life can be so beautiful. Looking at the luxurious hotel in front of him, Gu Yang couldn't help but smile. If I treat a girl to a meal here, I can probably earn hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is much better than playing billiards in a hall for half a day. Along the way, Linny, whose heart was filled with excitement and stimulation, looked at the stylish building in front of her, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen a little. She had a hunch that she didn't fit in here and her identity didn't match at all. Linny pulled Gu Yang's arm and said in a timid voice, "Brother, are we going to eat here?" Gu Yang said proudly, "Of course we come to the restaurant to eat, don't you like this?" Linny swallowed in a very awkward manner. It wasn't that she didn't like it, she was just a little scared. Just looking at the magnificent exterior was enough to discourage her. She could guess without asking that a meal there would probably cost a lot of money. This was such a luxury for her, she never thought she would be able to eat at such a high-end restaurant. Linny couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "Brother, let's go to another restaurant. This restaurant must be very expensive. There's no need to spend so much money. I can eat anything as long as I can fill my stomach." Linny held Gu Yang's arm tightly and spoke carefully. Hearing this, Gu Yang looked at Linny in surprise, and said jokingly with a smile, "Why, do you want to save money for me?" A blush appeared on Linny's sweet and pretty oval face. She said awkwardly, "Brother, I don't mean anything else. I just think you have already spent a lot of money today. There is no need to waste too much money on a meal." This wasn't Linny's deliberate teasing, this was what she really thought at the moment. She knew that Gu Yang's expenses this afternoon were equivalent to an ordinary person's annual salary. She herself received 10,000 yuan, and just now she rode in a supercar that ordinary people could only dream of. She was already completely content. As for eating, she really doesn't have too high demands and thinks that a meal at Haidileo will be enough. Hearing her words, Gu Yang couldn't help but stare at the girl next to him. However, after watching her for a few seconds, she looked sincere except for being a little shy. Gu Yang couldn't help but his heart beating slightly. Okay, she is worthy of being a T0 girl with a score of 95. She has a bottom line and is not greedy. She is a good girl. This. As the saying goes, don't miss the good girls, and don't let the bad girls go. Gu Yang's heart unconsciously felt a touch of doting. He stretched out his hand and pinched Lin Yi's soft and smooth face, which was as soft as jelly, and said with a smile, "This is not a waste of money. Food is the most important thing for people, and money is just a thing outside of the body. There are two things in this world that cannot be measured by money: one is delicious food, and the other is beautiful women. It's reasonable to treat a beautiful woman to delicious food. It doesn't matter how much money you spend. You just need to enjoy the delicious food with peace of mind, because you are worth it." The pretty face that was pinched by Gu Yang turned red. Lin Yi listened to Gu Yang's words in a daze. When she heard the end, she was stunned for a moment, and then her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. From high school to college, she had received countless love letters and heard many confessions of love, but this was the first time she felt that there were such beautiful words. She is worth it. She could easily rank among the top 5 in her grade in advanced mathematics, but at this moment, her mind was full of these 3 words, and her IQ was almost reduced to 0. An unprecedented throbbing feeling, her heart, which had been beating wildly all the way, was like a frantic deer beating wildly. Lin Yi glanced at Gu Yang stealthily, and a sweet smile rose on the corner of her mouth uncontrollably. "I have to say that the man in front of me is really too good. Not only is he manly, he also has wealth that ordinary people can hardly reach, and the key is that he is still young. This is simply the dream boyfriend that girls would find hard to find even with a lantern. And yet, he was willing to be so nice to me, a person he just met. Oh my God, did I save the galaxy in my previous life? Otherwise, how could I be so lucky?" At this moment, Gu Yang naturally put his arms around the girl's round and soft shoulders and walked straight towards the hotel. He not only wants to eat, he is also eager to make money. Chapter 18. What a great couple. Gu Yang led Lin Yi into the hotel after being greeted by 6 tall and beautiful receptionists wearing slim-fitting cheongsams. As soon as I entered the hall, a beautiful waitress came to greet me. As expected of a high-end restaurant, the ordinary waiters are more elegant than the lobby managers of ordinary hotels. "Good evening, sir and madam, welcome to the palace banquet. May I ask if you have reserved a table?" The beautiful waitress bowed with a smile and asked politely, making people feel like they were in spring breeze. "No." Gu Yang shook his head calmly. He glanced at the hall, which was elegant and unique everywhere. It could be described as high-end and classy. For most people, inviting guests back to this hall is a very prestigious thing, and one can probably brag about it for a year. But at this moment, Gu Yang was obviously not satisfied with this. He looked at the beautiful waitress and smiled calmly. "Do you have any private rooms here?" "Yes, sir." After hearing Gu Yang's words, the smile on the beautiful woman's face became more intense. She said respectfully, "We have a variety of private rooms for VIPs to choose from, but if it's just you and the lady dining, I suggest you choose a couple's room." "Couple? Hello, couple." Hearing this, Gu Yang's arm around Lin Yi's shoulders tightened unconsciously, and he said with a smile, "Okay, let's get a couple's room." The beautiful waitress nodded happily and quickly led the two to the private room upstairs. Lin Yi didn't say a word the whole time. At this moment, almost half of her body was in Gu Yang's arms. There was a warm hand on her shoulder and a masculine scent around her, which made her face hot. She is so shy that she can hardly walk. She has never been in a relationship, let alone had such an intimate behavior with the opposite sex. For a moment, that weak little heart beat like a drum. However, the hotel's magnificent and luxurious environment made her secretly gasp in amazement, and her head felt dizzy, as if she was in a dream. Lin Yi looked around, and she couldn't help but lean into Gu Yang's arms shyly. Only then did she feel a lot more at ease. She seldom went to ordinary restaurants before, so for her, this place was a world she could only look up to. Thinking about the consumption threshold, she felt that it was like a huge gap between her and others. Looking at the gleaming marble floor, she felt her eyes were opened and she got a glimpse into the life of wealthy people. How lucky I am. Lin Yi was so excited that she had the chance to experience the life of the upper class. There is shyness, joy, excitement, sweetness, and also a sense of embarrassment as if one is unworthy of one's position. Compared to Lin Yi, Gu Yang, who also came for the first time, was much calmer. He looked calm and confident. Money is the courage of heroes. As a man with a lot of tricks, he lacks everything at the moment, except the confidence as a man. Gu Yang and Lin Yi sat down in the couple's room with the theme of luxury and romance. The waiter considerately brought the food to them respectively. Lin Yi opened the menu with some curiosity and glanced at it casually. Although she was prepared, she couldn't help but shrink her pupils when she saw the price of dishes was often thousands of yuan per serving, She quickly closed the menu, as if avoiding a snake or scorpion. Brother, you have ordered. I am not very hungry yet, so just eat something simple. Linny said with a trembling voice. Hearing this, Gu Yang nodded and didn't make things difficult for her. He just flipped through the menu, his eyes lighting up unconsciously. He once followed a blogger online, whose works were all about showing netizens the life of the upper class. A hotel suite that costs 120,000 yuan a night, a KTV that costs more than 2 million yuan a night, a luxury house that costs more than 500,000 yuan a square meter, beef sold by the gram. The blogger can be said to have opened a corner of the heaven, allowing the losers at the bottom of society to have the opportunity to see the extravagant and luxurious life of the rich people at the top. It's a pity that just when he opened everyone's eyes, he was ruthlessly suppressed. Because the gods in heaven are unhappy and are afraid that the poor people will see their luxurious lives. At this moment, Gu Yang couldn't help but feel excited. Now, I am no longer a loser who can only watch videos and feel envious. He is determined to enjoy this extravagant life, and even Jesus coming cannot stop him, he said. Although they didn't sell beef by the gram, he ordered the signature Buddha jumps over the wall, which cost 8,880 yuan. Braised shark fin ordered. I ordered the yellow croaker in soup. The rock sugar blood bird's nest is on. Every time Gu Yang ordered a dish, Linny felt frightened. Although she had heard advertisements advocating against eating shark fin for more than 10 years, she didn't know what shark fin looked like. Today, she finally got to see it. She really wanted to remind Gu Yang that eating shark fin was not a good idea, but she was afraid of embarrassing him. While Linny was lost in thought, she heard Gu Yang ask her, "Do you drink?" Linny was slightly stunned. She had no hobby of drinking. In her entire life, she had only drunk 2 glasses of beer out of curiosity. She wanted to say no. However, seeing how excited Gu Yang was, I couldn't bear to spoil his fun. Linny's pretty face flushed, she bit her red lips and said, "I will listen to my brother. If you want to drink, I'll drink with you. This girl is really sensible." It hurts. Gu Yang looked at Linny with admiration and said to the waiter, "Okay, then open a bottle of red wine." "What kind of wine do you have?" Hearing this, the waiter quickly introduced them. Gu Yang finally ordered a bottle of Lafite worth more than 60,000 yuan. As soon as the wine was finished, the beautiful waitress with a distinguished temperament couldn't help but glance at him. She never expected that Gu Yang, who seemed to be dressed ordinary, was so generous and spent nearly 100,000 yuan without even blinking an eye. When collecting the menus, she leaned against Gu Yang intentionally or unintentionally, and laughed so hard that she couldn't close her legs. Gu Yang also felt that the beauty had become extremely enthusiastic in her service, but the girl sitting next to him was a T0 girl at the school beauty level, and he had no interest in her at all. The waiter first brought the red wine, opened it on the spot, and asked Gu Yang to try it. After seeing him nod, he began to sober him up. More than half an hour later, the dishes were served and the wine was ready. Watching the waiter pour the red wine into the goblet, Linny's heart beat faster involuntarily. This is all money. She took the initiative to pick up the wine glass, her big watery eyes full of sincerity, and said gratefully, "Brother, thank you for bringing me to a big meal. I'm sorry for making you spend money. I toast you a glass." Hearing this, Gu Yang was in a good mood. The girl is really kind-hearted. Not only did she gain gratitude, but she was also able to make money. It was hard for her to be in a bad mood. Cut to death. Gu Yang looked at the girl who was as well-behaved and sensible as a little rabbit, smiled slightly, and showed off his English. Don't worry about whether the accent is standard or not, in this kind of environment, the atmosphere is instantly created. However, this girl was a bit silly and honest. She took a big sip and choked on the wine. "Drink less, why drink so much?" Gu Yang burst out laughing and patted the girl on the back. He could see that she couldn't drink at all. After coughing several times, Linny finally regained her breath, but her pretty oval face turned red. "Can you please? If you think it doesn't taste good, just don't drink it. Don't force yourself." Gu Yang smiled and said in a casual manner. Linny shook her head and said quickly, "Brother, I'm fine, it tastes good, I can do it, really." Having said that, in fact, she, who doesn't drink, has a lot of questions in her mind. She couldn't understand why the price of this wine was so high. She felt that it didn't taste good at all and was even worse than Coke. However, she didn't dare to say it out loud. In fact, she didn't know that Gu Yang also felt that it didn't taste good and it would be better to drink snowflower instead. But Gu Yang didn't mind at all, because it was expensive. This smells like money. I can earn 60,000 just by opening this bottle of wine, so why would I need a bicycle? Chapter 19, Xiao Mengyuan's Collapse. Just as Gu Yang and Lin Yi were enjoying a romantic dinner, a distraught Xiao Mengyuan returned to the house she shared with her two best friends. She sat down on the sofa, feeling extremely depressed. Yuan, why are you back? Did you get off work so early today? Hearing the noise, her best friend Lu Tingting came out of the bedroom and asked in surprise. Xiao Mengyuan nodded listlessly. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Looking at Xiao Mengyuan, who seemed to have lost her soul, Lu Tingting asked in surprise. It's okay, I'm just a little tired. Oh, have you eaten yet? If not, we can eat together later. Lao Zhao ordered takeout for me. You know he always orders a lot. I can't finish it all by myself. Xiao Mengyuan also knew Lao Zhao, whom her best friend mentioned. He was Lu Tingting's boyfriend. He usually drove a Cayenne to school and was a rich second generation. Hearing this, Xiao Mengyuan's already bad mood became even worse. Just then the security door opened and a beautiful woman dressed fashionably walked in from outside. Seeing that Xiao Mengyuan and Lu Tingting were at home, she was stunned for a moment, and then came to them happily. Mengyuan, Tingting, you two are here. I have something to show you. Ding 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 ding. As she spoke, and Ling presented a brand new LV bag to the two of them like a show of affection. Seeing this, Lu Tingting's eyes suddenly lit up and said, let me see. This is the latest model. I saw it last time. It must be more than 30,000. Did your Lao Yang buy it for you? Sure, Lao Yang is very generous. Hearing this, and Ling nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of joy. Lao Yang is her boyfriend, a 30-year-old executive in a company. Although he is a little older, he cares about her very much. And Ling feels very satisfied to have found such a boyfriend. Seeing her two best friends enthusiastically discussing LV bags, Xiao Mengyuan suddenly felt more irritated than when she had her period. They are all poisonous. Standing up without saying a word, Xiao Mengyuan walked straight into her bedroom. After closing the door, she threw herself on the bed like a deflated balloon. At this moment, she suddenly wanted to cry. She has a very good relationship with her two best friends, otherwise they would not be able to share a house. She knew that Lu Tingting asked her to eat the takeaway ordered by her boyfriend simply because she didn't want her to go hungry. She knew that Ling showed off her new bag just to share her joy, not to show off. But even so, she felt as if a knife was stabbed into her heart. As the recognized campus beauty of the University of Finance and Economics, she is the most beautiful among the three. Wherever she was undoubtedly the absolute focus. The three of them have similar family conditions, so they can be said to be at the same starting line, but she has more advantages in terms of appearance, figure and temperament. But after 2 years of college, she became the worst among the three. She used to be full of pride and had a high opinion of herself. She treated boys as if they were nothing. Even though suitors came one after another, she never paid any attention to them. But as one of her best friends found a rich second-generation man and the other a company executive, their lives changed qualitatively and she realized that she was wrong. Unconsciously, her mentality changed. Deep inside she became filled with desire. If you want to go out, you can also be picked up by a luxury car without having to wait for the bus. I want to be able to have a good meal whenever I want without having to worry about the money. I long to have the latest mobile phone. I long to be able to wear brand name clothes, carry brand name bags, and use high-end cosmetics. Who doesn't want to live a quality life? But despite her efforts in part-time work, she still couldn't catch up with the quality of life of her two best friends. She found that no matter how hard she worked, it was not as good as finding a rich boyfriend. Gradually, she made up her mind to find a good boyfriend, a boyfriend who was better than the boyfriends of her two best friends. Unfortunately, she woke up too late. After 2 years of pride, the high-quality stocks around her were snatched away by others. Today, I finally found a high-quality stock that is better than Lu Tingting's boyfriend, but because I didn't recognize his talent, I ended up angering him. Unconsciously, she recalled the scene of Lin Yi getting into that cool supercar, and Xiao Mengyuan felt regretful. The person sitting in the passenger seat should have been her. After opening the door, Lu Tingting walked in quietly. Looking at Xiao Mengyuan, who was burying her head in the thin quilt, she couldn't help but sit next to her. Yuan, what happened to you? Did your relatives come to visit? But I remember your relatives just left last week. Are you sick? Hearing her best friend's caring words, Xia Mengyuan finally couldn't help it and broke down in her best friend's arms, unable to recover for a long time. It was not until Lu Tingting asked repeatedly that Xia Mengyuan finally told her experience of the day in a fragmentary manner. Lu Tingting was stunned when she heard that Gu Yang was driving a Lamborghini. She couldn't help but gasp. Are you sure that car is his? It's definitely his. Xia Mengyuan looked confident, thinking that Gu Yang's flirtatious driving movements were like dancing on a tightrope. Who would dare to drive like that if it wasn't their own car? Lu Tingting swallowed, her eyes filled with amazement. When it comes to sports cars, she understands the value of the Lamborghini better than Xia Mengyuan. Her boyfriend has always dreamed of buying a sports car, but he only dared to think about the Porsche 911 and the like. As for the tens of millions level supercars like Daniel, those are his ultimate dream. She is so young and she can drive a powerful car. She is far better than her boyfriend. He is definitely a super wealthy second generation from the upper class, and it is difficult for ordinary people to come into contact with such people. Lu Tingting even felt that Xia Mengyuan's luck was a little too good to be true. Why do you think he dresses so modestly? Otherwise I wouldn't have misunderstood him. Xia Mengyuan said in a daze and with deep regret. Maybe he's looking for true love as you think, or maybe he's just a rich guy with a bad taste and wants to try something new. Lu Tingting's eyes flickered, she couldn't figure it out, but unconsciously, she became excited. But no matter what, such a rich man is hard to find even with a lantern. Since I'm lucky enough to meet him, I must not miss this fate. Yuan, listen to me. Do whatever it takes to get his forgiveness and strive for further development. If you grasp this, maybe you can turn your life around in this life. You are so good, I believe there are few men who can resist you. You have a great chance, but you must not try to wait for a good price and lure others. Just think about it. If he parks his car on the street and just waves his hand, there will be a bunch of women rushing to sit in the passenger seat. I don't need to say how popular he is. He is not comparable to those licking dogs and spare tires. Lu Tingting sighed and said quietly, high-quality men are in great demand. Even Lao Zhao doesn't know how many little fairies are eyeing them. Don't think he's so nice to me, but I don't dare to act capriciously. I have to be on guard against the little goblins who might take advantage of me at all times. Young masters of that level are even more popular. Many women throw themselves at them, and you may not be able to get them even if you rush to grab them. So if you are attracted to him, don't be pretentious, don't act out, find a chance to admit your mistakes and ask for his forgiveness. If he is willing to give you a chance, it will be worth it. You know, if you can get on this big ship, you won't have to worry about anything in your life. Listening to her best friend's words silently, Xia Mengyuan knew it was very realistic, but she also knew that it was very true. Her mind was in a mess, and she couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Chapter 20, Girls' Thoughts. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours. At around 8 o'clock, Gu Yang and Lin Yi walked out of the palace banquet. The streets were bustling with people, and even though it was night, it still didn't seem deserted at all. Gu Yang suddenly remembered a lyric. The neon lights in the city are bright at night, lighting up the darkness but cannot drive away the loneliness. Midnight and day, constantly switching, all the happiness seems to have nothing to do with him, a poor loser. That was in the past. Now walking on the street, Gu Yang is no longer alone. The girl next to me is beautiful, sweet, and charming. The girl's skin is as white as jade under the light, and is faintly glowing, forming a beautiful and eye-catching sight in this bustling street. During the meal, she and Gu Yang drank half a bottle of red wine. It was obvious that although she couldn't drink, she still drank a certain amount. She was fine, walking steadily and sober, but her delicate face had turned red after drinking, and her big, watery eyes had a hint of coquettishness. At this moment, she was like a rosebud about to bloom, and Gu Yang couldn't help but look at her sideways. The girl who scored 95 points was so beautiful at this moment. Not only Gu Yang, but even the men passing by couldn't help but look back again and again, and one guy even accidentally bumped into a lamppost. Damn, these days flowers are all stuck in cow dung. The guy looked embarrassed and indignant, and couldn't help venting his emotions in a sour manner. The sound was not loud, but it fell into Gu Yang's ears. He stopped and felt funny for a moment. He used to be so helpless and could only envy others, but now he has become a person that others envy and hate. Gu Yang couldn't help but feel quite emotional for a moment. Lin Yi obviously heard what the man said. Seeing Gu Yang stop, she felt nervous and quickly pulled him forward. Brother, don't bother with him, that kind of person is really annoying. Brother is not the kind of person he says he is. Lin Yi clenched her hands tightly and spoke indignantly. She looked a little nervous, as if she was afraid that Gu Yang would get angry. The other party was just making an incompetent complaint, so Gu Yang naturally wouldn't take it to heart. Wouldn't that lower his own status? He was emotionally stable and stopped again. He was not affected by the man, but his heart was touched by the charming girl who was like a goddess beside him. Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but become more nervous, as if she was afraid that Gu Yang wouldn't believe her. She hurriedly said solemnly, "Really, brother, what I said is from my heart." At this moment, Lin Yi was filled with disgust towards the man who had just spoken without restraint. She thought that he should go see an ophthalmologist. Lin Yi looked up at Gu Yang's face, which became more and more handsome the more she looked at it. Her watery eyes actually revealed a hint of inferiority. "You are so blind, is this cow dung? Who has ever seen a cow dung that drives a multi-million supercar, eats in a high-end restaurant, and spends nearly 100,000 yuan on a meal without feeling sorry at all?" The more familiar Lin Yi became with Gu Yang, the more she felt that he was like a mountain that was too high to climb, and she could only stand at the bottom of the mountain and look up at him. She is self-aware. She knows that although she has some advantages in appearance, she is just a Cinderella after all. And he is clearly like a prince. For a Cinderella like me to be with him is simply marrying above my station. Although today, because of his favor, she was able to experience the life of a princess, but she did not get carried away. Lin Yi thought about it and said with great emotion, "I am so lucky to have met you, brother. I don't know why you dress so down to earth. But I have to thank you, because now I have the courage to stand in front of you, and I feel less pressure." Down to earth? In the past, Gu Yang would never have dared to imagine that one day, he, wearing all the goods from a cheap stall, would no longer be considered poor in the eyes of beautiful women, but would become a symbol of being down to earth. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. He was really poor before and had no choice, but now he is rich and he must change into high-end clothes tomorrow. He has no such evil taste as pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. If you are rich but still pretend to be poor to get looked down upon? Isn't that just because you have nothing better to do? Perhaps it was the influence of alcohol. The originally shy girl now seemed to let go of herself. Without giving Gu Yang a chance to interrupt, she opened her heart and said, "I understand. A young, handsome, and wealthy guy like you, brother Gu Yang, is like a prince charming. We are from completely different worlds. If I stand with you, I am out of my league. A Cinderella like me is not worthy of you at all." After she finished speaking, the breeze blew a strand of black hair on the girl's forehead. She bit her red lips, and her watery eyes couldn't help but become a little dim. Although they were so close, at this moment Lin Yi really felt that she was so insignificant and she was as far away from Gu Yang as a world away. The girl's inferiority complex was infinitely magnified after she drank some wine. "No, you're drunk?" Gu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He reached out and tucked the hair floating in front of Lin Yi's forehead behind her ears. Lin Yi bit her red lips, shook her head, and lowered her head like an ostrich. Before meeting Gu Yang, she had thought about finding a boyfriend, but she had no specific criteria in mind. Now that she knows Gu Yang, the image of her boyfriend has been completely crystallized in her mind. He was like a prince charming who had burst into reality. She admitted that she was moved. But when she thought of the gap between them, she was moved but couldn't help feeling inferior. She wanted to get closer but was afraid that she was being too sentimental. She was happy but worried that he looked down on her. At the age of 19, she experienced for the first time the coexistence of sweetness and bitterness. Bang! A not too serious head crash made Lin Yi tremble all over. She suddenly covered her smooth forehead and looked at Gu Yang in confusion. Gu Yang looked at the worried girl and said with a smile, "You're not drunk. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by worthy or unworthy? Don't belittle yourself. Do you know that in my eyes, there are only good girls and bad girls, not Cinderella and princess?" As Gu Yang spoke, he couldn't help but hug Lin Yi's soft and graceful waist. He could feel her delicate and firm skin through her thin clothes, and smelled her faint fragrance, which made him a little distracted. "Do you think I accept any girl? You are wrong. I only take the ones I like. You are the best girl in my eyes. As long as you behave yourself, I will ensure that you will be rich and worry-free for the rest of your life." The strong arms made Lin Yi's body stiffen suddenly. But when she heard Gu Yang's doting and domineering words, her mind suddenly rang, and her beautiful eyes widened instantly. At this moment, all negative emotions were swept away. Joy, excitement, and sweetness rapidly rose in her heart, and her body began to weaken uncontrollably. Linny, who felt like she was drowning, couldn't help but hug Gu Yang's neck, but then she was met with the man's doting eyes. Eyes met. Linny's heart was suddenly filled with excitement, her eyes were slightly red, and she looked dazed unconsciously. The girl in his arms had a rosy face and tender, moist red lips. Gu Yang's heart couldn't help but beat wildly, and he couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her. But when he was about to touch her, Linny, who still had a trace of rationality left, dodged it. She hugged Gu Yang's neck tightly and buried her head in his shoulder like a mimosa. Her pretty face was hot and her breathing became hot. Not on the street, okay? Linny said shyly, with a hint of pleading in her voice. For her who has never been in a relationship, hugging in public is already breaking the limit. If she were to kiss, she would feel too embarrassed. Hearing this, Gu Yang smiled bitterly, but knowing that she was shy, he understood and did not make things difficult for her. After hugging her for a while, and when he calmed down a little, Gu Yang let her go. He took her soft hand and continued walking to digest his food. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Linny couldn't stop glancing at Gu Yang's angular profile, feeling his silent love and respect. Her heart was beating fast and she felt sweet to the core. Very delicious. Is this what being in love feels like? After walking for a while, Linny thought of something and couldn't help but hug Gu Yang's arm. Brother, let's go to the movies. How can love be complete without a movie? The girl suggested with sparkling eyes and great interest. Gu Yang looked at the time and saw that it was still early, so he agreed. Chapter 21 Seniors and Juniors. Don't drink and drive. Gu Yang hailed a taxi and the two of them went to a high-end private cinema. Linny, with charming dimples on her pretty face, excitedly ordered a suspense horror movie. Gu Yang once again saw the unknown side of this innocent and sweet girl beneath her shy appearance. Aren't you afraid? Gu Yang laughed. Afraid? Linny shrank her neck, but her eyes were bright. Normally I wouldn't dare to watch it by myself, but today my brother is here, hee. Linny said, sticking out her tongue playfully, and snickered, Brother, you're not afraid too, are you? Hearing this, Gu Yang smiled indifferently. It's just a horror movie, would he be scared? As for me, brother, I'm not afraid of anything except being poor. The movie is really good, with a fascinating plot with twists and turns. As the plot unfolds, the two viewers are involuntarily immersed in it. Explosion points appeared one after another, and an atmosphere of terror filled the entire room. Dim lights, creepy music. A looming and terrifying shadow suddenly appeared. Linny's face suddenly changed, she screamed and hid in Gu Yang's arms. Gu Yang was also startled, not by the movie, but by Linny's scream. But for a moment, I couldn't help but feel a chill on my back. The girl in his arms clutched his clothes tightly, her face turned pale with fear, but even though she was trembling, she was still watching the movie bravely. She was the one who ordered the movie, and Gu Yang thought that even if she was scared, she wouldn't be that scared. Now it seems that I was overthinking it. This is really a typical case of being a novice but also a watcher. This scene made Gu Yang laugh and cry, but in this way, the little fear in his heart disappeared. After adjusting himself to a comfortable position, he hugged the girl who was like a tiny rabbit. Delicate, soft body. The faint fragrance of the girl still lingers in my nose. As a normal man, how can I have the mood to watch a movie? He couldn't help but feel restless. After a moment, the embrace filled with a sense of security became hotter and hotter, and Linny belatedly noticed that something was wrong with Gu Yang. She looked up and saw a faint smile on his face and a burning gaze. They looked at each other for a few moments, and the scene was suddenly charming. Linny's pretty face, which had turned pale from fear, couldn't help but turn red. She ducked and lowered her head, her heart pounding and her mind feeling empty. After a moment's silence, Linny, who was throbbing with excitement, bit her red lips. She seemed to muster up the courage, stretched out her tender arms and hooked them around Gu Yang's neck. Elder brother. She whispered something, her earlobes were dyed red, her eyelids were drooping, her eyes were wandering, and her long eyelashes were shaking. In a private space, two hearts were beating fast. The slightly scary atmosphere was instantly dispersed by the ambiguity. Gu Yang lowered his head and kissed her warm red lips. Linny's body trembled violently, and then she hugged Gu Yang's neck tightly with her arms, her body as soft as if all the bones were pulled out. The electric shock-like feeling made her whole body numb. This was her first kiss, which she had kept hidden for 19 years, but now she gave it to a man she had just met. At the beginning, she felt it was a bit unreal, like a dream. Full of shame and a little bit of cringe, but it was quickly replaced by a wonderful feeling. She seemed to have discovered a new world. There were ripples in my heart was beating violently, and my body was trembling slightly. At this moment, everything seemed to not exist, her clumsy responses and decadent demands. The beauty she had never experienced before prompted her to change from being passive to being active. The long kiss made the horror movie playing seem lonely. Half an hour later, Gu Yang and Lin Yi walked out of the private cinema. This half hour was so stimulating and uncomfortable for Gu Yang that it almost killed him. This high-end private cinema has a very clean environment and there are no cameras in the room, but who knows if there are any unscrupulous perverts who have installed pinholes in some hidden corner. Gu Yang had to brake frequently like a galloping wild horse. This kind of entertainment venue was too chaotic, so it was better to be careful. He didn't want to become the protagonist of a website tomorrow. It was already 11 o'clock, and there were few people on the street. Gu Yang looked at the girl who was keeping her head down and saying nothing, and smiled. "It's late. Where do you usually live?" Lin Yi kicked the ground with the tip of her shoe and whispered softly, "Live in school." Gu Yang nodded and asked without comment, "Shall I take you there?" Hearing this, Lin Yi trembled slightly and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "The dormitory door is locked." Hearing this, Gu Yang couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Okay. This girl's love is really worth it. I earned money, ate meals, and watched movies, but there was no talk of going home. So sensible. Then we can only stay in a hotel. Gu Yang touched the girl's hot face lovingly and couldn't help laughing out loud. Lin Yi dodged his hand with a blushing face, lowered her head and remained silent for a moment, then suddenly couldn't help but clenched her fist and punched Gu Yang on the chest. Bad guy, so bad. That thing is broken, but I'm not asking you to sleep on the street. Gu Yang grabbed her wrist and hugged the shy girl into his arms. While waiting for the bus, Gu Yang remembered something and asked with a smile, "By the way, I don't know which university you are attending?" Lin Yi, with a blushing face, leaned on Gu Yang's shoulder and said softly, "Magic City University." Hearing this, Gu Yang was surprised. What a coincidence! I didn't expect that we were alumni. I just graduated from Magic City University last year. It's fate. Lin Yi stood up straight, was in a daze for a moment, and then her eyes widened in surprise. Brother, are you serious? Gu Yang couldn't help but laugh and said, "Of course it's true, is there any need to lie to you? I'm telling you about someone you must know. Do you know Su Wanzhou?" I know. There are probably few people in Magic City University who don't know Teacher Su. Lin Yi looked happy and nodded repeatedly. In every class of students at Shanghai University, there may be one or two beautiful girls who are called school beauties. But when it comes to beautiful teachers, the first person people think of must be Su Wanzhou. She is recognized as the most beautiful teacher in the entire Magic City University, bar none, and no one has been able to replace her for many years. Thinking of Teacher Su, Gu Yang couldn't help but feel a little excited, and said with a smile, "Teacher Su is our instructor." Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help showing a bright smile on her face. "I didn't expect that my brother also went to Magic City University." As she spoke, Lin Yi stretched out her white and tender little hand and said with a playful smile, "Hello, senior, please give me some advice." "Hello, junior, there's nothing wrong with coming to you, senior, if you have any questions." Gu Yang shook the slender hand of the sweet girl with white stockings. "In the future, we must have in-depth discussions and more exchanges with each other." Lin Yi smiled foolishly and hugged Gu Yang's arm again. With the relationship as alumni, she suddenly felt so close to Gu Yang, and she couldn't stop feeling happy. Is Teacher Su okay? How many classes do I teach now? Gu Yang also felt that there were a lot more topics to talk about, and couldn't help but inquire about Su Wanzhou's news. When they were in school, Teacher Su was the dream goddess of all the boys in their class. Who can not like a beautiful teacher who is more charming than the school belle? Gu Yang is no exception. Lin Yi leaned on Gu Yang's shoulder, thought for a moment and said, "I heard that Teacher Su has resigned this year." Resigned? Hearing this, Gu Yang couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. The teacher is doing a good job, why would Su Wanzhou resign? Gu Yang knew that she was an only child and her family was in business. Did she go home to inherit the family business? Gu Yang was puzzled, but when the car arrived, he didn't have time to think about it anymore. The two got in the car and headed straight for the hotel. Chapter 22, The Arrogance of the Rich. The car stopped in front of the Ritz-Carlton, a famous five-star hotel in Pudong, and Gu Yang pulled Linny out of the car. Looking at the brightly lit and luxurious hotel, Linny's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Although based on Gu Yang's arrogant behavior, she had expected that he would not stay in an ordinary hotel. But seeing such a high-end hotel, she couldn't help but be amazed. Just by standing outside the door, she could feel the magnificent atmosphere coming towards her. Linny followed Gu Yang closely as she walked into the hotel. The luxury she saw made her heart beat fast. Before, she was full of nervousness and restrained when entering such high-end occasions, but now she is much better. It's nothing else, because her little head has been numbed by the excitement. Gu Yang calmly came to the front desk. Looking at the beautiful receptionist dressed exquisitely, he said calmly, "Are there any presidential suites left? I want one with a good view." "Yes, sir." The beautiful receptionist with good looks quickly bowed to Gu Yang and said. After saying that, she looked at Gu Yang, who was dressed in ordinary clothes, and her eyes were a little confused for a moment. But she still smiled and said politely, "Sir, our hotel's Riverview suite with the best view is 120,000 per night. Are you sure you want to stay?" Hearing what the beautiful receptionist said, Gu Yang's heart suddenly jumped. Damn it, it costs 120,000 yuan to stay there for one night. If Gu Yang had heard this price in the past, he would definitely say sorry for disturbing him and turn around and leave. "I work like a slave for the company all year and the money I earn is not even enough for a night's room." But at this moment, he couldn't help but get excited. 120,000 is good, 120,000 is great. There is no doubt that the quality of a suite like this is beyond reproach. Staying here for one night, not only can you enjoy a life of luxury, but you can also earn 120,000 yuan. This is such a great deal. Gu Yang didn't give any explanation and used Linny's ID card to book a room. It wasn't just 1 or 2 nights, but it lasted for a whole month. Given Gu Yang's current situation, it's not very realistic for him to buy a luxury house, but there's nothing wrong with living in a high-end hotel. He would never want to go back to that shabby rental house again. The hard days in the past could only be considered survival, but now they can be called living. I have to say, it feels really good to not have to worry about money and do whatever you want. In order to not appear too shocking, Gu Yang simply booked a room for a month in a low-key manner. But even so, this inhumane behavior still shocked the beautiful lady at the front desk. 1 month. That would cost 3.6 million. Oh my god, whose rich second generation is this? After working for a year, this is the first time that the front desk lady has received such a generous guest. She was a little flustered and afraid of neglecting Gu Yang, so she didn't rush to book a room for him but notified the manager on duty. At this moment, seeing that Gu Yang had reserved the presidential suite for a month, even Linny's heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by someone, and it began to beat wildly. It was also too shocking for her. An ordinary person may not be able to save more than 3 million even if he works hard all his life, but Gu Yang only used it to stay in a hotel for 1 month. This money is enough to buy a villa in the county where her hometown is. Oh my god, I actually met so many rich men, my luck is too good. After spending 100,000 yuan on a meal with Gu Yang, Linny felt that she had some understanding of the arrogance of rich people. But now she realized that she was just a frog in a well. She really felt more excited than a roller coaster. Staring up at Gu Yang in a daze, her watery eyes couldn't help but reveal a fascinated light. The housekeeping manager soon hurried over with a very pretty lady in professional attire. When he saw Gu Yang, he was like seeing his own father. He lowered himself very low, with a respectful smile on his face. This made Gu Yang truly feel like being a god. This manager was very capable. Not only did he open a high-level VIP membership for Gu Yang, he also gave him 2 bottles of red wine worth $200,000. But when it comes to the actual payment, the manager and the receptionist, including the beautiful lady in professional attire and Linny, were all stunned. The first time Gu Yang swiped his card, he only spent 200,000. But then, he used the same card to spend another 400,000. After swiping the brush, Gu Yang, with a calm face, casually reported another 800,000. Then, 1.6 million. Finally, I made up 600,000. Gu Yang's mysterious operation really left several people stunned. Although they don't understand why it is only one card, why do they have to swipe it several times? But the total of more than 3 million is real. Several people saw this and were filled with awe. It turns out that poverty limits my knowledge. I can't understand the world of rich people. I really can't understand it. Little did he know that Gu Yang was completely delighted at this moment. China Merchants Bank, the amount deposited into your account with the last number 5135 is 400,000, and the current balance is 413,495.46. China Merchants Bank, your account with the last number 5135 has received 1.6 million. China Merchants Bank, your account with the last number 5135 has received 3.2 million. Holy shit, this money comes so easily. Brother Tongzi, listen to me and thank you for warming the Four Seasons. Gu Yan secretly checked the incoming message on his phone and felt very happy. As expected, he is Brother Tongzi, simply amazing. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through 1 million in personal wealth and lighting up the label of life, millionaire. Ding, the tag is upgraded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 attribute points. Ding, the tag is upgraded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the master level driving skill. Ding, the tag has been upgraded. Congratulations to the host for winning 100 million in rewards. Damn, Brother Tongzi is so awesome. In just half a day, the life label achieved 2 consecutive jumps. Listening to the heavenly voice of the system, Gu Yang even wanted to kowtow to the system. He glanced at Linny, who was in a daze, and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. This is such a treasure girl, love love love. With the experience from last time, he distributed his attribute points evenly this time, determined to be a well-rounded man. Looking at the master-level driving skills, Gu Yang was full of surprise. Skills, like attribute points, are extremely precious and cannot be bought with money. But it seems that I have acquired this skill a little late. I almost made a fool of myself when driving a Lamborghini before. But it's good that I have it now. Why do I need a bicycle? Gu Yang chose the learning instruction, and instantly felt a warm current passing through his body. Suddenly he felt that he had acquired many more driving skills. I become a veteran driver in seconds. From now on, no matter what car you drive, even if you drive violently, you don't have to worry about rollovers. Family members, get in the car quickly. Seeing that there was a bounty reward of up to 100 million, Gu Yang's heart trembled with excitement, but he couldn't help but feel a little confused. The considerate Tongzi brother immediately gave an explanation. Ding, as the name implies, rewards can only be used for online virtual consumption, including rewards for anchors, novels, game consumption, etc. Hosts can also get double cashback for spending rewards. The source of cashback funds is reasonable and legal, but they cannot be cashed out in any form. After listening to Brother Tongzi's explanation, Gu Yan understood it all at once. You can get cash back by spending the online rewards awarded by the system. This money is like free money, it is really worth it. Isn't this just letting yourself experience the charm of being the top guy on the list? Gu Yan used to watch live broadcasts frequently, but he never consumed any content. Even if he saw a host he liked, he would just watch for free. He clearly understood that those beautiful anchors would never be cheap for a loser like him. They were the pets that only the big brothers on the internet could enjoy. When he thought about those beautiful anchors who had been exposed or were about to be exposed by the big brother, he lost interest in it. But now it's different. I have 100 million in bounties. Who on the list can be more arrogant than me? It's not a dream for the anchor to parachute in. After the swipe was completed, the room was checked in. The room manager held Gu Yang's card and respectfully handed it to him. Sir, please keep your card. Welcome to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. I hope you will be satisfied with our service. Gu Yang, who was slightly dazed, came to his senses. He took the card and nodded in a friendly manner. The manager quickly introduced the beautiful lady in professional attire who came with them. Mr. Gu, this is Xiao Tang, the private butler of the suite. She can help you with any problems you have during your stay. Personal butler? Hearing this, Gu Yang's attention shifted to the beautiful woman who had been standing quietly. Chapter 23, The Spring Wind is in High Spirit. The beautiful lady in professional attire stood there, her tall figure was elegant and straight. There was a very friendly smile on his face, which was like the warm sun in winter, warm but not dazzling. She was wearing a well-tailored slim-fitting suit. The pure black tone was calm and capable, and it perfectly outlined her curvy figure. The collar of the silk shirt she wore underneath was slightly open, revealing a small section of her white neck. A simple silver necklace adorned it, adding a touch of soft refinement to her look. The straight leg trousers she matched with had smooth and straight lines, flowing down from the high waist, perfectly modifying the lines of her legs and making her figure more upright and slender. She tied her long, shiny black hair into a bun, with a few strands of hair falling naturally on both sides of her cheeks, adding a touch of agility to her dignified and elegant image. Honestly, this is a stunning beauty. Gu Yang could see that she was very beautiful, and she was not inferior to the sweet girl Linny when standing next to her. However, she exudes a completely different mature aura. The orphan Gu Yang couldn't help but think of the word sister next door. Ding, a target with a satisfactory score has been detected. The host can get double cash back for spending on it. Name, Tang Jilan. Age, 26. Height, 170. Weight, 56. Rating, 91. Version 1. Gu Yang's heart skipped a beat after taking a quick look at the data detected by the system. TSK. A high score of 91. Sure enough, this big sister who can wear ordinary professional attire to look classy is definitely a goddess. In fact, it is really big, and the D-clan has no chance of escaping. Whether it is her dignified, elegant and intellectual temperament, or her tall, plump and sexy figure, she is eye-catching at first sight. She is the ceiling among young and mature ladies. The 26-year-old version is only one. To be honest, in this impetuous society full of temptations, she can be considered a high-quality woman. Good evening, sir and madam, welcome to the Ritz-Carlton. Seeing Gu Yang's scrutinizing gaze, Tang Jilan walked up to him gracefully and bowed respectfully. Then she smiled and said, I am your personal butler Tang Jilan. If you have any needs during your stay, you can contact me. I will serve you wholeheartedly 24 hours a day and hope to bring you a perfect stay experience. Seeing the sincere and humble attitude of the royal sister housekeeper, who could definitely make a group of men scream in the crowd, Gu Yang felt comfortable. It's really hard to be unhappy with the life of a rich person. Gu Yang, in a good mood, nodded and returned a gentle smile. Tang Jilan took the room card from the girl at the front desk, made a gesture of invitation to Gu Yang and Linny and said with a smile, I'll take you to the room. Seeing this, Gu Yang took Linny's hand, looked at the beautiful housekeeper and said approachably, Then I'll trouble you. Mr. Gu, it's my pleasure, you are so polite. Tang Jilan waved her hand and said flattered. Then he led the two of them to the exclusive elevator. Along the way, Tang Jilan skillfully introduced the hotel's various supporting facilities to Gu Yang. Chinese and Western restaurants, bars, banquet halls, executive lounges, infinity-heated swimming pools, gyms, spas, etc. There is professionalism in every word. Soon the three of them walked out of the elevator and arrived at the door of the top luxury suite on the 53rd floor. Tang Jilan opened the door and invited Gu Yang and Linny into the room. At this moment, even though they were prepared, their hearts were suddenly touched. Wherever you look, you can see high-end refinement, especially the dazzling and gorgeous night view through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, which further highlights the luxury of the room. Linny's beautiful eyes widened involuntarily in shock, and her little head felt dizzy. Looking at the scenes that she had only seen in domineering TV dramas before, she couldn't tell whether it was fantasy or reality. The professional and dedicated housekeeper Tang Jilan introduced the configuration of the suite to the two of them. The suite has a total area of more than 400 square meters and is fully equipped with a living room, dining room, study, master bedroom, second bedroom, dressing room, etc. There are also all kinds of leisure and entertainment facilities such as steam rooms, bathrooms, private cinemas, and mahjong tables. Luxurious everywhere. The bathroom alone, equipped with a multifunctional oversized bathtub, is larger than the rental house where Gu Yang lived before. At this moment, Gu Yang couldn't help but become secretly excited. The spring breeze is blowing, and the horses are galloping. I can see all the flowers in Chang'an in one day. For any ordinary person, a luxury suite that costs 120,000 yuan a night is probably a paradise that they may never be able to visit in their entire life. And now Gu Yang easily stood in a corner of the heavenly palace. I can now enjoy the luxurious life that I could never have dreamed of before. Gu Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart, it's fucking great to be rich. Mr. Gu, did you drink alcohol tonight? Do you need me to prepare some hangover soup for you? After touring the room, the three returned to the living room, and Tang Jilan smiled warmly. It seems that this beautiful housekeeper is really attentive. The smell of alcohol on me is already very light, but I didn't expect that she still noticed it. Gu Yang glanced at the time, shook his head and said with a smile, Don't bother, I didn't drink much anyway, just a bottle of water will be fine. Tang Jilan went to the refrigerator and got 2 bottles of Evian. She bowed slightly and smiled tactfully, it's getting late. If you don't have any other instructions, I won't disturb you two from resting. Gu Yang nodded, glanced at Linny, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The room has been booked, and he has no time to do anything else now. Tang Jilan respectfully handed over a business card and said with a smile, "Mr. Gu, if you have anything to do, you can contact me at any time through the guest room or the phone number on the business card. I will take my leave now." After saying that, Tang Jilan politely bowed to Gu Yang and Lin Yi, then left the room and closed the door for them. The room suddenly fell silent. Lin Yi suddenly felt a little at a loss and didn't know where to look. Unconsciously, she met Gu Yang's burning gaze, and in an instant, her pretty face turned red. Brother, I'm going to take a shower." Looking at the naughty smile on Gu Yang's lips, Lin Yi felt extremely shy. Her heart was beating like a deer's, she stammered something and ran into the bathroom like a little rabbit. Gu Yang couldn't help but smile upon seeing this, and he took a few sips of water as he felt restless inside. Knowing that the T0 girl was really shy, Gu Yang didn't get too impatient so as not to make things worse. He had plenty of patience. Taking advantage of his free time, he focused on the system. Gu Yang knows that girls are important, but making money is more important. Money is a man's courage. As long as you have money, you can be with anyone. Why do you need to worry about not having girls? Brother Tonzi, what are the conditions for lighting up the next level of life label? Ding, the host's personal wealth has exceeded 10 million, and the next level label can be lit up. Hearing this, Gu Yang exclaimed in his heart, "What a guy!" This lighting condition directly jumps to the tens of millions level. It is worthy of being called the godly rich system, it is so arrogant. 10 million in deposits. If there wasn't this system, Gu Yang felt that he might not be able to save so much money in his entire life. However, now that he has seen the power of the system, he is not panicked at all, although his current savings are only more than 3.6 million, which is still a long way from 10 million. But he believed it was only a matter of time. He has begun to look forward to the rewards of the next level of tags, which will surely be even more generous. About half an hour later, Lin Yi, wrapped in a bathrobe, returned to the living room somewhat awkwardly. At this moment, her soft black hair fell on her shoulders, like a lotus in clear water, making her look even more pure and sweet. Her skin was as tender as a peeled hard-boiled egg. Seeing this scene, Gu Yang, who had never eaten good cabbage, couldn't help but feel his heart beating wildly. He couldn't help but walk in front of her and gently lifted the girl's delicate chin. Lin Yi bit her red lips slightly, and the blush on her face spread visibly to her ears. She avoided his gaze and did not dare to look directly at Gu Yang. It can be seen that she was full of nervousness and embarrassment, but even so, she did not hide from Gu Yang, but just said shyly, "Brother, you should also go take a shower." Hearing this, Gu Yang smiled knowingly, pinched Lin Yi's hot face lovingly, and walked towards the bathroom. Although beauty is intoxicating, everyone needs to pay attention to hygiene. Chapter 24, People Get Drunk. After taking a shower, Gu Yang saw Lin Yi standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought. "What are you looking at?" Gu Yang walked over gently and embraced the beautiful girl from behind. Lin Yi's body trembled for a moment, but then she became weak all over, and couldn't help but lean softly into Gu Yang's arms. At this moment, her beautiful, watery eyes were filled with intoxication. She had drunk half a bottle of red wine before and was conscious, but now looking at the gorgeous night view outside the window, she felt drunk. Totally drunk. The magnificent Oriental Pearl Tower seemed to be right before our eyes, and the neon-lit bund was dazzling. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down from a high vantage point, it seems as if the Huangpu River flowing eastward is under your feet. All of this was so shocking that it shook the girl's heart. "Brother, it's so beautiful here," Lin Yi murmured like in a dream. Gu Yang sniffed the fragrance of the girl's black hair and chuckled. Gu Yang was also quite shocked by the night scene in front of him, but he was much more indifferent than Lin Yi. "After all, no matter how beautiful it is not difficult for me to get in touch with it. I can sit and watch it if I want to, or lie down and watch it if I want to. I have to say, it feels really good." Compared to the beautiful scenery outside the window, he still felt that the girl in his arms was more attractive at this moment. "This night view is quite beautiful, do you like it?" Lin Yi nodded heavily. This extreme prosperity of the world really opened her eyes. How could a woman not like the life of the upper class? Before, the multi-million-dollar supercar and gourmet meal had already satisfied her little vanity to an unprecedented degree. At this moment, the magnificent top suite, the stunning night view, and the beautiful lady just now, but the sincere and humble service. It made her feel dizzy and intoxicated. Of course, what made it most difficult for her to control herself was the love from Wu Guiyang. In this situation, Lin Yi's heart was beating faster than ever before. She bit her red lips, and crazy emotions rose up in her heart uncontrollably. Turning around, she looked up at Gu Yang with her intoxicated eyes boldly, without any shyness, timidity, or reserve. At this moment, all the madness in my heart was forgotten. Brother, thank you for being so nice to me. She was just a Cinderella, but she was favored by him. Looking at Gu Yang's handsome face, which she found more and more pleasing to the eye, Lin Yi expressed her true feelings. As she said that, she couldn't help but stretch out her arms and hug Gu Yang's neck tightly. Thinking of the kiss in the private cinema that seemed to open the door to a new world, Lin Yi's heart began to beat wildly. In such a short time, she found herself beginning to miss that unforgettable, wonderful taste. Without worrying about whether it was too frivolous, Lin Yi followed her heart and couldn't help but stand on tiptoe, kissing Gu Yang suddenly with a trembling voice. The girl's sudden wildness and passion made Gu Yang stunned for a moment, feeling and responding. His love for her grew even stronger. How can a man not like such a sweet girl? After a long time, Lin Yi stood up straight and breathed in deep gulps of air. Her eyes were blurred, and her delicate face was covered with a breathtaking blush, which formed an extreme contrast with her previous pure and sweet appearance. Seeing this, Gu Yang's heart couldn't help but pounding. But what made him even more excited was that she took off the rubber band on her wrist and tied her hair, which was a bit in the way, into a ponytail again. Brother. Lin Yi let out a soft cry and couldn't help but hug Gu Yang's neck again. She took the initiative to stick close to him. She stood on tiptoe, greedily asking for it. For the first time in 19 years, she realized that the thing she avoided looking at every time she saw it on TV was so addictive. The wonderful taste was so addictive that she lost herself in everything. This innocent and sweet girl who played billiards with a violent cue and watched horror movies really made Gu Yang feel the unknown madness from deep inside her heart. His already limited sanity collapsed. At this moment, Gu Yang couldn't help but think of a sentence that those domineering CEOs often say, "Woman, you are playing with fire." Okay, is that right? Then he won to be polite. He is not someone who is willing to be passive. Gu Yang no longer endured and turned the passive situation into active one. The luxurious room, the lost night, and her being awkward yet strong. The emptiness of the night is filled with warmth. In a building near the University of Finance and Economics, Xia Mengyuan woke up early at dawn. She took out her cell phone and checked the time. It was only a little after 6 o'clock. She rubbed her eyes in distress. Although it was still early, she no longer felt sleepy. He stared at the ceiling blankly as if he had lost his soul, with swollen circles under his eyes. In fact, she didn't sleep for long at all. I tossed and turned and had trouble falling asleep at first. Although I fell into a sleep in the end, it was a very shallow sleep. I also had dreams repeatedly and woke up several times. Distress, regret, and internal friction formed a tangled mess in her heart that could not be shaken off. Xia Mengyuan, who has many men around her, was so distracted by a man for the first time, especially a man she had just met. Thinking about Gu Yang's arrogant behavior yesterday, Xia Mengyuan felt more and more bitter. It would be fine if I didn't know such a good man. If I did, there would be some possibilities, but I messed up. She had been waiting for a long time before she met the man of her dreams. It was a great opportunity, but she didn't seize it. Just miss each other like this? Just pretend we never knew each other? How could she accept this? If she could be so carefree, she wouldn't be struggling all night. After staring at the ceiling for a long while, Xia Mengyuan bit her red lips and suddenly picked up the phone. I can't be depressed anymore. My best friend is right. High-quality men are in high demand. If you miss the opportunity, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Xia Mengyuan turned on her phone and found Gu Yang's green bubble. She secretly made up her mind to seek his forgiveness by any means, so as to gain the opportunity for further contact. Xia Mengyuan used both hands to quickly type a bunch of words in the chat box. However, after typing it, she checked it again and felt that the meaning was not enough, so she deleted it again. She stared at her phone blankly, feeling conflicted. She usually just said him when chatting with others, without checking her phone or waiting until she was in a good mood to reply. This was the first time she felt so nervous and anxious about sending a message. Gu Yang woke up quite early. He was awakened by a sound. He opened his eyes in a daze and saw Lin Yi walking out of the bathroom with a staggering gait. At this moment, she was dressed neatly and looked well-groomed. Gu Yang was stunned for a moment. He picked up his phone and took a look. It was not even 7 o'clock yet. He was confused and asked in surprise, Why are you up so early? Hearing this, Linny shuddered involuntarily, seeming to be very nervous. She lowered her head and her pretty face quickly turned red. Brother, I have to go back to school. I have to go to school early today. 8 in the morning? It's already this time, and you're still thinking about going to the morning office. Gu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you healthy enough? Don't go, just take a leave. It's okay. It's not good not to go. Linny shook her head repeatedly, her eyes evasive. She was too shy to even look at Gu Yang. I'm sorry, brother. I can't accompany you anymore. You should rest. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Linny turned around and walked out, as if running away. Seeing this, Gu Yang's eyes widened. He woke up and found that he was completely different from last night. No, we were honest with each other, so why are we not as open as we were last night? Although Gu Yang was a little speechless, he was in a good mood at the moment. He used to be a poor guy, but he heard some sobering words from the world. When a man is incapable, he should not waste his time and money on women. All you give is just to help others support their wives. You have to work hard and improve yourself. When you become successful, you can find a young and sensible girl. Wouldn't that be great? Gu Yang deeply agreed with this, and this was also what he regarded as his lifelong pursuit. Who would have thought that he is only 23 years old and has already achieved his dream? TSK. A 19-year-old girl in her prime, well, is indeed very well behaved, sensible and cute. Chapter 25, Get Out of Here. Linny endured the discomfort and walked out of the hotel. After hailing a taxi and getting in, she let out a long sigh, and her frown relaxed a little. In the back seat of the taxi, Linny, who felt like her whole body was about to fall apart, leaned against the window, watching the hotel getting farther and farther away, and couldn't help but look dazed. The experience of growing up was still lingering in her mind, making her fair cheeks flushed and even her earlobes felt hot. She actually didn't have to go to the morning class, but the reason she insisted on leaving was because she didn't know how to face Gu Yang now. They had a relationship beyond friendship right after they met, which was really too much for her. How could she do that? It must be because of the drinking, yes, it must be. In my mind, when I think about how proactive I was last night, how frivolous I was, and even how passionate I was, Linny really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She knocked her head, her eyelids drooped, her long eyelashes trembled, her beautiful eyes were full of shyness, and her timid appearance made me feel pity for her. That definitely wasn't teeny last night. How could I be so wild and crazy? Enduring the pain of her body being torn apart, Linny changed her posture and buried her head in her arms. She almost dug out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. Since she was a child, she has always been labeled as a good girl. The most rebellious thing I have ever done is not wearing long johns. The most outrageous thing is that I have entered the teaching assistant industry. But now, she gave herself to a man she had just met for less than a day, and she was so proactive. After waking up, she felt really ashamed. Linny actually had no regrets at all about giving herself to him, and even felt that she was very lucky at one point. She just felt that things were developing too fast, and she was filled with anxiety, not knowing what Gu Yang would think of her. A high-quality man like Gu Yang who drives a luxury car, stays in a luxury hotel, spends 100,000 yuan on a meal, and is still young, is the perfect candidate for a significant other no matter how you look at it. But she is afraid. I was afraid that he would think of me as a shameless, dissolute, and bad girl. The girl's initial developing mind is sweet, sensitive, fragile, and complicated like a tangled mess. After a long time, Linny, who was extremely conflicted, took out her cell phone, bit her red lips, and finally couldn't help but send a message. In the hotel, Gu Yang, who was feeling both amused and helpless, was almost falling asleep after taking a nap. When he heard the notification tone of a green bubble message, he turned on his phone. Brother, do you think I'm that kind of casual girl? Looking at the message sent by Linny, Gu Yang was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Rolling eyes, you left me alone and ran so fast, just for this? Linny, shy. Thinking about how Linny was clumsy but crazy last night, but ran as fast as a rabbit when she woke up, Gu Yang was really speechless. A real T0 girl. Gu Yang naturally wouldn't think that she was that kind of casual woman. Last night I not only painted plum blossoms, but also 2 water system paintings. Gu Yang couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. A girl like this deserves a reward. After clicking on the transfer button, Gu Yang transferred 100,000 yuan. In the taxi, Linny, feeling uneasy, looked at the 100,000 yuan that suddenly came to her and straightened up in shock. The drastic movement made her, who was feeling unwell, gasp. But she no longer had time to care about these things. She was anxious and quickly replied to the message. Brother, you misunderstood. I'm not asking you for money, really, you have to believe me. Tears, tears, tears. At this moment, Linny felt that the phone was extremely hot, and her beautiful eyes were instantly filled with mist. In front of Gu Yang, she was like Cinderella and had an inferiority complex deep down in her heart. She was originally afraid that he would treat her as a casual person. Now it's good, there will probably be more greed later. She really doesn't want money. Linny is about to cry. Knocking, what are you thinking about? What's wrong with me transferring some money to my woman? Don't worry, I'm transferring the money to you so that you can take care of your body. Eat more nutritious food these few days. Your man is not Huang Shurun. It hurts to see you walking. Get well soon. Kiss. Linny looked at the message sent by Gu Yang with tears in her eyes. Her pretty face quickly turned red, but her sensitive heart couldn't help but feel a touch of joy. You man. Yes, from now on he is his man. Although these 3 words made Linny feel shy, her heart felt as sweet as honey. After hesitating for a moment, she shyly accepted the transfer. Thank you, brother. That's not what you called me last night. Looking at the phone, Linny felt her face burning. Thank you, hubby. Blushing. Hug, pay more attention to rest and get well soon. Your husband will come to see you when he has time. Linny bit her red lips lightly. Well, bad husband, I love you. Linny suddenly regretted leaving the hotel impulsively. At this moment, she really wanted to snuggle into Gu Yang's warm embrace. After sending this message, Linny put away her phone and didn't dare to chat anymore. She was afraid that she would not be able to control herself and return to the hotel. The 2 violent storms last night made her feel like she was flying into the sky, but her body was completely ruined. If she went back, she was afraid that she would really fall apart. China Merchants Bank, your account with the last number 5135 has received 200,000 yuan. In the hotel, Gu Yang, lying on a large imported high-end bed, looked at the text message of money arrival sent by the bank, and couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips. My dears, do you think I am as happy as you imagine? No, you can't even imagine the joy I feel by earning $100,000 before I even get out of bed. After having fun for a while, seeing that Linny no longer sent messages, Gu Yang threw his phone aside and prepared to take a nap. Feeling grumpy when waking up? No way, I must sleep until I'm no longer angry before getting up today. However, just as he closed his eyes, the green bubble reminder sound rang again. Gu Yang turned on his cell phone and his brows instantly frowned slightly. Brother, I'm Xia Mengyuan. It was all my fault for what happened yesterday. I sincerely apologize to you. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have tested my brother. After reflecting on it all night, I really know I was wrong. Will you forgive me? Brother, please calm down and forgive me. As long as you forgive me, I'm willing to do anything, okay, brother? The car hit the wall, so I knew I had to turn. The snot is flowing into my mouth, I know I should shake it off. Bad habit, too late. Gu Yang took a look and threw the phone aside again. He didn't even bother to reply a word. To be honest, Xia Mengyuan, who has a high score of 93 and is also the T0 of this version, has a hot and tall body, a pure and sexy look, and is truly a top beauty. It's just that Gu Yang is very disgusted by her clever and scheming nature. This bad habit must be cured. You want me to forgive you with just 2 simple sentences? You are so worthless. Stay where it's cool and reflect on yourself. I'll talk about it when I feel your sincerity and feel better. They say beauty fades easily, and it's hard to find a wife. Now Gu Yang realized that it was all because of too little money. Wealth can make a young boy chase an aunt and a young girl fall in love with an uncle. There is no doubt that in this era, greenhouses can mess up the seasons and money can mess up age. The rich get married, but the poor can only watch. As long as an uncle is rich enough, 18-year-old girls can flock to him. What is he afraid of at such a young age? Now my life is very successful. It is easier to make money than to rob a bank. I don't have to worry about money in my life. Enjoy the present moment and live life to the fullest. Gu Yang doesn't mind women getting close to him for money, nor does he mind spending some money on his women. But anyone who wants to treat him as a fish or test him is really naive. If she obeys, he can give her great wealth. Not behaving well? Get the hell out of here. Chapter 26, The Stupid Manager. With money in his card, he is not worried. Gu Yang, who is rich and willful, has even cured his sleep anxiety. He worked out very late last night. In fact, he didn't get enough sleep for 5 hours in total. He fell asleep quickly after taking a nap. It felt like I hadn't slept for long when the phone rang like a death sentence. Gu Yang felt terrible. He answered the call with sleepy eyes and unhappily. Gu Yang, what time is it? Look at the time. Where the hell have you been? Why haven't you come to the company yet? You've become more capable, right? I don't care what you are doing. You have 20 minutes to come to the company, otherwise you will be treated as absent from work. As soon as the phone was connected, a roar like gunpowder sounded, making Gu Yang's ears buzz and waking him up instantly. The guy who was barking is Li Donghai, the manager of the company's planning department, nicknamed Li Baopi. Gu Yang glanced at his phone and saw that the time was almost 10 o'clock. He was obviously late for work. Realizing that he was still a slave in the company, Gu Yang sat up reflexively. However, looking at the high-end luxurious bedroom, he immediately reacted. Damn, my life is so good that I can earn a year's salary just by having a meal with a beautiful woman. Who would want to be my grandson? Go to work. It's impossible for me to go to work again in this life. Fuck you, Li Donghai, you are such a nobody, how dare you talk to me like that? You are just a lousy manager and you think you are a big shot, you idiot. Gu Yang confronted him without hesitation. At this moment, he is much more confident than Yu Huanshui. You. Li Donghai never expected that the little employee in the company who had always worked hard and never complained would one day become more arrogant and domineering than him. This made it difficult for him to adapt all of a sudden, and he was speechless for a moment. After a while, he recovered and said in a timid tone, Gu Yang, what's wrong with you? How can you talk to your boss like that? Do you want to quit? I tell you, believe it or not, I will fire you right away. Gu Yang, who was feeling unhappy, laughed when he heard this. Lu Donghai, don't tell me. I'm telling you, don't even think about being arrogant in front of me, even if you're just a lousy manager or the company's CEO. Get the hell out of here. I don't want to do this job anymore. Li Donghai was speechless again, his face flushed and his eyes widened. For a moment he felt like he was dreaming, and couldn't tell whether he was still asleep or the other person was still asleep. I'm just one of the company's minions, how could he have the courage to talk to me like that? Did Fish Liang go to his house? Li Donghai's chest was heaving with anger, but his tone no longer had the arrogance he had before. You. Gu Yang, you should think about it carefully. The company can still function without you, but if you leave the company, it may not be easy to find a job. Do you know how many companies are laying off employees now? Although our company is not the best, we still receive countless resumes every day. The company can give you a salary and a platform to display your talents. Don't you know how to be grateful? There are so many people who want to come here. I'm grateful to your sister. Listening to Li Donghai's high-sounding words, Gu Yang was furious. Li Donghai, are you mentally ill? I'm done with my job, and you still want to play the PUA game in the workplace? So the company is the boss, the leader is the boss, and the employees are the grandchildren? Damn, the work is done by the laborers, and the achievements are all yours, right? Without the hard work of the grassroots employees, I wonder how you can survive. Stop talking nonsense and get out of here. Listening to Gu Yang's words, Li Donghai was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. This was simply going against the will of heaven. Gu Yang, why don't you understand what I'm saying? Well, even if you quit, you still have to finish the case of Shinron Company. Don't forget that you still have a salary. Do you believe that I can make sure you don't get a penny? It was just a small salary, and with Gu Yang's current wealth, he didn't want to argue about it, but after hearing what he said, he refused to do it. Damn it, you were exploited when you were a beast of burden, and now you want to threaten me? Not a penny of my hard-earned money can be lost, and no matter how thin my legs are, I can't let these damn capitalists get away with it. Gu Yang sneered and said, then do you believe that if I don't do it today, I can take over Shinrong's project tomorrow? I have plenty of time now. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Gu Yang's words made Li Donghai's face turn pale and his expression instantly became serious. Li Donghai was not sure whether Gu Yang could steal Shinron Company, but if Gu Yang wanted to ruin the cooperation, Li Donghai felt that there was a high probability of it happening. He still clearly remembers that when they first started working together, the old employees took turns trying to satisfy the customer but were unable to do so. When the business was about to fail, it was the proposal of the new employee Gu Yang that impressed the client, and he has been the one doing the liaisons ever since. This is also the reason why Gu Yang became an outstanding employee just 1 year after joining the company. Just by serving this customer, he brought the company more than 3 million in sales. Although Li Donghe is a manager, he doesn't dare to use this as a test. The key point is that for an employee, losing a big customer is totally not worth the loss. He can still clearly distinguish between the important and the unimportant. Thinking of this, Li Donghai's tone softened completely. Gu Yang, what do you want? It's okay if you come to work now and you are not counted as late, right? Gu Yang laughed. Ha, Manager Li, where is your rebellious spirit just now? It's really bad, but I think too much. I said I'm not going to do it anymore. Do you think I'm joking? You, Xiao Yang, even if you want to resign, you still have to go through the process. Besides, the company has been very kind to you, so you have to finish Xin Rong's case before you leave. You want the process, right? Okay, I'll send you my resignation letter right away. No, what about Xinrong's case? Gu Yang smiled and said, that depends on your sincerity. After saying that, Gu Yang hung up the phone without hesitation, then wrote a letter of resignation and sent it to Li Donghai's email. The content of the resignation letter was very simple, just one sentence: I quit. After doing all this, Gu Yang just felt refreshed all over. He had had enough of working like a cow or a horse. Thinking about the idiot manager who was usually so arrogant and bossy, and being scolded like a grandson by him, Gu Yang's smile was harder to suppress than AK. You are a bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Bah, you are nothing. However, after this commotion, Gu Yang lost his sleepiness. He got up and took a shower. When he sat down on the edge of the bed and turned on his mobile phone, he saw that the company had sent him his salary. Wow, this efficiency is really high. No need to think that the dog manager is really scared and afraid that he will trip him up. Gu Yang took a look and Li Donghai called right after that. Hey, Xiao Yang, did you receive your salary? I worked so hard to get it for you. Come over here and help with Xinrong's case, okay? Gu Yang, Li Donghai, do you have a lot of tomato novels in your head? I've already resigned, and you're still working on your sister's plan. Upon hearing this, Li Donghai immediately became anxious. Gu Yang, didn't you just agree? How can you go back on your word? You heard my agreement with that ear, and you are getting old and confused. Haven't you always boasted that team leader Wang is very capable and is your right-hand man? Let him do it. The client wants it tomorrow, and the time is so tight, how can he make it? Li Donghe currently just wants to resolve this difficult matter. As for the future, there is still time and he can make long-term plans. But Gu Yang is not buying into his tricks now. If you can't finish it during the day, then do it at night. If you can't finish it at night, then do it all night long. It's none of my business anyway, so don't bother me anymore. Chapter 27: Personal Customization. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yang put Li Donghai on the blacklist. Gu Yang felt refreshed after completely bidding farewell to his life as a slave and starting a life of freedom. Today he wants to make a break with his past self. Picking up the phone, Gu Yang called the royal sister housekeeper from last night, and Tang Jilan came over in less than half a minute. Today she is still wearing a professional suit, mature and dignified, intellectual and capable, which is pleasing to the eye. An old man said that he saw girls every day, not for anything else, just to feel happy. At this moment, Gu Yang truly felt the old man's fun. I have to say, when you become carefree, and then see this goddess with a score of over 91 coming in front of you waiting for your orders, it's hard not to feel happy. Seeing Gu Yang, Tang Jilan took 2 quick steps and came in front of him. She put her legs together, bent slightly, and a charming smile appeared on her face. Good morning, Mr. Gu. Hello, sit down and talk. Gu Yang, leaning on the sofa, smiled casually. Looking at the housekeeper's long legs, which are round, straight, and put together without any gap, I feel that it would be a bit of a waste if she doesn't wear black stockings. After all, mature ladies in black stockings are a better match. It's okay, Mr. Gu, you're too polite. Just tell me if you need anything. Tang Jilan said respectfully that the guests could not care, but she would not easily cross the rules. Looking at this professional and beautiful housekeeper, Gu Yang smiled and said nothing more. Please arrange for someone to come and clean the bedroom. Okay, Mr. Gu, is it convenient now? Is Ms. Lin up? Not seeing Lin Yi, Tang Jilan asked in surprise. she left a long time ago. Hearing this, Tang Jilan was stunned for a moment, but did not ask any more questions. It is a taboo for a private butler to pry into the privacy of guests. Gu Yang continued, by the way, your hotel should have a driver, right? Yes, Mr. Gu, are you going to travel? I will prepare a car for you right away. The room rate of the top luxury suite is 120,000 yuan, and it is not only equipped with a private butler, but also a driver and a chef. Whenever necessary, you can enjoy a Rolls-Royce car to pick you up when you go out. It is the ultimate luxury experience. The high price is justified. Gu Yang shook his head, took out the car keys and said, I don't need it for now. I drank last night and my car is at Gongyan's place. Find someone to drive it over to me. Okay, don't worry, I will do it. Tang Jilan took the key with both hands. She recognized the logo on the key at a glance and her expression suddenly became cautious. Lamborghini. Even though she is a gold medal housekeeper and has seen many luxury cars of the rich, she rarely comes into contact with sports cars like Lamborghini, so she can't help but pay attention to it. Tang Jilan's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but secretly glance at Gu Yang again, thinking that he was indeed a super rich man who could book a presidential suite for a whole month at a time. It's so inhumane. Normally, very few people can afford to stay in a top luxury suite that costs 120,000 renminbi per night for a week, and those who can easily stay in it for a month like Gu Yang are even rarer. At least it was the first time for Tang Jilan to encounter this. Although she appeared normal last night, she was so shocked that she almost couldn't sleep after returning to the dormitory. Mr. Gu, do you have any other instructions? Tang Jilan asked more respectfully. Gu Yang nodded and said with a smile, these are not the main points. I asked you to come here mainly to ask you to help me with clothes. Now I have nothing to wear and I want to buy some clothes. As a man, the most troublesome thing is buying clothes. It is my honor to serve Mr. Gu. After hearing what Gu Yang said, Tang Jilan's eyes couldn't help but light up. As a housekeeper, she is responsible for providing services such as food, clothing, housing and transportation, which is nothing wrong. What's more, women are naturally more interested in clothes. Tang Jilan said excitedly, the IFC mall downstairs has all kinds of world-class flagship stores. Gu Yang, what brand of clothing do you like? Gu Yang smiled and asked, what suggestions do you have? As one of the top 10 shopping destinations in Shanghai, Gu Yang certainly knew that the IFC had a wide range of luxury brands, but there were just too many of them and he didn't know how to choose. He used to feel bad when buying a Li Ning, as he had just become rich and didn't know much about these luxury goods. Besides, he didn't know much about dressing, so he asked her. Now that he is rich, he must treat himself better and improve his taste. He doesn't want people to think of him as a country bumpkin. Hearing this, Tang Jilan couldn't help but feel a little nervous. In her opinion, this was obviously a test of her ability by Gu Yang. But she quickly adjusted herself to the reality that working in this industry not only requires a strong sense of service, but also, more importantly, professional knowledge reserves. As a gold medal housekeeper, Tang Jilan is not a vase who relies on her looks to get ahead. She has attended a regular school and her performance in all aspects is outstanding among all the housekeepers. Looking at Gu Yang carefully, Tang Jilan's pretty face couldn't help but blush. After a moment's silence, she smiled sincerely and said, Mr. Gu, with your own conditions, I believe you can handle any brand of clothes well. Thinking of Gu Yang Wang's extravagant style of spending more than 3 million just to stay in a hotel, Tang Jilan was secretly shocked. After a pause, she continued, however, although the popular clothing in those flagship stores is a big brand, it is still not worthy of your status. I think only custom-made clothes are more suitable for you. Gu Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this, and said with a smile, go on, keep talking. Seeing that Gu Yang was interested, Tang Jilan felt very happy as it was undoubtedly an affirmation of herself. Private customization not only allows you to choose higher-end and higher-quality fabrics, but also allows you to tailor it to your needs, making it unique and highlighting your status and temperament. Many luxury brands have custom-made services. I have their phone numbers here. If you need me, I can contact you and provide door-to-door service. Although she is just a housekeeper in the hotel, Tang Jilan has access to many resources that ordinary people cannot access in terms of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Of course, if Mr. Gu feels that those luxury brands are not high-end enough, I still have the phone numbers of 2 private studios. Both designers have won international awards and are now very famous. Their handmade clothing is more low-key and luxurious, and is very popular among celebrities. Listening to Tang Jilan's words, Gu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Naturally, the higher the level, the better. Choose a private studio and ask if they have ready-made clothes to deal with first, and then order 2 more. Hearing this, Tang Jilan nodded happily. Although she didn't understand why Gu Yang wore such obviously cheap clothes yesterday, it now seemed that he still had good taste. Okay, Mr. Gu, I'll arrange it for you right away. What style of clothing do you usually like? Wearing formal clothes to work and casual clothes when not at work would have no style at all. Gu Yang simply threw this headache problem to Tang Jilan. Gu Yang waved his hand and said with a smile, "This task is handed over to you. You can dress in whatever style you think suits me." Tang Jilan felt great trust from Gu Yang's words. This made her feel honored, and her heart beat violently for a moment. Even though she is usually mature and steady, Tang Jilan couldn't help but get a little excited at this moment. "Thank you for your trust, Mr. Gu. I will definitely not let you down." Chapter 28 Meticulous Service. Gu Yang, who had been poor for more than 20 years, enjoyed the feeling of being a master for the first time. Tang Jilan quickly arranged what he had asked her to do, and then she went back to the suite. He was so conscientious that he personally cleaned Gu Yang's bedroom. When she was changing the bed sheets, she saw the plum blossom pattern and the marks around it. She was stunned for a moment, and then her pretty face started to heat up slightly. Judging from the traces at the scene, we can fully imagine the intensity of last night. Even though she had extremely high professional qualities, as a woman, Tang Jilan couldn't help but think about some gossips, and her legs unconsciously tightened a little. A strange feeling unconsciously arose in my heart, which had been silent for many years. She also met the girl from last night. She was in the prime of her life, with a face as beautiful as a flower. Even she felt a little envious when she saw her. I'm afraid only a girl like this is worthy of a man as good as Mr. Gu. You should be very happy to give your most precious thing to such a man. It would be fine if she didn't think about it, but when she thought about it, Tang Jilan couldn't help but feel a little ashamed, and then her heart became a little sad. As a woman herself, she sees it very clearly. To be honest, a man as heroic and young as Gu Yang is really hard to come by. She didn't know that he came from a super wealthy family, but since he could spend money like water at such a young age, his family background was obviously very rich. A woman is so lucky to hold such a man, it's worth her whole life. Flying onto the tree and turning into a phoenix is not a dream. A high-quality rich second generation is undoubtedly the best choice of partner for a woman. The key point is that Gu Yang is not only rich, but also has a good personality and is very good at dealing with people. This is extremely rare, and he is one in a million even among the rich second generations. As a top housekeeper, she has received many wealthy people from the upper class, including many young rich second generations. They are either arrogant or unruly. There are many who are proud, frivolous, and overbearing. Even if some of them look gentle and elegant, they are full of a sense of superiority in their bones. But Gu Yang gave her a completely different feeling. He was low-key, introverted, calm, easygoing, and approachable. She really felt comfortable getting along with him. He is so rich, yet he is as easy to get along with as an ordinary person. After a brief contact, Tang Jilan's affection for him has doubled. She is willing from the bottom of her heart to serve such a high-quality man. After tidying up the bedroom, Tang Jilan came to the living room and made a cup of tea for Gu Yang. The two of them chatted casually when they had nothing to do. Upon learning that Gu Yang had not had breakfast, Tang Jilan felt that she had failed in her duty. She couldn't help but blame herself and got up to prepare breakfast for him. Gu Yang couldn't help but burst out laughing, and quickly stopped the nervous beautiful housekeeper. I have to say that she was very thoughtful and made him feel that the money was well spent. But it was already past 10 o'clock and it would be time for lunch soon, so he didn't want to waste time. He rarely eats breakfast at work, and gradually he almost lost the habit of eating breakfast. Mr. Gu, it's no good not to eat breakfast. No matter how busy you are in the future, you must remember to eat. Tang Jilan frowned slightly and said solemnly. Then she couldn't help but explain to Gu Yang the dangers of skipping breakfast, so that even as an orphan he could feel the warmth of being cared for. Thinking about the time when he had no money, no one would care whether he lived or died, let alone a beauty like this, Gu Yang couldn't help but feel emotional. Such a luxurious suite comes with a beautiful butler who doesn't want your car or your room, and will provide you with meticulous, gentle, and considerate service. Let us just say, is 120,000 yuan per night expensive? Not expensive at all. After chatting for a while, the female assistant from the studio came over pulling 2 large boxes. This is a young lady of about 24 or 25 years old. She is very elegant, but her appearance is a bit ordinary. Overall, she scores only about 70 points. When the young lady arrived, she first greeted Gu Yang politely. Looking at Gu Yang, who was so young but could afford to live in such a luxurious suite, the young lady's eyes lit up, as if she was electrified. However, Gu Yang had no interest in her at all. After a brief acquaintance, the young lady opened 2 large boxes. Without Gu Yang having to do anything, Tang Jilan began to select items carefully. It was obvious that she had discussed the styles of the clothes in advance, and she quickly matched 2 sets for Gu Yang. There were clothes, shoes, belts, and even underwear and socks, which made Gu Yang truly realize the thoughtfulness of this royal sister housekeeper. No poke, really no poke. Mr. Gu, please try this suit first. Tang Jilan pointed to one of the clothes and smiled. Gu Yang nodded, and then the 2 women helped take the clothes to the bedroom, and then went out and closed the door. The ready-made clothes that the young lady brought were considered ordinary clothes from their studio. But even so, the fabric is very textured, and even a layman like Gu Yang can feel its high-end quality. The stitching is fine and even, the design is exquisite and sophisticated, and the style is also very good. It is soft and breathable and very comfortable to wear, and it fits well. It can be seen that Tang Jilan has a very unique vision, not only in terms of style, but also in size. After changing his clothes, Gu Yang opened the door and walked out of the bedroom. The next second, the eyes of the 2 women waiting outside the door suddenly lit up. How does it look? Gu Yang asked openly. Sir, you look so handsome in this outfit. It suits you so well. The young lady's eyes sparkled when she heard this, and she blurted out excitedly. At this moment, Tang Jilan was also full of surprise. She walked up to Gu Yang and helped him adjust his coat to make it fit better, then unbuttoned a button of his shirt. Then she took a few steps back, looked around, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. So handsome. Tang Jilan praised sincerely, and was a little dazed for a moment. When Gu Yang wore this dress, it not only achieved the effect she imagined, but even far exceeded her expectations. The yuppie style is overwhelming, and the sexual tension is at its maximum. As the owner of this presidential suite, with the blessing of wealth, Gu Yang already has a certain amount of handsomeness. He is 1.8 meters tall and stylish, and has a calm and confident, free and uninhibited temperament, which is a perfect match for the style of this outfit. At this moment, the 2 women looked at Gu Yang, and this feeling was equivalent to a man seeing a beautiful woman in black stockings. Before she knew it, the assistant teacher's eyes had become thready. Tang Jilan's heart was also moved and her pretty face flushed. She suddenly felt that after Gu Yang put on this outfit, he looked a bit like a star who had faded out of the public eye. Well, the more I look at him, the more he looks like Teacher Chun from 20 years ago. Looking at the somewhat exaggerated expressions of the 2 women, Gu Yang couldn't help but be surprised. I'm just wearing new clothes, is the change really that big? Confused in his heart, Gu Yang walked to the mirror near the door. When he saw himself in the mirror, he was stunned for a moment. No, this handsome guy looks very familiar to you, the reader. Shit, is this me? After staring blankly for a while, Gu Yang finally reacted. The accumulation of wealth, the change in temperament, the optimization of attribute points, and of course the contrast of this outfit, all combined made him have a qualitative leap. In the past, Gu Yang racked his brains to think of the only thing that was protruding from his body, apart from his second brother, it could only be the lumbar disc. I never imagined that one day not only my wealth but also my image would become so outstanding. I won't say anything more. Brother Tonzi will be my brother, dearest relative and friend from now on. Who dares to say that it is not good? You have to pay more. Of course, clothes make the man, and Tang Jilan also contributed to this. Not bad, you have a good taste and aesthetic sense, you are not inferior to a professional stylist. Gu Yang walked up to Tang Jilan, patted her on the shoulder, praised her generously and gave her high evaluation. Mr. Gu, you are too kind. It's mainly because you have good conditions and can easily handle any clothes. Tang Jilan smiled reservedly, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but reveal a sparkling look. Facing the affirmation from such a young, wealthy and handsome sponsor, she couldn't help but feel happy. Chapter 29 Top Configuration. After trying on this set of clothes, Gu Yang tried another one. The effect of wearing it on the body is also very good. Wearing the same yuppie style, it can be seen that this royal sister housekeeper likes this style very much. In fact, it is indeed very suitable for Gu Yang now. He was very satisfied with both sets of clothes and kept them. Seeing that it was almost noon and Gu Yang was hungry, he generously invited the assistant girl to have lunch with him. After finishing the meal, they drank some tea. Because Gu Yang needed to order a few more sets of clothes, the young lady carefully measured the data of various parts of his body. Gu Yang's eyes widened involuntarily. He suspected that the young lady was taking advantage of him under the guise of work, but he had no conclusive evidence. No, just measure it. Why are you rubbing the balloon around? In a moment, the young lady's face was as rosy as a rose and her eyes were full of spring. Gu Yang never expected that the young lady who looked quite intellectual and ladylike could be so reserved. He finally saw it. This is really the magic of money. I love you day and night. Gu Yang believed that as long as he returned her gaze or had a little fun with her, the young lady would definitely be happy. However, Gu Yang really has no interest in a scumbag who doesn't even meet the cashback standards. Now, it's not like he hasn't seen good things for himself. Even though he cares about the world, he is willing to give all goddesses a warm home. But the prerequisite is that she must be a goddess. Even if it's Glue, let alone Lin Yi and Xia Mengyuan, even Tang Jilan and Qin Shui, which one is not better than this? Seeing that Gu Yang was not moved at all, the young lady's eyes were filled with disappointment. Their studio specializes in serving the upper class. She has seen many wealthy people, but she has never met many rich young men who are rich, handsome, and tasteful, and most importantly, so young. The working environment has made her more knowledgeable, and of course her standards have become higher, but now she feels that she has fallen in love with Gu Yang at first sight. Standing next to Gu Yang, she could hardly close her legs. Even if she could develop a super friendly relationship with him right away, she would be very happy. Such a high quality sponsor is as hard to come by as Tang Monk's meat. If you can climb into his bed, a turnaround in life is just around the corner. It's a pity that Gu Yang didn't give any hints, and the young lady couldn't help feeling disappointed. Little slut. Tang Jilan keenly caught the little sister's little feverish movements, and couldn't help but secretly complain and despise her in her heart. What level of wishful thinking? Not to mention the other person's partner last night, I am far better than you and the other person may not even like her, so how could I be attracted to you? It has to be said that conditions like Gu Yang's are rare even in the upper class. As soon as they met, the young lady couldn't help but want to throw herself into his arms. Tang Jilan was not surprised at all. Because the man in front of me is so outstanding. Thinking quietly, Tang Jilan couldn't help but feel inexplicably happy when she saw that Gu Yang didn't seem to be attracted to the young lady at all. After measuring the size, Gu Yang handed over the entire process of selecting the fabric, style, color and other matters of the clothes to Tang Jilan. Since he was already there, Gu Yang made 2 sets of clothes for summer, autumn and winter, because he designated her family's leading designer and the prices were very expensive. Including these 2 sets, the total cost was 1 million, and this is only after shaving off a small amount of 30,000. This is the bad thing about the system. He cannot get cash back for his own expenses. 1 million is instantly missing from his card, which makes Gu Yang feel a sense of crisis. Damn, or too little money. No, after I finish my own business, I must hurry up and make money, because money is a man's dignity and confidence. After the young lady left, Gu Yang also left the hotel. He first went to a barber shop called Shigjai Commune and asked Tony Hudlo to get a fashionable hairstyle. Then I went to the Huawei store and bought a tri-fold phone that looks great no matter how I fold it. Finally, he returned to the rental house, whose bathroom was not even as big as the presidential suite, and called the landlord to cancel the stay. Originally, there was a 1-month deposit required for the rent, but since the landlord was a nice guy, Gu Yang was not going to ask for it. When he was in financial difficulty, he delayed paying his rent by 1 month, but no one gave him any hard time. Putting himself in Gu Yang's shoes, he is not stingy and will just consider this money as a gift to the landlord. Gu Yang left after taking only the household registration book and other documents. As for the other junk, the landlord could do whatever he wanted with it. On the road, after mastering the master-level driving skills, Gu Yang drove the Lamborghini with one hand, and he was so proud of himself that he galloped forward. The life of a loser has completely become a thing of the past. I used to be just a person with an ID card, but now I am a person with an identity. Gu Yang stepped on the accelerator in a cool manner, and the big bull made a roar like a beast while driving on the road, which made the legs of the young lady on the roadside go weak. When I returned to the hotel, it was already evening. As soon as I got out of the elevator, I saw the housekeeper and waiters waiting for me at the door. Welcome home, Mr. Gu. Everyone bowed and greeted in unison. Tang Jilan took a wet towel from the tray held by the waiter and handed it to Gu Yang. This is a ritual full of emotional value, which is really refreshing. I have to say, sometimes happiness comes so simply. Gu Yan wiped his hands and walked into the room. Looking at the beautiful housekeeper who was one step behind him, he smiled and asked, "Anything tonight?" Hearing this, Tang Jilan was stunned for a moment, and then quickly said seriously, "Mr. Gu, if you have any instructions, just tell me. My duty is to serve you 24 hours a day. Take it easy." Gu Yang looked at Tang Jilan, whose nerves were instantly tense, and couldn't help but smile. "It's nothing, actually. You helped me today, so I'll treat you to dinner tonight." Upon hearing this, Tang Jilan felt flattered and waved her hands repeatedly, saying, "No, Mr. Gu, you are too polite. It is my honor to serve you. It is what I should do." Having spent 1 million today, Gu Yang felt a little sad when he thought about it. He had to make some money back. Tang Jilan's conditions completely exceed the system's cashback standards. There is no reason not to use the toolman who was so close at hand. Gu Yang thought about it and said without question, "Don't refuse, it's settled." Seeing Gu Yang's resolute attitude, Tang Jilan's heart skipped a beat, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. She bit her red lips and said reservedly, "Then, thank you, Mr. Gu. Wait a moment, I'll go change my clothes." Gu Yang nodded and said in a friendly manner, "Go ahead, I'll wait for you." Gu Yang didn't have to wait too long, only about half an hour, and Tang Jilan came to the presidential suite again. Looking at the beautiful woman who walked into the room, Gu Yang was suddenly amazed. She wore a beige silk shirt on her upper body and a pair of high-waisted straight pants on her lower body. Her bun became a small wavy long hair that fell on her shoulders. At this moment, Tang Jilan is so elegant and charming, she is truly the best among mature and elegant ladies. Gu Yang stared in amazement without realizing it. Her A4 waist and peach-like hips make the high-waisted straight leg pants look tight and smooth, and this outfit makes her beautiful legs look even longer and straighter. They are definitely top-notch. Chapter 30, The Touch of the Royal Sister. "Mr. Gu, what happened?" Feeling Gu Yang's unblinking gaze, Tang Jilan instantly felt awkward. If someone else looked at her with such an offensive look, she would definitely be disgusted, but at this moment, she only felt uneasy. Tang Jilan couldn't help but lower her head to check her clothes, and asked in a panic, "Is there something wrong with me?" Hearing this, Gu Yang came back to his senses and couldn't help but smile calmly. "No, it's good, it's so amazing, I lost my mind while watching it, sorry." Hearing Gu Yang's praise, Tang Jilan couldn't help but feel happy. As a woman, who doesn't like to be praised? What's more, he was praised by such a high-quality sponsor. A faint blush rose on her pretty face involuntarily. Tang Jilan smiled and said, "Mr. Gu, you are too kind. Ms. Lin who was with you last night was stunning. Even a woman like me thought she was very beautiful." Tang Jilan said this, perhaps without even realizing it, she instinctively straightened her back a little bit. The granary, which was already full, became even taller. I'm usually afraid of others looking at me. But at this moment, subconsciously, he seemed to be afraid that the person in front of him couldn't see it. It's different. Gu Yan looked at it and felt it was a feast for the eyes. She spoke with sincerity, "You two have completely different feelings. She is pure and sweet, while you are mature and dignified. Your styles are very different, but equally beautiful." Hearing this, Tang Jilan was in a trance for a moment. The heart that had been silent for many years was suddenly shaken violently. This mouth is too sweet. Looking at Gu Yang's face that looked even more handsome after getting his hair cut, Tang Jilan couldn't help but blush. Although she felt shy discussing such an intimate topic with a man who was her financial sponsor, she couldn't help but feel that she couldn't stop. Her eyes flickered, and she said jokingly, "Mature? You mean I'm old?" "Yes, compared to those young and beautiful girls, I feel old." Gu Yang laughed in silence. Although he knew that the beauty in front of him was older than him, he remained calm and said, "The maturity I'm talking about is a kind of charm. In many cases, it has nothing to do with age. I feel that you are not even older than me. How can you be old?" "Mr. Gu, stop teasing me." Tang Jilan couldn't help laughing. Last night, Gu Yan used Lin Yi's ID card to check into a hotel, but she didn't know his exact age. But the woman's sixth sense told her that he was definitely not older than her. After laughing for a while, Tang Jilan, with a blushing face, asked curiously, "Mr. Gu, you look very young. I feel like you are definitely no older than 24. Gu Yang nodded and said with a smile, "You are right, but next year it will only be 24. Hearing this, Tang Jilan couldn't help but be slightly distracted, and said with emotion, "So, you are only 23? Then I am 3 years older than you. Oh my god, I feel really old all of a sudden." Gu Yang pretended to be surprised and said, "Really? I can't tell. I thought you were younger than me. But you don't have to look down on yourself. 2 or 3 years old is not considered old. As the saying goes, a girl 3 years older than you is a treasure. A woman 3 years older than her husband holds a fortune? That's used to describe a couple." Tang Jilan's face flushed, and she looked away as she said, "Mr. Gu, you are really good at talking. I feel that you are different from the VIPs I have met before. It is so pleasant to chat with you." Gu Yang smiled and said, "Really? Then maybe we are destined to be together. We will have a long time to spend together in the future. Since you are a few years older than me, I will call you Sister Lan. Don't call me Mr. all the time. It's too unfamiliar. Just call me by my name." Tang Jilan felt that she was equal and respected, but she was just dreaming. Although she was filled with joy, she did not forget her identity. No, that is too rude. She bit her red lips lightly and said hesitantly, "How about I'll call you Master Gu from now on?" "Whatever you like." Gu Yang shrugged indifferently. It was just a name, he didn't care at all. Seeing that it was almost time, he smiled and said, "Let's go and eat. I'm hungry." Instead of looking for a restaurant outside, Gu Yang and Tang Jilan came to the Western restaurant on the top floor. This place completely meets Gu Yang's requirements, high-end and expensive. When it comes to making money, of course the more you spend, the better, because that means the more you get back. Tang Jilan had been to this top restaurant many times before, but she always served guests as a housekeeper. Now sitting opposite Gu Yang, she was full of restraint, but an indescribable sense of happiness was growing wildly in her heart. Especially when she saw Gu Yang ordering dishes that she had often seen but had never eaten, she was really scared, but also full of excitement. 5A Kobe steak costs 3,000 yuan per serving. French fried foie gras, a small piece costs thousands of dollars. Caviar, black truffle, royal seafood set menu and more. Watching Gu Yang casually order a lot of food, and they were all expensive signature dishes, Tang Jilan was secretly shocked. This conservative estimate would be around 30,000. But that's not all. It was not until Gu Yang ordered a bottle of red wine that she realized what it meant to be a small witch compared to a big witch. A bottle of Romane Conti from 2000 costs as much as 270,000. Oh my god. Tang Jilan was frightened instantly. How could she have the chance to drink such expensive wine? She quickly reminded Gu Yang that the wine given to him when he checked into the hotel last night had not yet been drunk, and she wanted to go and get it. Gu Yang stopped it decisively. "No, sister, what are you doing? Can I get cash back for the wine I sent? I'm just waiting to get my blood back." Gu Yang's willful behavior made Tang Jilan feel the gap between herself and the rich. She felt so insignificant in front of him. When Tang Jilan thought about how Gu Yang opened such an expensive bottle of wine just to treat her, even though she was not usually very sentimental, she was so moved that her eyes turned red. "No, what's wrong with you? Mr. Gu, I didn't do anything. You really don't have to spend so much money," Tang Jilan said with a trembling voice. Seeing the little pearls in the beautiful eyes of the queen in front of him, Gu Yang couldn't help laughing. Pulling out 2 tissues and handing them over, he said with a smile, "Wipe them quickly. If someone who doesn't know sees it, they might think I bullied you. I didn't do anything. How unfair." After taking the tissue and hearing Gu Yang's words, Tang Jilan burst into laughter. After wiping her wet eyes, the pretty face of the royal sister, who was like a ripe apple, was instantly filled with tenderness. She said sincerely, "Mr. Gu, I'm just a housekeeper. You don't have to be so nice to me with your status. You are really different from the clients I served before. You are easygoing, reserved, humble, and polite. You don't have any arrogance at all. It's very comfortable to get along with you. It's really my honor to meet a distinguished guest like you." Listening to Tang Jilan's sincere and grateful words, Gu Yang exclaimed in his heart, "What a good fellow. He didn't even know that he had so many advantages. Damn it, my glory that has been covered up by poverty for more than 20 years has finally been discovered." Gu Yang waved his hand and smiled calmly. "Remember, the friends I want to make don't care about money or status. I don't care what others think, as long as I think it's worth it. Tang Jilan was still holding the used tissue in her hand, listening to Gu Yang's somewhat overbearing words in a daze, and her beautiful eyes became moist again. At this moment, she felt that the man in front of her was simply too dazzling. She has lived for 26 years, and at this moment she can't help but become a crazy fan. If she hadn't seen the girl he brought last night, and if she hadn't known that she was 3 years older than him, she would have wanted to pounce on her. Chapter 31 Soft Lowly. As a personal butler, Tang Jilan had witnessed many of her wealthy clients' extravagant lifestyles. But now that I have experienced it myself, it is so shocking. However, it must be said that this luxurious dinner was quite rich and delicious, and Tang Jilan was unable to calm down throughout the whole process. A sip of red wine costs hundreds or even thousands of dollars. How can an ordinary person not be confused? The meal lasted nearly 2 hours. After returning to the suite, Tang Jilan personally prepared the bathwater for Gu Yang before bowing and taking her leave. After taking a relaxing bath in the jacuzzi, Gu Yang lay on the luxurious big bed in his silk pajamas, feeling relaxed all over. However, although he felt comfortable, he couldn't lie down when he thought about spending 1 million just to customize a few sets of clothes today. I have too little money and I can't help spending it. Although the system doubled the cash back for the dinner he had just treated Tang Jilan to, allowing him to easily earn 320,000. But it's obviously still a long way to go to make up for the millions of dollars spent today, not to mention saving up to 10 million to light up the next level label. The road to wealth is long and arduous. Making money is a man's joy. At this moment, Gu Yang didn't want to think about anything else but making money. Thinking of the 100 million bounty awarded by Brother Tongzi that he had not used yet, he couldn't help but get excited. The bounty spent on female anchors who meet the rating requirements can also get double cash back, which means the money is almost free. That's great. Thinking of this, Gu Yang couldn't wait to open Douyin using the triple folder. Gu Yang often watches Douyin, but he mostly watched short videos before, and he seldom watched live broadcasts. Is there no good-looking female anchor? No, it's because of poverty. The little money I earned before was barely enough for my own living, so how could I have money to give gifts to the anchor? The hosts will ignore the freeloaders who don't give gifts, let alone try to hook up with them. It's simply a pipe dream. Is companionship the most lasting confession of love? Pure bullshit. Online live streaming is more realistic. The beautiful anchors are busy parachuting in to protect the rich big brother. How can they have time to play real love with a freeloader? After realizing this, Gu Yang lost interest in the female anchor. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time on Fanxia to read some interesting novels? After all, the book not only features Yen Ruyu, but also sisters, rice with toppings, and a car driving at a speed of 180 miles per hour. Just tell me how cool it is. But now it's different. Gu Yang has 100 million in bounties, and he can make money by giving rewards to female anchors. He will definitely be the top brother on the list, and even Jesus can't stop him. After opening Douyin, Gu Yang first used his level 2 account to shallowly reach 2 million followers. It turned out that what was deducted was just the bounty, and the balance in his bank card was not reduced at all. Gu Yang couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Brother Tongzi is awesome. With emotion in his heart, Gu Yang began to look for consumption targets. Damn, this girl is so ugly. Even with beauty filters, she is still so ugly. How can she be confident enough to be a host? This guy is too old. He has probably divorced and has 2 kids. I can't afford him. Oh my god, why is this girl live streaming with her back to people? What the hell, how can she make there be no difference before and after? It's amazing, no need to worry about sagging. After swiping through more than a dozen female anchors like selecting a concubine, Gu Yang's eyes widened and he felt a little autistic. Damn, how come all of them are trash that can't get cash back? Not even one of them can reach 80 points. ISNT, it said that there are thousands of beauties, and half of them are on TikTok? How come he failed at the critical moment? Gu Yang couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, in order to make money, he still patiently kept on brushing. He swiped more than 30 female anchors in one go. It was true that hard work paid off, and he finally got 2 beauties with scores above 80. But when he saw the data of the 2 people, especially the version column, he felt terrible. Version 25. Version 32. This number is fucking older than my age. I'm afraid they have been polished by the big brothers. Gu Yang was truly enlightened. Don't even think about it, goddesses with scores above 80 will most likely not be cheap to losers. He suddenly remembered a classic saying, a poor man's goddess is a rich man's. With so many versions, I guess some big brother will stand up and kick. At this moment, Gu Yang was very fortunate that he, with his cheating skills, was qualified to step into a class that ordinary people could never reach in their entire lives. Why should a beautiful woman be kicked out by others, and should she be kicked out by herself too? However, forget about this kind of stuff. I can't afford it. I really can't afford it. He has no hobby of driving a bus. It has to be said that in today's society, beautiful women with outstanding looks are living in the midst of gunfire, and those with high purity are becoming increasingly rare, almost as scarce as national treasures. Thinking of beauties like Lin Yi and Xia Mengyuan, Gu Yang suddenly felt that his luck was still great. All the new cars coming out of the factory come into the bowl. Such high-quality beauties can be encountered in real life, and Gu Yang doesn't believe that there are no high-quality female anchors on such a huge douyin. He didn't believe it and started brushing again. After scrolling past a dozen anchors, Gu Yang finally stopped at a live broadcast room and his eyes suddenly lit up. Fruit party. Obviously, this is a group broadcast room with 4 beautiful anchors. All 4 beauties are wearing short skirts and long legs, all of them are kawaii cute girls, and their looks are surprisingly high. As soon as he came across the live broadcast room, the system prompt sound rang, which surprised Gu Yang. After quickly checking the information of the 4 beauties, Gu Yang's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a bit, and he became excited all of a sudden. I finally found you, luckily I didn't give up. At this moment, the live broadcast room is quite lively, with more than 500 online viewers, douyin, and sunglasses flying. The Wumeng Mountains are connected to other mountains, and the moonlight shines on the Xiangshui beach. In the fast-paced dynamic dance music, a girl is dancing the luxurious fragrance dance over and over again. The other 3 beauties just stood behind her, looking somewhat lonely, and for the time being they could only serve as background members. I don't know how long this beauty has been dancing, her forehead is covered with sweat. However, she was out of breath, but she was still baring her teeth and claws to provoke the audience watching douyin. This is a popular part of military training. Although Gu Yang didn't often watch live broadcasts before, he would occasionally see this kind of group broadcast, so he still had some experience. Fuck, little peach, you dare to shout, brothers, don't stop the little vibrato. She still refuses to give in. Brother Frog, speed up, speed up. After taking a look at the comments, Gu Yang couldn't help but smile. The viewers in the live broadcast room really know how to have fun. However, Gu Yang's attention was more on the beautiful anchor. He was not looking at the beautiful woman who was undergoing military training, but at a girl standing behind her. This girl is wearing a puffy skirt, a pair of beautiful legs with 15D half-tube white silk with lace edges, big eyes, double ponytails, and small leather boots. She looks just like a cute little girl from an anime, the kind that can make otakus scream. Name, Shin Yushi. Age, 19. Height, 162. Weight, 48. Rating, 89. Version, 0. Chapter 32, Do It. The road to the underworld is full of ghosts, and the live studio is full of legs. The 4 girls are basically around 1.6 meters tall, looking like authentic southern little potatoes. Their lowly style outfits show off their advantages to the fullest. I have to say that although they are not tall, their quality is quite high, and none of them scores below 80 points. The beautiful legs under the short skirt are straight and long. Standing together, the whole screen is filled with long legs, which is particularly attractive. But among these 4 people, the one that made Gu Yang most excited was the girl named Shin Yushi. TSK, long legs and twin ponytails, childish appearance, version T0, legal lowly. Okay, you use this to test the cadres, right? That cadre can withstand this test. I have nothing more to say, this is the car a man should drive. Gu Yang fixed his eyes on the treasure girl of version T0, and couldn't help but feel excited. Although the scores of the other 3 girls are not low, their versions are really unsatisfactory. Some have 3, some have 5, and the one who is undergoing military training is even one away from having a 10-hand car. Nothing. Brother Tonzi is awesome. With Tonzi Brother, you no longer have to worry about making mistakes or missing out on Gaga's new original car. Feeling emotional, Gu Yang quickly sent a barrage and asked, "What is the name of the beauty with a puffy skirt and twin ponytails? Are you the first one to come to our live studio? The one wearing the puffy skirt is our beautiful anchor Orange. For those who like orange, you can show your support by clicking the little heart button." The host was very dedicated. He did not ignore Gu Yang just because he was a level 2 rookie. When he saw his comments, he immediately responded. After a pause, he said passionately, "At this moment, welcome everyone to the Fruit Party live broadcast room. Love is always there despite thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Can you please follow us? Good evening, everyone. We are currently playing games in our live broadcast room. If you give corresponding small gifts, you can make your favorite anchor dance. Let me introduce the new members to you. The host dancing right now is called Mitao. If you support Mitao, you can watch the mini TikTok. The host in the back, from left to right, is orange, mango, lemon, and the corresponding gifts are little hearts, beer, and roses." As he was speaking, the special effects of a private jet suddenly lit up, and the host suddenly became excited. Thanks to Brother Frog for his big plane. Brother is so majestic and powerful. Come on, speed up for 3 minutes and make arrangements for him. It turned out that the accelerated countdown had reached 0. As the Big Brother's private jet appeared, the 180-second countdown started again. At this moment, Mitao, who was dancing, was so anxious that she jumped up and down, and couldn't help cursing, but she still danced. The audience in the live broadcast room was immediately delighted. Brother Frog 666, nothing wrong, let's play with her. Ha, my brother is awesome, I don't believe that Pan will not obey her. Fuck, you guys really know how to have fun, I've already walked around for a while, and she's still dancing. I have to say, this live broadcast room is really joyful, especially when seeing the glamorous and beautiful female anchor being scolded and feeling helpless, it is even more satisfying. Although there is a bit of show effect in this, it still makes the audience very addicted. There are 2 million in the account. Gu Yang is in high spirits at the moment. He also wants to give the beauty some military training to satisfy his desire to be a big brother. Just do it. Gu Yang experienced the happiness of rich people who can do whatever they want. He clicked on the gift bar, and the next second, the special effects of the private jet lit up. Xiaoyao Hanchen sent a private jet 1. Xiaoyao Hanchen sent a private jet 2. Xiaoyao Hanchen sent a private jet 3. The appearance of 3 private jets in succession stunned everyone in the live broadcast room. The host, who was the first to react, couldn't help but yell, "Thank you, Brother Hanchen, for the 3 planes. Brother Hanchen is awesome." After thanking him subconsciously, the host couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He remembered that the big brother named Xiaoyao Hanchen was only level 2. Oh my god, a level 2 rookie account can get 3 planes at once, and earn nearly $1,000 in the blink of an eye. It's really fierce. The audience in the live broadcast room obviously noticed this and couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. Seeing Gu Yang's account upgraded to level 23 in a blink of an eye, the host became more and more excited. He asked excitedly, "Brother Hanchen, who did you give your private jet to?" Xiaoyao Hanchen sends a little heart 1. Gu Yang didn't say anything, but just sent a little heart. Seeing this, the host understood immediately. "Thank you for supporting Orange, I'll make arrangements for you." Gu Yang's 3 planes overwhelmed the entire audience, and the host immediately switched the music after he finished speaking. The dancing peach was carried away, and the orange, which had been the background for almost an hour, made a brilliant appearance. Finally having the chance to perform, her eyes suddenly lit up. It's true, the cute little potato danced a faster version of the Bai dance, full of energy, like an elf that fell into the human world. As expected of a 89.0 beauty, Gu Yang's eyes lit up when he saw her, and he felt that the 3 planes were not in vain. At this moment, the little fans who support Orange also became excited. Fuck, I finally saw my Orange dance. Boss Hanchen is awesome, nothing wrong with him, if you love her, you can have her. As the barrage of comments came out, some little fans also started to send little hearts. But in this case, the players who had been training Peach before would not be happy. In an instant, a few fans with some influence started to criticize Douyin. And tonight, Frog Brother, who dominated the show since the beginning, swiped 5 private jets in a row, not only catching up with Gu Yang, but also having 2 more. The host thanked excitedly, and the music instantly cut back, and Mitao, who had just stepped off the stage, became the focus again. Seeing this, Gu Yang couldn't help but laugh. No, this version is already T9, you guys really treat it as a treasure. Sad, so sad. Gu Yang just found it very funny. He couldn't control if others liked the 9-hand car, but he couldn't appreciate it. Small gifts dance, sunglasses accelerate, airplane controls the scene for 3 minutes, whoever has more gifts gets to speak, these basic rules are very easy to understand. ISNT it's just about seeing who gives gifts. What Gu Yang lacked the most now was gifts. He was still worried that he wouldn't be able to give them out, so he opened the gift column without saying anything else. Xiaoyao Hanshan is giving away Douyin account number 11. The cool special effects made the live broadcast room quiet, and then the host started to roar with excitement and trembling voice. Thanks to my brother Hanshan for his big rocket. Hanshan has a house and a car. His boss is awesome. Now it's just a military training session. In the past, there were only scattered small gifts. It's rare to see a private jet controlling the scene, let alone the number 1 Douyin. This one is worth 1,000 yuan, the host can't help but get excited. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw the special effects of Douyin number 1 light up again. The Traveling Frog is giving away a TikTok account 1. The Traveling Frog is giving away 2 TikTok accounts. At this moment, the host's eyes widened and his heart began to beat fast. It's getting better, isn't it? This level 55 boss has been playing in the live broadcast room for 3 consecutive days, spending a total of 50,000 to 60,000. I didn't expect that today there would be another big brother rising from a small novice account. He is ruthless and doesn't talk much, and it seems that he has hidden strength. The host was really ecstatic at the moment, but before he could be happy for 2 seconds, his heart was lifted. He seemed to smell a hint of gunpowder belatedly. No, why do I feel like these 2 big brothers are about to fight? Chapter 33 Big Brother is so powerful. Seeing the other party followed closely and threw out 2 Douyin number 1s, surpassing him again, Gu Yang was speechless. No, if I want to give the girl I like military training, is it really that complicated? The Traveling Frog, account level 55, must have spent about 1 to 800,000 to reach this level, and is definitely a big brother at the boss level. In the past, Gu Yang couldn't afford to offend a big brother at level 35, let alone level 55, and would definitely choose to retreat. But now, encountering this level 55 boss, he felt no wavering in his heart and could not help but chuckle. Okay, whoever gives more gifts has the final say, right? Then he won. Be polite. At this moment, Gu Yang just wanted to make money happily and had no intention of competing with anyone. But since the rules were clear, and the amount of the gift had to count, he had nothing to say. Then brush it. I have recharged 2 million in bounties on my account, but I am worried about how to pay it out. Gu Yang clicked on the gift bar, and the next second, a gorgeous special effect appeared on the screen. Xiaoyao Hanshan gives away Carnival 1. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded until the host started shouting at the top of his lungs. Thanks to my brother Hanshan for his kindness. Big Brother is so powerful that everyone can see it. At this moment, the family members give Big Brother a thumbs up. Following the hostess' excited voice, the audience, who were also watching the show with great excitement, typed a large number of small SXS on the public screen. Carnival, Douyin's most expensive gift, worth 3,000 yuan. Huazi's special effects just now almost blinded their eyes. It's not that they are ignorant, but it's too unexpected. Although Huazi is expensive, viewers who often watch live broadcasts have often seen it in the live broadcast rooms of big anchors. After all, TikTok is so big, and there are so many powerful big brothers. But that is the treatment for big anchors. In this small live broadcast room, a 3,000 yuan Huazi is really too rare. Not to mention. Do you want to see what this link is? No, the military training anchors all gave 3,366 small gifts, at most sunglasses and airplanes. Whose brother is using Huazi? Is he crazy? Fuck, Brother Hanshan, you are so awesome, you really opened my eyes. Poverty has limited my imagination. 555, Big Brother, give me a Huazi. I'm ready for military training. I'll let you ravage me all night long. I'm so scared, the abacus beads upstairs are falling on my face, let go of Brother Hanshan, let me do it. After seeing a Huazi, Gu Yang's account level jumped to level 29, and the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but get excited. This is the rhythm of witnessing the rise of the new Big Brother with your own eyes. The music in the live broadcast room switched to the worship dance again, and Chengzi stepped onto the small round stage in confusion but unable to hide his excitement. The slightly chubby little face was now flushed charmingly, although the accelerated dance music made her a little flustered. But her big, watery eyes were as bright as if they were electrified, and the corners of her mouth curled up uncontrollably. Big Brother is so capable, love love love. However, the military training only lasted for half a minute before the gorgeous carnival special effects on the screen appeared again. Traveling Frog gives away Carnival 1. Traveling Frog gives away Carnival 2. Everyone who saw this scene gasped. This. As expected, he is a level 55 boss. So damn arrogant. In order to fight for the right to speak as a military training anchor, he actually spent 6,000 yuan. At this moment, the host's words of thanks trembled, and his heart instantly rose to his throat. With the big brother's brush, the smell of gunpowder is so strong. The viewers in the live broadcast room obviously realized this, and their eyes lit up. Both big brothers want to give the anchor a military training, so I'm afraid a fight is about to break out. At this moment, everyone felt that the four girls in the live broadcast room were not attractive anymore. How can watching girls be as interesting as watching gods fighting? Several consecutive big gifts have already made the popularity of the live broadcast room soar, and the number of online viewers has quickly exceeded 2,000. The public screen became very lively, and the pace was even faster. Big brother, how can you tolerate this? Fight back, come on. Brother Hongchen, don't be a coward, it's time to show your strength. Brother, hold on, the oranges are so good, we can't let them go down. Looking at the noisy comments on the public screen, Gu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Damn, there are so many people who just want to watch the fun and are not afraid of trouble. Gu Yang was not overwhelmed by these comments, but he felt that there was one comment that was very right. Orange girl is too good, we can't let her go. Yes, who dares to say a bad thing about a T0 girl with 89 points? Give him a slap in the face, no discussion. Now, we can only ask others to calm down. If anyone wants to stop it, you can't blame him for not giving face. This girl, he has decided to have military training tonight, who agrees and who opposes. Xiaoyao Hongchen gives away Carnival 1. Xiaoyao Hongchen gives away Carnival 3. Xiaoyao Hongchen sends Carnival 10. With the Carnival special effects one after another, it rose up like it was free. The audience was stunned. The host was stunned. The anchors were also confused. Wuming Mountain was still connected to the mountains, but Nitao forgot to dance. The strange silence lasted for a few seconds, and then the host started to roar like a chicken with blood injected, his voice breaking. 10 full carnivals, that's $30,000. Damn, this guy is so lucky. The host was extremely excited. He had just watched Gu Yang rise from a level 2 rookie account to become the native big brother of the live broadcast room. It's no wonder that he was excited. Although Frog Brother spent a lot of money during the few days he came to visit, he was an outsider after all. How could he be as valuable as the native brothers? Not to mention the host, all the viewers were excited. Especially Orange's little fans, who felt that they were on the same front with Gu Yang, were so excited at this moment. Oh my god, this boss is so rich and inhumane, I'm so happy, I'm so happy. No, boss, you are confused. If you have the 30,000 yuan, just give it to me. I can work like a beast of burden for you for half a month. No, don't dream upstairs, or I'll scold you. I have kidney deficiency and my urine is yellow. I work like a slave for a month, and the company only gives me 6,000. Boss Hongchen, if you don't abandon me, I am willing to be your foster father. I have to say that the charm of money is huge. The comments in the live broadcast room were boiling with excitement, and Gu Yang couldn't help but reveal a smile. To be honest, he truly experienced the joy of being complimented by others. This feels so damn good. But at this moment, there was a barrage of comments that instantly ruined the atmosphere. I didn't realize you're so capable, buddy. It's just military training, why do you have to make such a big deal out of it? Is it fun? Looking at the barrage of comments from the level 55 boss, Gu Yang couldn't help but frown slightly. Since you all want to have the right to speak, then let the gifts speak for themselves. He got it, so why blame him? Gu Yang chuckled, what you said doesn't make sense. If you all want to play, then go for it. It can't be that only you can play and I can't. Okay, you're awesome. Military training is boring. Now that you've said that, do you dare to touch me during the PK later? For several days in a row, Brother Frog has been the only one who was sought after in this live broadcast room. At this moment, he suddenly felt embarrassed, and his words were filled with anger. Gu Yang was very unhappy. You're crazy, what does it have to do with you how many gifts others give you? If you have money, then go ahead, if you don't have money, then just stay away, what's the point of talking about it? Gu Yang only wants to make money and doesn't want to cause trouble, but he is not afraid of trouble when it happens. Who the hell doesn't have a temper? I'm not his father, so how can I spoil him? He is a bounty collector, so why should he be afraid of someone who collects real money? I have never been beaten by a jerk. Gu Yang sneered and said, "You are so funny, but since you want to touch me, I have to satisfy you. If you lose, please don't complain like a woman." Chapter 34. I love you, brother Honchen. You two are both good brothers. It's fate that we met on such a big network. There's no need to get angry. Harmony brings wealth. Seeing that the rhythm was not right, the host hurriedly tried to smooth things over, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. But Frog Brother didn't listen at all and left the live broadcast room without saying a word. The host couldn't stop him and could only sigh helplessly in his heart. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room suddenly became a little tense, but the live broadcast had to continue, and the temporary unhappiness was ultimately just an interlude. The music was paused. Orange, with her beautiful eyes shining and full of joy, bowed deeply to the camera, then took the microphone handed to her by her companion. "Thank you for your strong support, brother Honchen. You are so good to Qingzi. Qingzi has been live streaming for more than 2 months, and this is the first time I have met a powerful brother like brother Honchen. I feel that big brother favors me. I am so excited that I don't know what to say. I love you, brother Honchen. I love you." Orange said this emotionally, his eyes welling up with tears. It can be seen that she was indeed very excited, and her words were somewhat incoherent. "After enduring for so long, I finally have the support of my big brother. And he seems quite domineering. I don't have to envy others for having a big brother anymore. The orange with a red face is more real than this milk heart. This girl is the typical small-framed girl, a standard southern little potato, with a soft and sticky voice, but her heart is quite impressive." Instantly, a group of old-timers showed a series of bitter expressions. Gu Yang couldn't help but smile and quickly typed a comment. "Okay, I got your thanks, but I'm not here to listen to your thanks, and I'm not going to be soft-hearted. Don't try to be lazy, you have to do all the dancing you're supposed to do, let's get started." Seeing Gu Yang's comments, Orange's lips suddenly pursed. At this moment, the music started and she could only dance along. This scene made the audience in the live broadcast room laugh. Brother Honchen is awesome. Sigma men are truly role models for our generation. No problem, little anchor, don't try to fool me, just do your thing. Support brother Honchen. If you love her, then you must love her and make her yours. As the military training resumed, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became lively again, and the fans' hearts began to float on the screen. Happy times always feel so short, and an hour passes in a flash. Orange, who was full of energy and like an elf at the beginning, is now sweating, panting, and his legs are unstable. He looks weak. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all having a great time, but gradually some saintly men began to stand up for the injustice. "Oh my god, this anchor has been dancing for an hour. It makes me sad. Can't he change someone else? Don't keep bullying the same person. Yes, this has ruined the man, you are so cruel." Seeing these comments, some netizens immediately became unhappy. "You feel bad, you want to change people, but you should give gifts, it's just heartache to just use your mouth." That's right. Orange didn't say anything. But I didn't expect Orange to be so capable. It's been an hour and he still hasn't begged for mercy. If it were me, I would have been ruined long ago. What do you mean by can? She can definitely give birth to a big fat boy weighing 8 kilograms. Ha, Orange, don't hold on any longer. If you're tired, just beg for mercy. If you give in, maybe brother Hongchen will let you go. Yeah, if you can't do it, just beg for mercy. It's not shameful. Please beg for mercy +1. Seeing the barrage of comments urging and begging for mercy in the live broadcast room, Orange took the microphone. She gritted her teeth and said, "You are so bad, I will beg for mercy. If you have the guts, keep going, let's see who can hold on first." After listening to Orange's words, all the netizens widened their eyes. "Oh, little potato, you still refuse to accept the defeat. I'm afraid the only thing left on your body is your stubborn mouth. Brothers, be careful and don't stop. Let's see how long she can keep her stubbornness." Provocation, this is definitely a provocation, brother Hongchen, what can I say, can you tolerate this? Gu Yang didn't expect that this girl had such good physical strength. She could still hold on for an hour. Little potato, quite stubborn. I just like this rebellious look. Gu Yang smiled. If you don't accept it, then I must fight until you accept it. Xiaoyao Hongchen gives away Carnival 1. Xiaoyao Hongchen gives away Carnival 2. Xiaoyao Hongchen sends Carnival 10. After a disagreement, Gu Yang threw out 10 carnivals again and simply typed 2 words. Continue. The screen was filled with Huazi special effects, which instantly made the atmosphere in the live broadcast room extremely exciting. Oh my god, whose military training anchor is using Huazi? It's really a shame. What is the Big Brother? This is the Big Brother. Brother Hongchun from the social world is really ruthless and doesn't talk much. The 3 anchors who had to stand there obediently and act as background boards were now so envious that their eyes were red with envy. And tonight Orange truly experienced what it means to be tired and happy at the same time. Before he knew it, another hour had passed. Orange, who had been gritting his teeth and holding on, could hardly hold on any longer. He fell several times with trembling legs. The hearts of the adoring saintly men in the live broadcast room are broken and they are so distressed. However, this girl is really stubborn. Even when she needs help from her companions, she refuses to beg for mercy. Seeing that it was already past 10 o'clock and Orange had been working for 2 hours and was almost at her limit, the host began to help her speak well of Gu Yang. Seeing this, Gu Yang did not embarrass her anymore. The main reason was that he was a little visually fatigued after watching for such a long time. Okay, that's it for today, we'll continue tomorrow. I feel that Hongchun is reasonable. Brother Hongchun is really a good brother. You deserve to be rich. Seeing that Gu Yang was so easy to talk to at the critical moment, the host thanked him sincerely. Brother Hongchun, is this your first time in our live studio? Brother Hongchun, where are you from? Afterwards, while the host was chattering away, Orange drank some water and washed his face. After recovering a little his strength, the live broadcast room ushered in the PK session. At this time, I would like to thank all the family members in the live broadcast room for their support and companionship. Who will be the best anchor of this live broadcast next? This will require the support of the family members even more. 1 or 2 votes are not too few, 8 or 10 votes are not too many. I hope everyone can vote for your favorite anchor. As the host was speaking, a banner flashed on the screen and a big man came into the live broadcast room. When everyone saw it, they immediately became excited. It turned out that Brother Frog had returned on time. Usually at this stage, except for the true fans, the freeloaders would basically slip away, but at this moment they all stopped. They haven't forgotten what Brother Frog said before. Oh my god, this seems like we're really going to have a fight. One is an old brother at level 55, and the other is a new big brother who has just emerged. You can skip the meal, but you can't skip the melon. In an instant, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became weird. Everyone was silent, but they couldn't help but get excited in their hearts. Chapter 35 Orange also wants to win once. Amid the enthusiastic attention of the crowd, the voting PK session officially kicked off. The rules are simple, it's an elimination system. Each of the 4 anchors will take turns canvassing for votes for 2 minutes. If the number of votes reaches the requirement, they can advance to the next round, otherwise they will be eliminated. After rounds of PK, until all 3 opponents are eliminated, she becomes the most beautiful girl in the live broadcast room tonight. All of these are multiple tests of one's popularity and charm. Although it doesn't mean much outside, but in this live broadcast room, being able to make it to the end is a symbol of honor for these anchors. Soon the 4 of them stood in a row with a chair in front of them. In the early stage, you can sit in a sports car, which is a special treatment that only powerful anchors can enjoy. Amid the host's passionate chatter, the 4 began to take turns canvassing for votes. Orange was the first to be affected. He had just finished introducing himself when a fan bought a sports car. Not only did she successfully pass the mic, she also qualified to sit in the car, and the $120 sports car was enough for her to avoid canvassing for votes in the early rounds. Orange, who looked tired, smiled happily, and the other 3 people were instantly envious. Regardless of whether the 2 hours of military training was tiring or not, at least she succeeded in gaining a wave of popularity. This segment was actually an opportunity for them to show themselves and attract fans. There wasn't much to watch in the first few rounds of canvassing for votes by the 4 people. The number of votes required was very low and not difficult. Even Mango and Lemon, which had little presence throughout the night, could easily pass the test. In fact, the die-hard fans of the 2 have been waiting in the live broadcast room, but they are all small-time fans without much real ability to show. But now it has come to this stage, they have to protect their own anchors. The fun didn't start until the sports car segment. Mango finally managed to raise enough money through crowdfunding in 2 minutes, but Lemon was not so lucky. It didn't get enough votes when the countdown ended, so it had to settle down. After another round, when the conditions for passing the mic arrived on a private plane, Mango's fans were also disappointed and she was ruthlessly eliminated. At this point, only peaches and oranges were left in the room. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room suddenly became tense, and the hundreds of viewers who were waiting to watch the show became excited. Just now, it was just some little fans who were voting. Neither Brother Frog nor Gu Yang made any move, which made the onlookers very excited. This moment is finally worth watching. Mi Tao took the microphone and it was her turn to canvass for votes. As the top anchor of Fruit Party, she has always been the most profitable one, but tonight she was suppressed by Orange, causing many of her fans to leave in the middle of the show. Now even asking for 3,000 votes has become difficult. The crowdfunding has not yet collected 1,000 votes in 1 minute. She can only turn to her last trump card. Brother Frog, are you there? Help me, Peach has no other choice but to ask you for help. Please help the child. Mi Tao spoke in a sweet and coquettish voice, making people feel as if they had fallen into a honeypot. I have to say that being the top girl among the four does have something to offer. Her good looks plus the sound of her hand clamps are enough to arouse the desire to protect her in many men. However, Gu Yang is an exception. He didn't deny that she was indeed beautiful, but Gu Yang knew that her mysterious place, which perhaps attracted many people, was already crowded with people. It's a ninth-hand car, and he has no interest in driving it even if I give it to him for free. Gu Yang knew it clearly in his heart, but he was unaware of the resentment and still treated her like a treasure. Traveling Frog gives away Carnival 1. Gorgeous special effects. It made Mi Tao, who was canvassing for votes, smile. This made her fans who supported her excited. It also made the audience excited instantly. Here it comes, the battle between the two local tyrants is finally about to begin. It was worth the wait. With a smile on her face, Mi Tao securely obtained the qualification to sit down. Orange gave up her chair and stood there nervously. The huge pressure of 30,000 votes was like a mountain, making her full of hesitation. In the past, a carnival was enough to make her desperate and unable to resist, but tonight was different. She had met the big brother and she also hoped to win a game. Although the four of them have a good relationship in private, they are all human beings. Who doesn't have some vanity? Who can be willing to always lose? Brother Hongchen, are you still here? The gap between us is too big now. Chengzi can only ask you for help. Chengzi knows that Brother Hongchen has already won a lot tonight, and I am very grateful to him, but Chengzi has always been the runner-up, and I really want to win once. So I would like to ask Brother Hongchen to help Chengzi one more time. Brother Hongchen, I beg you please, please. Orange's soft voice and pleading expression made me feel pity for him. After all, he had given them 2 hours of military training before, so Gu Yang couldn't help but feel soft-hearted when he saw this. Needless to say, T0 girls deserve to be treated well. Xiaoyao Hongchen sends Carnival 1. Xiaoyao Hongchen sends Carnival 3. Xiaoyao Hongchen sends Carnival 10. Gu Yang started with another 10 carnivals, which made Orange's eyes widen with excitement, and also made the audience in the live broadcast room excited. Fuck, Boss Hongchen is so awesome, his strength is so awesome. Oh my god, the world of the big guys is so inhumane. I am in tears. I am willing to live 10 years less under this condition if I want to leave the world. The barrage of comments and the hostess roar instantly made the atmosphere in the live broadcast room boil. Mi Tao stood up in despair. She hadn't even sat down yet and she was no longer qualified to sit. The traveling frog's face turned pale when he saw this scene. He had originally hoped to regain his position in this segment, but he didn't expect that his limelight would be completely stolen. He gritted his teeth, feeling that his face was being pressed to the ground and rubbed. The reputation of a level 55 cannot be violated. He doesn't believe that he can't suppress a little brat who has just risen from a level 2 rookie. This time, without waiting for Peach to canvass for votes, the angry and embarrassed frog brother couldn't wait to start brushing. The traveling frog sends a Carnival 1. The traveling frog sends a Carnival 5. The traveling frog sends out a Carnival 10. The traveling frog gives away Carnival 20, 30, 40, 50. As the carnival special effects appeared one after another, everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't help but stare with wide eyes. What the hell, are you crazy? A total of 50 huazi, that's 150,000 yuan, and it was done just like that. This would be enough to shock the entire audience in a big anchor's live broadcast room, let alone in this third-tier live broadcast room. The host looked at the vast number of Chinese people and was so unbelievable that he was speechless. This is almost as much as the performance of the live broadcast room in 1 month. The crowd was all silent at this moment, all of them were shocked. 80% of me have never seen such a grand scene. This is 150,000 yuan, enough to buy a BYD song. Level 55 boss, so terrifying. Orange was so frightened that he subconsciously jumped up from his chair. His face turned pale in an instant, and he couldn't help feeling despair. Nitao's face turned red with excitement and her body couldn't help but tremble. Brother Frog felt refreshed watching all this. He had over 50,000 on his account before, and later he gritted his teeth and topped up another 100,000. At this moment, he went all in at once and he didn't believe that he couldn't control the situation. Just ask who else. Brother Frog smiled proudly and typed a barrage of comments quickly. A little pocket money, not much, I'll spend it all, do whatever you want. Chapter 36 10 times crushing. He? Your sister. Seeing that the traveling frog seemed to have already taken advantage of his boastful comments, Gu Yang laughed disdainfully. The other party swiped 50 huazi in one breath. If it were an ordinary person, he might be really scared. After all, it is 150,000, which is equivalent to an ordinary person's salary for 2 or even 3 years. But Gu Yang doesn't buy it. What a joke, let alone pocket money. Even if he swipes out all his savings, what will happen? Challenge him for a bounty? I'm afraid I've lost my mind. Is this all your pocket money? It's certainly not much. Gu Yang sneered and replied with a barrage. Don't talk nonsense, just brush it if you want. The traveling frog said proudly. The barrage of comments from the two people immediately made the atmosphere in the live broadcast room tense. At this moment, Orange's frightened voice rang out. Brother Hongchen, please stop spending. You have helped me a lot. This time it's too much. Don't spend impulsively. It's okay. I admit defeat. Faced with the terrifying gap of 50 carnivals, Orange was really desperate and even thought that maybe he had no chance of winning. She was used to losing, but at this moment, she didn't want to see the good brother she had finally met being embarrassed. She had heard of many big brothers who had lost their minds because of such a fight, and had to force themselves to brush the frames crazily, and then quit the internet within 2 days. She dreams of having a big brother who can protect her to the best of his ability when she needs him. Well, she is already satisfied with what she can do. After hearing what Orange said, Gu Yang couldn't help but look at this little lowly-like potato in a different light. She even knows how to think about him. I have to say she is such a good girl. It's just a bounty, it doesn't matter who you give it to. Such a good girl deserves support. Gu Yang couldn't help but reveal a doting smile on his face, and typed, why admit defeat? Put your heart in my stomach. From now on, if I don't say anything, don't make any rash decisions. I don't know what your situation was like before, but from today on, remember this, as long as I'm here, you will never lose. Orange, who was already completely deflated, couldn't help but open her beautiful eyes suddenly when she saw Gu Yang's domineering comments. But before she could respond, she saw the special effects of the carnival suddenly rise. Orange quickly covered his open mouth, his heart unable to stop pounding wildly. 1, 2, 3, 4. 10, 20, 30, 40. 100, 200, 300, 400. I thought the traveling frog was arrogant enough, but I didn't expect there was someone even more arrogant than him. When Gu Yang reached 50 carnivals, everyone was shocked. When Gu Yang reached 100 carnivals, everyone's scalp went numb. When Gu Yang reached 300 carnivals, everyone's jaws dropped in shock. When Gu Yang finished playing 500 carnivals, everyone was stunned as if they were stupid. Numb. What kind of godly boss is this? It's really inhumane. The most shocking things are often expressed in the simplest way. In the live broadcast room, the two words fuck were constantly scrolling across the screen like running water. A total of 500 carnivals, with a total of 1.5 million, directly raised Gu Yang's account level to level 58. It also put the Fruit Party live broadcast room firmly at the top of the hourly rankings. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room even exceeded 10,000. The boss's power is so terrifying. The traveling frog stared blankly at the phone screen, his eyes unfocused with disbelief. The violent output from the tenfold carnival was like rubbing his face to death on the ground. But now the corners of his mouth kept twitching, but he couldn't even fart. How can I have such a face? Oh my god, 500 carnivals. He has been using TikTok for more than a year and he still hasn't watched enough of them. The other party actually brushed it out in minutes, as easy as drinking water. This made him see the gap at once. He woke up from his dying illness and found that the clown was actually himself. You have nothing better to do than to challenge others. Frog Brother's face unknowingly turned as red as a pig's liver. When he came to his senses, he left the live broadcast room without saying a word. At this moment, the public screen was filled with comments of praise and admiration. Fuck, look, Brother Frog ran away. Some of the onlookers still haven't forgotten the rebellious Frog Brother and are always staring at the audience. When they see the other party slipping away, they can't help but excitedly type in the barrage. Ha, the Red Dust Boss has 500 carnivals, which is 10 times more than him. If he doesn't run away, why would he wait for the feast to start? I thought he was quite arrogant, but compared to Brother Hongchen, he is just a clown. Brother Hongchen, awesome. Are you still missing any accessories? The live broadcast room was bustling with activity, but the four anchors, especially Orange, couldn't recover from their shock for a long time. Faced with 500 carnivals, no one was more shocked than her. The scene that only appeared in dreams has now become reality. If she wasn't young and in good health, she would have fainted from happiness. Oh my god, I must have used up all my luck in several lifetimes to meet such a domineering and arrogant brother. Amid the host's crazy thanks, Orange came back to her senses. In an instant, she covered her mouth with her hands and tears flowed uncontrollably. Look, why is the anchor crying? Ha, Brother Hongchen is awesome. He made the anchor cry. Nonsense, whoever wants to give me 1.5 million, don't even cry, I will call him daddy every day from now on. Hongchen dad, I won't say anything more. My request is not high. Can you V50 me? Gu Yang couldn't help but laugh as he watched a group of netizens talking more and more outrageously. But I have to say that it feels really good to be admired by others. No wonder everyone wants to be the boss. Qingzi, who was crying with joy, took a long time to come back to her senses. With tears in her eyes, she took the microphone and expressed her sincere but incoherent thanks to Gu Yang. It makes people laugh. The naughty host announced that Orange won the best anchor in this live broadcast room. Who agrees and who disagrees? Naturally, no one objected to this. As the winning anchor, Orange got the opportunity to show his talent. I have to say, this little potato's dance to the pure land of bliss was really amazing. All the viewers were delighted and she gained a lot of fans. After the dance, it was getting late, and when the show was about to end, Orange suddenly remembered something and quickly picked up the microphone. She said excitedly, Brother Hongchen, can I add you on Green Bubble? I'll send you my number in a private message, you must add me. When the viewers saw the anchor openly shouting that he wanted to add Big Brother Green Bubble in public, they all said in their hearts, wow. This is not even a betrayal. However, they did not feel the slightest bit of jealousy at this moment. The Big Brother has spent more than 1 million, and they feel they are at a loss if they can't even get a green bubble. Chapter 37. This is called being sensible. Gu Yang exited the live broadcast room and found that the number of messages in the background had exploded. There were messages asking him to add him as a friend, and there were also private messages from users who looked like female anchors. In just 3 or 2 seconds of browsing the message bar, I received 4 or 5 private messages. This is crazy. Gu Yang randomly clicked on a few private messages and took a look. Brother, do you want to date me? I'm really good at eating chicken. Brother Hongchen, you are so powerful. Can you come to my live broadcast room? You must be very powerful too. I want to meet you. Dear sponsor, I'm in need of a cool dad. Can you fulfill my wish? Bubble. After just reading 4 or 5 private messages, Gu Yang couldn't help but widen his eyes, and suddenly felt that he had learned a lot of strange knowledge. Damn it, when women are wild, there is really no limit. If he had been hungry and thirsty in the past, he might have been interested in chatting with such a crazy private message. But now, as a self-disciplined hacker, although he particularly likes socializing, he is too lazy to force his way into this passage, which is obviously filled with people coming and going. After searching for a while, Gu Yang finally found the private message from Qingzi among a bunch of eye-catching messages. As expected, she sent him the bubble number. This is the food you should eat. Gu Yang is very clear-headed. He will not lose himself just because some random woman calls him brother. After copying the number into the green bubble and adding it, Gu Yang returned to Douyin. Clear all the spam messages and set the private messages to only accept messages from friends who follow each other. Now everything is peaceful. After putting down his phone, Gu Yang went to flush the toilet. When he lay back on the bed and turned on his phone, he found that Qingzi had not only passed his friend verification, but also sent him a message. Thank you, Brother Hongchen, for adding me in Bubble. Brother Hongchen, you are so nice. I am so happy. Orange also has a big brother to protect him, hug, hug, hug. Brother Hongchen was so domineering tonight. I am very touched. I still feel like I am dreaming. But Brother Hongchen, you spent so much. Isn't it too expensive? Looking at the message sent by Qingzi, Gu Yang couldn't help but laugh. He played for more than 2 hours tonight, and it seemed like he was playing like a tiger, but when he was done he checked the bank text message and found that 1.6 million had been deposited into his account. Relax, it's just a small amount of money, it's not a big expense, just be happy. Gu Yang replied casually. Spend money? I haven't used up the 2 million I charged before. Compared to a 100 million yuan bounty, that is just a drop in the bucket. There are still too few of them. I haven't even started to make any real effort yet, but others think I'm awesome, and the private messages in the background are flooding with messages. In fact, Gu Yang wanted to give out all the bounties at once without any hesitation. As for making money, of course the more the better. But if you think about it calmly, that would make you look like a fool from a landlord's family. Even if you want to take advantage of the system, you still have to consider some rationality. Gu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The road to making money is really a long way to go. But it's not bad, my work was not in vain. With the cash back from meals plus the 1.6 million, my savings will soon reach 5 million. It's only a matter of time before you can light up the next level label of your deposit. When Chang Zi received Gu Yang's reply, she was stunned. My little heart, which hadn't calmed down yet, suddenly started beating violently again. No, brother, please look at what you are saying. You call 500 carnivals small money? Oh my god, what kind of big guy did I meet? Orange couldn't help but secretly gasp in amazement, feeling that his entire cognition had been refreshed. Shy, it's Orange who was ignorant, thank you brother Hongchen, kiss. Gu Yang didn't feel sleepy for a while, and couldn't help but reply, I asked you to dance for 2 hours tonight. How tired are you? You danced for such a long time, and I think some of your fans are distressed and have complaints. It's okay, brother Hongchen, you can play however you like, and don't care what others say. You support Orange so much. Orange is very grateful to you. You don't have to worry about me. It's okay. I started learning dance when I was very young and I have always been physically strong. Are you a professional dancer? Yes, Orange can do many kinds of dances. Brother Hongchen can watch Orange do any kind of dance he wants in the future. Even if he can't do it, Orange can learn it. No wonder this girl's final dance to Pure Land was so stunning, it turns out she is a professional. Gu Yang's interest suddenly perked up, and he replied, since you've been learning dance since you were young, you should be able to do the splits, right? Of course I can, that's the basics, do you want to see it, brother Hongchen? Shy. Seeing this message, Gu Yang's heart couldn't help but beat fast. Who wouldn't want to see a top-notch beauty doing splits? Before he could reply, the message came. Picture. Picture. TSK, what does it mean to be sensible? This is what it means to be sensible. Seeing that Qingzi took the initiative to send 2 photos, Gu Yang couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Okay, this girl's love was not in vain. Fortunately, Gu Yang had a trifold that could display pictures, and he clicked on it to enlarge the first photo. She was wearing a tight dance costume, with one of her long legs stretched straight in the air, and her upper body tightly pressed against her standing leg. Her slender waist was as soft as if she had no bones. This soft and cute lowly-like girl, although not tall, but her legs are really long and straight. Her legs are straight in a straight line, which is longer than Gu Yang's life. Gu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. Good, it's really the best. With this leg and this flexibility, Gu Yang said he wouldn't get tired even if he played for a year. As expected of a girl who studies dancing, with such a soft and boneless body, even if she unlocks various difficult moves, isn't that a piece of cake? Love. Gu Yang saved the photo and clicked on the next one. This one is relatively standard, just a standard split on the floor. She was wearing a JK short skirt, which was so short that it had lost its ability to cover her body, but safety pants. Seeing this, Gu Yang sighed with some disappointment and couldn't help but reply with the message. Bad review, damn, I think safety pants are definitely an anti-human product. Safety pants? Seeing Gu Yang's reply, Chang Zi was stunned for a moment. It was only when she saw the second photo she sent that she realized. Brother, you seem to be disgusted with the fact that you are wearing safety pants. Does he want to see himself without safety pants? Big brother is so bad. As she was lost in thought, Orange's pretty face couldn't help but blush. If a normal man said this, she would just think he was vulgar, but when Gu Yang said it so bluntly, Qingzi felt that he seemed quite interesting. At this time, Mango and Lemon came over excitedly. Yushi, why haven't you changed your clothes? Come on, it's time for a midnight snack. Orange realized belatedly that he had originally intended to change clothes and go for a midnight snack, but he forgot about it when he was chatting with his brother. Mango looked at the phone in Orange's hand and thought of something cleverly. He said excitedly, Yushi, have you added brother Hongchen to chat? Hey, are you privately chatting with brother? I'm so envious of you, Yushi, for meeting such a generous big brother. Ah, God, please give me a big brother too. Seeing this, Lemon grabbed Orange's hand and said excitedly, Yushi, you are so lucky. Bah, from now on, I have to call you Sister Yushi. Don't forget me when you become rich. Orange's face turned red due to the teasing of her two friends, but she felt extremely happy in her heart. Chapter 38. Does Mr. Gu want to pursue me? In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. A carefree day began with sleeping until waking up naturally. When Gu Yang opened his eyes, he found it was already past 9 o'clock. He turned on his cell phone and found that many people had sent him messages on Green Bubble early in the morning. In the past, no one cared about me even when I was in a busy city. Even if there was, they would just tell me to get up early and work overtime. It's not like now. At 7:30, the attentive and beautiful housekeeper Tang Jilan sent a message. Excuse me, Mr. Gu. When you wake up, please let me know so I can prepare breakfast for you. You should eat something even if it's late. I have to say, it feels really good to see such a thoughtful message as soon as I wake up. Not too much, just a little. Gu Yang replied casually, but the other party replied immediately. Mr. Gu, you are awake. Wait a moment, I'll go prepare it and send it to you in a moment. Gu Yang smiled and didn't reply. He clicked on Lin E's bubble. 7:50. Good morning, brother, kiss. If I have class, I hate going to class early in the morning, crying. Seeing this, Gu Yang expressed deep sympathy and sent a hug emoji. Indeed, in Gu Yang's opinion, early 8 is just like safety pants, which is disgusting. As soon as the emoticon was sent, Lin E also replied immediately, but the reply was a secretly taken photo of herself in class. After all, she was already his woman, so Gu Yang couldn't help but ask with concern, are you feeling better? No. It's okay, much better, awkward. That's good. Did you miss me? Don't want to be naughty. Gu Yang raised his eyebrows? I'll give you a chance, say it again. Poor, I don't want to, who told you to bully me like that the first time? Thinking of Lin E's tearful eyes but her refusal to give up, Gu Yang smiled. She was both naive and playful. Blame me, you've been naughty. When you get better, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Lin E, who was attending class, couldn't help but climb onto the desk and use a book to cover her increasingly hot face. I secretly typed, bad guy, I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore. After a while, she saw that Gu Yang didn't reply, and she panicked. She had dreamed about him doing bad things these past 2 nights. Lin E couldn't help but feel a sudden excitement in her heart, and she really wanted to snuggle into his arms. I miss my brother. I miss my husband. I think about it all the time. You're good. Study hard. I'll come to you in a couple of days, to give you a hug. After seeing this news, Lin E's oval face immediately showed 2 charming dimples. At this moment, Gu Yang was reading the message sent by Xia Mengyuan. The time was actually sent at 6 o'clock. Good morning, brother Gu Yang, hug. Brother, please don't ignore me. I know I was wrong, and I regret it so much that I can't sleep well at night, really. Please give me a chance to correct my mistakes, I will never let you down. Brother, you can punish me however you want, just don't ignore me, okay? Cry loudly, cry loudly, cry loudly. Gu Yang read these messages but did not reply. There is no other reason, I just feel that the time is not right and I don't want to go back. To cure the bad habit of being clever, you have to be ruthless. After Xia Mengyuan, another unfamiliar friend also sent a message. Gu Yang thought about it and realized that it was the beautiful and cool assistant teacher Qin Shui. It turns out that cold and beautiful women will also take the initiative to send messages to others. Brother Yang, good morning. No matter how busy you are every day, you must take good care of yourself and have time to play billiards. I am waiting for Brother Yang to come. Gu Yang also read the message but was too lazy to reply. He can only make a few dollars playing billiards, and he doesn't care about those little things now. He might as well study playing PUBG with that time. Putting down his phone, Gu Yang got up and washed up. Tang Jilan also brought a carefully prepared breakfast. There are porridge and a wide variety of noodles. There wasn't too much of anything, but with so many varieties, all added together it was quite a lot, and Gu Yang felt a little full. It's not enough to just eat without exercising, so Gu Yang went to the heated swimming pool upstairs to play. Making money is important, but enjoying life is more important. However, in the blink of an eye, it's already noon and time for lunch again. Gu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For the first time, he felt that life was so simple and plain. Calling Tang Jilan, Gu Yang asked, "Do you know any good restaurants, high-end ones?" Tang Jilan pondered for a moment and recommended a private restaurant. "Mr. Gu, are you going to host a banquet for distinguished guests? How many people should I expect? I'll reserve a seat for you first." Gu Yang shook his head and said with a smile, "I won't invite anyone else, I'll invite you, Sister Lan, you are my VIP. Hearing this, Tang Jilan stood there in a daze, feeling as if she was hallucinating. "Didn't you treat me at least? Why do you treat yourself? I'm just a hotel housekeeper, how could I have such qualifications?" Gu Yang pulled her out without saying anything. Even after sitting in Gu Yang's big bowl, the flattered Tang Jilan was still confused. In fact, the restaurant in the hotel itself is quite high-end, but Gu Yang just wants to go out for a walk. The restaurant recommended by Tang Jilan was indeed good. Regardless of the taste, at least the prices on the menu were expensive enough, and that was enough for Gu Yang. It's better to have a more expensive one, so that you can get the money. Gu Yan once heard a saying, "If you don't have money, Shanghai is just Shanghai, with only the Bund and the Oriental Pearl Tower. If you have money, Shanghai is really Shanghai. You will know what decadence and luxury are and what paradise on earth is." Gu Yang picked up the menu, as arrogant as ever. He didn't seek the best but the most expensive. The toolman was right beside him, so he would squeeze as much wool from the system as possible. Listening to Gu Yang ordering the dishes, Tang Jilan felt terrified and her whole body was numb. After ordering the dishes, she watched the waiter leave and couldn't help but say, "Mr. Gu, this is too expensive." Gu Yang chuckled and said, "What's the point of spending money? Sister Lan, have you ever heard that men work to make money, and they make money to eat with beauties like you?" Looking at Gu Yang's angular face, Tang Jilan couldn't help being dazed for a moment, and then hurriedly avoided his gaze. Top-notch restaurants, luxurious surroundings, this prosperity of the world, Tang Jilan once thought that she could only be a spectator. But now, because of the favor of this little man, she has become the protagonist twice. Although she can still remain calm on the surface, her heart is confused unknowingly. The meal for two people cost 80,000 yuan, and Gu Yang paid the bill with a calm face. After getting 80,000 yuan easily, Gu Yang, feeling satisfied, drove Tang Jilan for another hour before returning to the hotel. After confirming that Gu Yang had no other instructions, Tang Jilan returned to the hotel lounge. Her heart was in turmoil and completely confused at this moment. Yesterday she contacted the studio for him and helped choose the fabrics and styles of the clothes, so she did her part. So it was only natural that he invited her to dinner. But today, she didn't do anything, but he still treated her to a meal, still so extravagant, and he didn't feel sorry at all. Why do I deserve this? It can't be that he has too much money and has no place to spend it. Tang Jilan was in a state of confusion. After thinking about it, she could only think of one possibility. Could it be that Master Gu wanted to pursue him? Chapter 39. I'd be willing to live 10 years less. Cutting and sorting out the mess. As a 26-year-old woman, Tang Jilan is optimistic, confident, independent and capable, and she already possesses the qualities that a mature woman should have. She rarely suffers from internal conflicts, but this time she couldn't help herself. Once some thoughts come to mind, it is difficult to get them out of your mind, especially when it comes to matters between men and women. Tang Jilan thought about the possibility that had a high probability, but she also felt that she was being too sentimental. The conflicting emotions made her upset. Just as she was lost in thought, a beautiful lady dressed as an office lady walked in. The beauty first took a glass of water, then came to sit next to Tang Jilan, and couldn't help but said with a distressed look, "Sister Jilan, what should I do? I'm afraid I will be unemployed for several days again." Tang Jilan came back to her senses, looked at her best colleague, and asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Doesn't your Mr. Zhao still have one more day?" Hearing this, Liang Xinyue wanted to cry but had no tears. She said bitterly, "Don't mention it. I originally booked it for 3 days, but something happened after only 2 days. I just checked out. Don't worry, maybe you will meet a big client tomorrow, come on." Looking at Liang Xinyue, who was in a depressed mood, Tang Jilan quickly encouraged her with a smile. As a senior housekeeper in the hotel, Tang Jilan can understand her colleagues' feelings very well. The biggest fear for people in their line of work is having no customers, because most of their income comes from commissions from serving customers. No customers means no income, and no one in this industry expects to live on that basic salary. "Oh, I feel so unlucky this month. It's already halfway through and I haven't worked for 8 days. I finally received a big client who booked a room for 3 days, but he left after only 2 days." Liang Xinyue sighed and her eyes fell on Tang Jilan. She couldn't help but reveal an envious look on her face. "Sister Jilan, you are so lucky. You actually got a chance to meet a rich and handsome man who even booked a room for a month. If I had your luck, I would wake up laughing in my dreams." Listening to Liang Xinyue's words, even though Tang Jilan was mature and reserved, she couldn't help but smile. As a top luxury hotel in Shanghai, even if the Ritz-Carlton is well known, it may not meet such a generous customer in a year. Tang Jilan felt so lucky that she was the one to receive him. Gu Yang spent 3.6 million to book a presidential suite for a month. This extravagant behavior had actually spread within the hotel a long time ago, making him a celebrity in the hotel. Especially when they heard that he was young, tall, rich and handsome, those young and beautiful private butlers had long wanted to rush up and get to know him. It was only because of Tang Jilan that he restrained his restless thoughts. Looking at Tang Jilan with envy, Liang Xinyue suddenly thought of something and put all her worries behind her. Her eyes instantly revealed a strong fire of gossip, and she stared into Tang Jilan's eyes with an ant smile on her face. "Sister Jilan, did that rich guy take you out at noon? Don't deny it, I saw it all. Tell me the truth, what did you two do?" Tang Jilan felt uncomfortable being stared at by Liang Xinyue. She avoided her gaze with a guilty conscience and said casually, "It's nothing. I just had a meal." Liang Xinyue's gossiping heart became even stronger, and she couldn't wait to ask, "Eat? Just the two of you? Where did you go to eat?" Knowing that she couldn't hide it, Tang Jilan nodded and said, "Mr. Huang." "Mr. Huang?" Hearing this, Liang Xinyue was in a daze for a moment, then looked surprised. As a gold medal housekeeper, she is also very familiar with famous restaurants. Mr. Huang's restaurant is ranked among the top 5 luxury restaurants in Shanghai. Liang Xinyue knew without thinking that a housekeeper could not afford such a restaurant, so it could only be the rich man who invited them. After being dumbfounded for a moment, Liang Xinyue's woman's sixth sense made her seem to smell the scent of a big melon, and her spirits instantly became excited. She couldn't help but chirp, "Oh my god, Sister Jilan, you really found a treasure. Didn't he just treat you to dinner last night? Why is he treating you to dinner again today, and in such a high-end restaurant? This is too abnormal. There is definitely something wrong. Does he have any intentions towards you? Has he done anything to you, or is he hinting at anything? Come on, tell me. Confess and you will be treated leniently. Resist and you will be treated severely." Tang Jilan's pretty face turned red from Liang Xinyue's machine gun-like questions. She remembered her previous speculation and her heart couldn't help but pound. "Stop talking nonsense. It will affect Mr. Gu's reputation if it gets out." Tang Jilan rolled her eyes at her colleague and said calmly, "It's nothing nonsense. I just had a normal meal." Liang Xinyue obviously didn't believe it, and said noncommittally, "Really? This status doesn't match, why does he invite you to dinner again and again?" Tang Jilan said absent-mindedly, "I don't know either, maybe he wants to find a companion for dinner." Liang Xinyue was even more unconvinced. He is so rich, tall, rich and handsome, how could he worry about no one to eat with him? He could probably call a group of people with just one phone call. Why would he need to hire a butler and go to such a luxurious restaurant? Do you think it is possible that he doesn't want something? I've been a housekeeper for such a long time. You see, that guest would specially invite me to dinner for no reason? There must be some ulterior motive for that. Hearing this, Tang Jilan fell silent. She also felt that Liang Xinyue's words made sense. After working for such a long time, she also knows that the richer the customer, the more arrogant he is. Even if he is low-key and amiable in his dealings with others, he still has a sense of superiority in his bones. A wealthy person from the upper class would not pay attention to a housekeeper if he had nothing to do. Unless there is something else in mind. Hey, Sister Jilan, I think the rich guy has taken a fancy to you. These words made Tang Jilan's heart, which had been silent for many years, tremble violently, and her face instantly flushed. Don't talk nonsense, it's not true. Liang Xinyue curled her lips and said with a smile, I think so. Sister Jilan is alone with us now, and you are still hiding it from me. I won't tell anyone nonsense. This is a good thing, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. He's tall, rich and handsome, not a bald old man. He's so rich, so young, and so handsome, it's hard to find a man like him even with a lantern. If God could give me a man like this, I would be willing to live 10 years less. Sister Jilan, what incredible luck you have. It's so enviable. I'm so envious that my glands are going to grow. Liang Xinyue pretended to be in pain and crossed her arms over her chest, but her expression became more and more excited as she spoke. I can't imagine that such a tall, rich and handsome man would one day pull me into his Lamborghini and drive me into his villa with one hand on the steering wheel. He took me into the dark living room mysteriously, then turned on the light. The floor was covered with rose petals. He took out an 8-carat diamond ring, then knelt on one knee and looked at me lovingly and said, Baby, promise me, be my woman, and never leave me for the rest of your life. Oh my god, I can't even imagine it, I really can't imagine it. Chapter 40. You and I are both dark horses. Sister Jilan, you are about to fly off the tree and turn into a phoenix. Sister, when you marry into a wealthy family, don't forget me, your little sister. Seeing Liang Xinyue talking more and more outrageously, she was a fangirl, in love, and even almost had delusional disorder. Tang Jilan, with a flushed face, held her forehead with her hand and couldn't help but sit aside. I can't bear to watch it. I didn't even drink any alcohol, so why am I dreaming? Besides, even if Tang Jilan was drunk, she would have had such a dream. Marry into a wealthy family? She didn't even dare to think about it. It was just like a fairy tale. Even if there was such a lucky person, she felt that it would never be the turn of a personal butler like her. The more upper-class guests Tang Jilan came into contact with, the more she realized that when people get married, they really care about matching each other's social status, so ordinary people don't even have to think about it. Even if you are as beautiful as a fairy, it is difficult to rise to the top without any powerful means. There is a high probability that you can only be a canary kept outside by a rich man. Even so, you still have to worry about being abandoned. After all, there are so many women around rich men. Tang Jilan couldn't stand Liang Xinyue's crazy look, so she punched her and said angrily, You're going to die, can you be normal? Think about it. Don't let me think about it. Liang Xinyue chuckled, but her expression finally became serious. After a pause, she said seriously, Well, to be honest, it's really rare to meet a young, rich, handsome man like Mr. Gu. You can't deny this, Sister Jilan. He keeps inviting you to dinner. Regardless of whether he's interested in you or not, at least he has a good impression of you. That's not wrong, right? I feel like this is a chance bestowed by God. I think we must seize it. Do you want to stay in a hotel as a housekeeper for the rest of your life? Our profession, to put it nicely, is called a butler. To put it bluntly, it's just a special kind of waiter, just like a flight attendant, and there's no guarantee. Damn it, when there are no customers, I am so anxious. When there are customers, I have to be on call 24 hours a day. My menstrual cycle is almost out of balance. You can still hold on now, but what about a few years from now? Sister Jilan, you have to think about your future while you are still young and charming. The biggest advantage of this industry is that you can get in touch with some wealthy people. Nowadays, newcomers are actually here to catch a rich husband. Now I have begun to think so. I've finally seen through it. I've been working so hard, but I don't know how long it will take for me to get through this. I might as well find a rich man. It's fine if I can't find a good one, but for a tall, rich and handsome guy like young Master Gu, I have to take the initiative. Do you know that Lin Lin and her gang of little devils went to young Master Gu's door several times this morning just to find an opportunity to strike up a conversation? Don't talk about them, I'm also moved. If it weren't for you, I would have found a chance to get close to him. Tang Jilan listened to Liang Xinyue's words in a daze, and a forced smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She entered this industry for the high salary, thinking that she could have a good income, find a man she loved, and then form a warm and happy family. However, after seeing more and more extravagant lives, she admitted that her original intentions had gradually changed. Find an ordinary person to marry and have children, and face mortgage, car loan, and daily necessities. Now she thinks that she is unwilling to live like this for the rest of her life. Tang Jilan was silent for a moment, then said, "Mr. Gu already has someone by his side. You didn't see the girl he brought with him when he checked into the hotel. She was so beautiful that even I was amazed." Hearing this, Liang Xinyue asked, "Is that his girlfriend?" Tang Jilan was stunned for a moment and said, "I don't know about that. I'm not sure if it is true or not." Liang Xinyue couldn't help but laugh. "If you're not sure, then it's not. It is normal for a tall, rich and handsome man to be surrounded by several women. High-quality men are in high demand, and only poor losers are ignored. If a tall, rich and handsome woman is not tempted, then you have to fight for her. Today she is your girlfriend, but tomorrow she will be dumped by many people. The key is whether you have the ability or not. Don't even mention girlfriends. Even if it's a wife, so what? Haven't you seen the reports online? There are more people in divorce halls than in vegetable markets now. There's a very good saying, the world is still undecided, you and I are both dark horses, come on, Sister Jilan, you have to fight for your own happiness." Dark horse, is this word appropriate here? Tang Jilan looked at Liang Xinyue's serious expression and felt like laughing for some reason, but her heart was beating wildly involuntarily. Although Liang Xinyue's words were very realistic, Tang Jilan had to admit that this was the reality. Thinking of Gu Yang's carefree look when he drove the Lamborghini with one hand and took her for a ride, Tang Jilan's cheeks flushed unconsciously. But she felt a little disappointed in an instant. She bit her red lips and smiled bitterly. "Master Gu is indeed excellent, but you may not know that he is only 23 years old. I am 3 years older than him." Upon hearing this, Liang Xinyue was stunned. She had only seen Gu Yang twice from a distance and he looked very young, but she didn't expect him to be so young. Liang Xinyue was still excited and said with a smile, "So what? As the saying goes, a girl who is 3 years older than you is rich. What kind of society is this now? Being a few years older is not necessarily a disadvantage. Many men have a special liking for mature women, and even young women are the treasures of men's hearts. Think about it from another angle. It would be better to find a younger man. At least he has more energy and motivation. How happy that would be. Sister Jilan, there is nothing wrong with your conditions. You are the most beautiful among the housekeepers. You are just too dignified and rarely dress up. You need to change this. Men will feel fresh when women are more varied." That woman didn't care about beauty or nice clothes. Tang Jilan used to love dressing up, so she was often harassed by customers, which made her very distressed. Especially those old men with big bellies who had evil intentions towards her made her feel disgusted. Gradually, she stopped liking to dress up, as a form of self-protection. Seeing Tang Jilan's thoughtful expression, Liang Xinyue leaned closer to her and said enviously, "Sexiness is the kingly way for a woman. Sister Jilan has a perfect figure. TSK, this big lay, these legs make me so envious. If she wears black stockings, even a man 6 years younger than her, not to mention 3 years younger, would be so charming. I don't know why you have to tie it up so tightly when you have such an advantage. It looks so small. Sister Jilan, your figure is a perfect gun mount. If I were a man, I would want to try it. Sister Jilan, I haven't seen you looking for a man in all these years. Don't you miss him at all?" Listening to Liang Xinyue's increasingly obscene words, Tang Jilan couldn't help but blush. Allowing a woman to become dirty can really subvert your cognition. Tang Jilan had experienced this before. Usually, she would avoid it when she couldn't stand it. At this moment, she couldn't help but scolded, "Okay, stop talking, you're talking nonsense." Liang Xinyue laughed nonchalantly and said, "Why are you embarrassed when it's just the two of us, Sister Jilan? You're just too serious. Sometimes men are more attracted to women when they are a little bit excited, really. Sister Jilan, do you know what your biggest advantage is? You act like a teacher and it will definitely make men unable to stop. It will be even more exciting if you act coquettishly." As she spoke, Liang Xinyue became interested, and suddenly stood up and said with a smile, "Sister Jilan, it's time for you to change, really, are you okay now? Let me accompany you to go shopping downstairs. Now." Yes, right now. It won't take long. The simplest way is to buy some black stockings from Balenciaga. When you wear them, see if you can charm the rich guy. Chapter 41, Dad in the World. Just as Tang Jilan was half pushed and half pulled into the Balenciaga store by Liang Xinhua, Gu Yan opened TikTok. Seeing that the fruit party had already started, he clicked on it and started his simple and unpretentious way of making money again. The host had a sharp eye. He saw Gu Yang as soon as he arrived and immediately shouted excitedly at the top of his voice. He's coming, he's coming, he's coming in on a cloud of auspiciousness. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank my father Honchen for visiting the live broadcast room and welcome the parents home. The host's roar echoed throughout the live broadcast room, as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Red dust, daddy? Gu Yang, who had just entered the live broadcast room, almost sprained his waist due to the hostess' powerful roar. I never expected that I would have a son at the age of 23. At this moment, the public screen of the live broadcast room suddenly became lively. There were comments welcoming Gu Yang, and some netizens were complaining about the host. Fuck, host, why is your dad here? I think this young man is good. He really likes having a father. No, I came here to watch the dance. How did you get me into a big daddy recognition scene? This is too much, host, can you please pick up your moral integrity from the ground first? The host looked at these comments and didn't care at all. In front of Honchen's father, you ask me to maintain my moral integrity. What is that thing and is it edible? This is the guy who spent more than $500 carnival dollars. The host said in a righteous voice, my friends, stop making trouble. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he is still my father in the world. This. Gu Yang couldn't bear to watch the host's shameless flattery. But I have to say it's really cool. How could I, a loser in the past, have such treatment? It turns out that as long as you have money, you can enjoy happiness everywhere. Gu Yang, who had been promoted for a generation, couldn't help but feel very excited for a moment. He looked at the live broadcast room. At this moment, there was a girl being trained by her fans. He forgot whether her name was Mango or Lemon. This is not the point. The point is that the treasure girl with twin ponytails is acting as the background. This is outrageous. How can this be possible? At this moment, with more than 5 million diamonds in his account, Gu Yang would not be able to watch the girl he liked being ignored. He quickly typed a barrage, carry it away, host, change someone for me. Seeing Gu Yang's domineering comments, the host suddenly became excited. Okay, Dad Honchen, I'll arrange it for you right away. The host switched the music without hesitation, and Orange, who looked like a big loli, instantly showed a happy smile. She was like a lively elf, quickly stepped onto the small stage and started dancing to the music. The long legs wrapped in half-tube white stockings immediately make people salivate. Although it is tiring to be trained by the big brother, it is a little tiring compared to sitting on the bench. Who doesn't want to be the center of attention? Dear brother Honchen, you are so nice, I love you so much. Orange thought to herself, and a blush of excitement appeared on her pretty face. But at this time, the older brothers of the girl in the military training were not happy. I thought, we are all here to find the source of happiness, why should you change people with just one sentence when you haven't even given me a single heart? Just when they were feeling aggrieved, their eyes suddenly widened. Wang Defa, Carnival? No, you are crazy, who would use Huazi for military training? Xiaoyao Honchen sends Carnival 1. Xiaoyao Honchen sends Carnival 5. Xiaoyao Honchen sends Carnival 10. The 3,000 yuan carnival seemed cheaper than the cabbages in the market. Seeing Gu Yang selling 10 without saying a word, everyone was shocked. The netizens who were quite dissatisfied with Gu Yang just now were suddenly dumbfounded. No wonder the host is so servile and flattering, it turns out that Honchen's father is really domineering. This dad is not called in vain. The host roared again as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Thank you, Huazi from Honchen Daddy, you are so domineering, I won't say anything else, I wish my Honchen Daddy to make a fortune every day. At this moment, Orange was tired but happy. She couldn't hide her excitement, and her heartbeat was even faster than the sped-up version of the music. I love you so much, brother Honchen, come on, kill me with the carnival. At this moment, she felt that there was nothing happier than receiving military training from brother Honchen. With so many carnivals, the popularity instantly soared. People started to come to the live broadcast room one after another, and the attention also began to increase rapidly. The host looked at the continuously rising popularity, and his lips were pulled to his ears. Under Gu Yang's wave after wave of carnival bombardment, a live broadcast room that usually had only a few hundred people was turned into a room with tens of thousands of people online, and it lasted for 2 hours. Both new viewers and old fans in the live broadcast room were stunned. Oh my god, it's just a military training for the anchor, is it necessary to do so much? In just 2 hours, 200 carnivals were created. Why? Sure enough, poverty limits imagination. I can't understand the happiness of the boss, I really can't understand it. After 2 hours of military training, it was time for the live broadcast room to move on to the next stage. First, Orange's mouth was still hard, and everything else was soft, and his strength was obviously being drained. In addition, the time has come, and we have to leave time for dinner and rest for the evening show. The 4 anchors prepared for a moment, and the essential vote-gathering PK session began. The 4 of them took turns canvassing for votes as usual. At this moment, the live broadcast room was very lively. The tens of thousands of viewers really made the 4 of them gain a lot of fans. The first few rounds of canvassing were easily passed. This continued until you needed a Douyin account to pass the microphone, and then the difficulty began. The girl named Mango begged so hard but couldn't get another 1,000 votes. She got anxious, and immediately set her sights on Gu Yang. Dad Hongchen, no one is helping me, can you lend me a mango from your big rocket? Dad Hongchen, please save the child, please. Hiss. At this moment, Gu Yang, who was just a spectator, couldn't help but tremble all over. The audience in the live broadcast room also instantly went crazy. What the hell did I hear? Is this something I can hear for free? My dear daughter, Daddy is here. No, this girl is too good. I want to be a father too. I have a pension. I can't stand it, I think I have experienced the happiness of the boss. Gu Yang's eyes couldn't help but widen a little when he heard the word dad. No, I didn't do anything, so how come I have an older daughter? This little devil, I have to say it, I am not supporting you. You don't think that I have no bottom line just because you call me dad, right? Mango begged, Dad Hongchen, please have mercy on the child. Mango doesn't want to go down so soon, Dad Hongchen. Hiss. That's how you play it, right? Well, it seems like we can lower our bottom line a bit. After all, she has already called out to me, and some parts of me are hard, but my heart can't be hard too. Xiaoyao Hongchen is giving away Douyin account number 11. The gorgeous special effects suddenly appeared, making Mango so excited that he almost jumped up. Thank you, Hongchen Daddy. I love you so much. Mwah, love you. Mango was shouting excitedly as he compared himself to Naixin, and he couldn't even close his legs. Is this okay? Peach and Lemon couldn't help but open their mouths when they saw this scene. If she can do it, then I can do it too. The 2 of them had their minds racing instantly, and their eyes lit up. And Orange couldn't help but widen his eyes. No, that is too cunning, he is my elder brother. Chapter 42, Very Angry. Mango successfully passed the wheat test, and the pressure came to Peach. Yesterday, her elder brother was driven into autism by Gu Yang's 500 carnivals. It was as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth and he has not been able to be contacted since then. She knew that it was too much trouble to rely on her little fans to get through the microphone at this moment. After taking over the microphone, she begged Gu Yang without saying a word. Dad Hongchen, you just helped Mango, can you help Peach now? Peach also needs Dad Hongchen's big rocket. Please save the child. Mi Tao needs the protection of her father Hongchen. This. It's so soft, so soft. The thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room felt their bones soften when they heard the sweet voice. No, host, listen to me. I can satisfy your needs. I also have a big, hard cock. Do you want it? My goodness, I'm so envious, I also want a daughter like this. Damn, this is the charm of money. At this moment, Gu Yang was also a little numb. No, this is how you test your cadres, right? Which cadre can withstand such a test? We can't lower our bottom line any further. Mi Tao said pitifully, Hongchen Dad, please take care of the child. Hiss. Okay, so what is the bottom line? Xiaoyao Hongchen is giving away Douyin account number 11. Mi Tao's face suddenly lit up with smiles, and her eyes suddenly became charming, almost silky. Without waiting for her to thank him, Lemon impatiently grabbed the microphone. The microphone, which usually felt hot to the touch, became a hot commodity at this moment. Dad Hanshin, Lemon also needs your help. What the hell? Gu Yang got so angry when he was called that. Fairies, they are all fairies. At this moment, Orange felt uncomfortable watching all this, angry and aggrieved. This is too much. They openly seduce their big brother and act as if they don't exist. It's too bullying, bastard, vixen, they are all bitches. Orange was so angry that his teeth were itching and he was very anxious. He was really afraid that if he was not careful, his Monkey King would become someone else's supreme treasure. Seeing that Gu Yang had given Douyin number 1 again, Orange, who was feeling upset, pursed his lips and his eyes became red unconsciously. After Lemon received the gift, he thanked Orange and handed the microphone to Orange with satisfaction. After taking the microphone, before she could even open her mouth, Qingzi's tears began to flow uncontrollably. She wiped them away hastily, and said like a wounded kitten, "Brother Hanshin, no. Dad Hanshin, do you still like Orange? Will you still protect Orange?" Orange is very obedient. As long as Dad Hanshin needs you, Orange will do anything. Gu Yang looked at the pitiful little potato, who looked as if he had been abandoned by someone, and couldn't help but laugh. Playing and joking are all part of it, but Gu Yang has no idea which girl is the right one for him. Why are you still wiping your tears? Be good, how can others compare to you? You are the one that I love the most. Seeing Gu Yang's comments, Qingzi, who was feeling anxious, suddenly burst into laughter. She couldn't help but say, "Thank you for your love, Daddy Hanshin. I'm so lucky to have met Daddy Hanshin. I love you, moi. Ahem." The audience in the live broadcast room was almost choked to death by the sudden dog food. Damn, I thought it was a big dad recognition scene, but it turned out to be a bloody romance drama in the end. After getting used to the bitterness of being single, you really can't taste the sweetness of love. Boss, please be a human being and stop showing off your love. I can't handle it. Just when everyone was feeling indignant, they once again witnessed what inhumanity meant. Xiaoyao Hanshin sends Carnival 1. 1, 2, 3. 10, 20, 30. 100, 200, 300. Gu Yang finished 300 carnivals in one go. It let Orange know what it means to be loved by Hanshin's father, and also made the netizens in the live broadcast room collectively break down. Fuck, no love, it's fine if I don't have love, but I don't have money either, what the hell do I lack? Upstairs, you may need a good father. Dad, I want to give birth to a baby. Is it too late to go to Thailand now? Orange covered his mouth, staring at the special effects of the carnival in amazement, and his tears of emotion flowed uncontrollably like a flood. Did I save the galaxy in my previous life? I actually met a man who was willing to treat me so well. At this moment, Orange really had the urge to put everything aside and throw herself into the arms of her father Hanshin. Seeing the anchor who was like a fangirl, the audience in the live broadcast room were jealous. Brother Hanshin from society, awesome. From questioning Brother Hanshin to understanding Brother Hanshin. At this moment, everyone has the chance to become a Hanshin brother. After completing 300 carnivals, Gu Yang directly exited the live broadcast room. I played 500 carnivals in one afternoon, plus a few big rockets, and got a cashback of more than 1.5 million. Although he successfully increased the bank card deposit to 6 million, he was also very angry. Damn, this hot-blooded young man is teased by several beauties in turn, who wouldn't be distracted. This is the bad thing about watching live broadcasts, it can only satisfy your craving, but distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. So angry. His younger brother was eager to make a move, and Gu Yang felt itchy in his heart. If this bastard didn't give his younger brother some benefits, he would feel that he had made so much money in vain. At this moment, the green bubble message alert sound rang. Gu Yang opened it and saw that it was another message from Xia Mengyuan. As he read it, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Brother Gu Yang, please sort it out, I really regret it. Brother, even if you are still angry with me, can you please tell me what I should do to get your forgiveness? Just think of it as pity for me, okay? As long as you can calm me down, I'm willing to do anything. Brother, do you know that I've been so guilty these past few days that I've become so haggard? If you don't believe me, just look. Picture. Seeing this, Gu Yang enlarged the picture. This was a selfie of Xia Mengyuan. In the photo, she is wearing no makeup at all. It has to be said that this beauty with a score of 93 is still stunningly beautiful even without makeup. But, he does look a little haggard, with dark circles under his eyes. To be honest, this school beauty is at T0 level. She is definitely a rare and top-notch beauty and must be the dream goddess of countless boys in the school. No man would complain about having too many goddesses around him, and Gu Yang is no exception. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He doesn't mind giving all the goddesses a warm home. But the prerequisite is that the other party must be sensible. If she hadn't tried to be clever with him, he wouldn't have left in anger. But now, looking at the selfie sent by Xia Mengyuan, Gu Yang felt that it had cooled down, and the time had come for things to settle down. The heat was about right. Since she wants a chance, I'll give her one. Who told me to be so angry now? I'm willing to do anything you ask me to do. Are you sure? Chapter 43 Give you a chance. In a 3-bedroom apartment in an old community near the University of Finance and Economics. Xia Mengyuan was wearing a loose large t-shirt, but even though the t-shirt was large, it couldn't cover her long legs that made men want to commit a crime. After sending another message to the man pinned to the top of Bubble, she climbed onto the bed in a daze, with a look of dejection between her brows. Both balloons were about to burst, but she didn't care. She just stared at a puppet absent-mindedly, her eyes were dazed, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Just then, Green Bubble suddenly received news. Xia Mengyuan came back to her senses and casually opened her cell phone. The next moment, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but suddenly widen. Then, it was as if a spring was installed under her body, and she suddenly jumped up. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, as if she was afraid that she was hallucinating. When her eyes fell on the green bubble again, her heart started beating violently. Yes, it's true. The only man she had pinned to the top of her page finally replied to her message. At this moment, Xia Mengyuan was so surprised that she almost cried. There is only one class this afternoon. My best friend Lu Tingting went on a date with her second-generation rich boyfriend, and my best friend Ling also went to meet her executive boyfriend. She didn't want to eat dog food, so she returned home early. These days, she is like possessed because she can't get what she wants. I had no appetite and had to stay up very late before I could fall asleep. I felt so listless that I didn't even have the heart to do my job as a teaching assistant. She was even more upset today. She had come back to be quiet for a while, but she didn't expect that there was an ignorant pursuer who kept sending her messages. Since she didn't reply, he kept sending messages, which almost annoyed her to death. She was so furious that she put the other person on the blacklist, and now the world was quiet. Xia Mengyuan sent a lot of messages to the person she didn't want to see, but the person she wanted to see never replied a single word. She couldn't help but feel even more annoyed. After much hesitation, she couldn't help but send an apology message to the person she had been thinking about, asking him to forgive her again. The other party had not responded before, so Xia Mengyuan didn't have much hope this time. But she never expected that he would reply to her. Surprise, such a surprise. It really is true that God will reward those who work hard, and the clouds will eventually clear to reveal the moon. I'm willing to do anything you ask me to do. Are you sure? Holding the phone in both hands and looking at the message, Xia Mengyuan's pretty face flushed with excitement and her hands couldn't help but tremble. Afraid that Gu Yang would get impatient waiting, she quickly replied, suppressing her pounding heart. I'm sure and certain, brother. As long as you can calm down, I'm willing to do anything you ask me to do. Really? Since you're so sincere, I'll give you a chance. I'll send you a location, just come over. Location. Seeing that Gu Yang replied quickly, Xia Mengyuan couldn't help but smile, and she felt refreshed. But when she clicked on the location where he posted it, her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. It looks like a hotel. This. Maybe just near the hotel. After a moment of trance, Xia Mengyuan bit her red lips and asked nervously, Brother, are you in the hotel? Yes, I've been staying in a hotel lately. Is there any problem? If you don't want to come, that's fine. Seeing Gu Yang exuding a casual and unrestrained vibe, Xia Mengyuan's heart tightened. She vaguely felt that this was her only chance. If you don't seize this opportunity, there may be no future at all. But to the hotel. Xia Mengyuan's pretty face turned pale, but then turned red. If I ask a girl to go to a hotel, it's definitely not just to sit there, it's definitely for sex. Men are all pigs. Although it was still her first time, Xia Mengyuan was no longer naive. Her two best friends, who were already women, had taught her a lot about men, so it was hard for her not to understand. Holding the phone, Xia Mengyuan suddenly felt like a hot potato. Go by yourself, or not go. It was as if two villains were fighting 500 rounds in my mind in an instant. For a moment she didn't know what to do. After a struggle between her conscience and her desires, she couldn't help but click on the location where Gu Yang had sent the message. Ritz-Carlton, one of the top 5-star hotels in Shanghai. Looking at the name of the hotel, Xiao Mengyuan's heart couldn't help but tremble. She had never been to this hotel, but she knew it well. This is the result of scientific research conducted by my best friend Lu Tingting. Her second-generation rich boyfriend promised to take her to experience a luxurious river-view room on her birthday. This made my bestie so excited that she kept telling her how high-end and luxurious this hotel is. The person I have been thinking about these days is actually staying in this hotel. He is really worthy of being a rich and handsome man who drives a Lamborghini. Even he stays in such a luxurious hotel. Although my best friend's boyfriend is also known as a rich second generation, when compared with Gu Yang now, they are obviously not on the same level. Thinking of this, Xiao Mengyuan seemed to have the answer in her heart. She took her first time very seriously, even as a bargaining chip for her own comeback, but if she gave herself up, she could get a rich second-generation boyfriend in return. That's worth it. Everyone has a first time, and she understands the principle that you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Quickly weighing the pros and cons, Xiao Mengyuan's pretty face became hot. Although shy, her eyes could not help but reveal a look of longing. Brother Gu Yang, you misunderstood me. It's not that I don't want to go, I just need to pack up. Can I trouble you to wait for a while, brother? Don't miss this opportunity. Xiao Mengyuan silently made up her mind and quickly replied to the message. Don't take too long, hurry up. Thank you for your understanding, I will not let you wait too long, hug. After sending the message, Xiao Mengyuan felt as if she was in a dream and was distracted for a moment. Then she quickly got out of bed and sat quickly in front of the old dressing table. Looking at my haggard face in the mirror, I feel terrible. Oh my god, how can I go to see my brother? Xiao Mengyuan wailed in her heart and began to put on makeup in a hurry. After putting on makeup, she took out her clothes one by one and started to match them. She was so confused. It was not until 40 minutes later that she finished dressing herself. She looked at herself in the mirror, nodded with satisfaction, then put on a small bag and hurried out the door. Unexpectedly, as soon as she walked out of the unit door, a figure stopped her. Seeing this person, Xiao Mengyuan's anxious mood instantly turned into irritability and impatience, and her brows suddenly frowned. Zhao Dong, a student from the same class as her, from the same school but different department, was dressed in branded clothes, with a Dior belt around his waist, a green submariner on his wrist, and a hairstyle like a Korean elementary school student. This is the craziest suitor around Xiao Mengyuan at present. At first glance, he looks like a rich second generation, but she knows he is not. Why are you here? Being blocked by the person she least wanted to see, Xiao Mengyuan suddenly felt unlucky and asked impatiently. Looking at the goddess in front of him, Zhao Dong, who was originally extremely anxious, temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly smiled and said, Mengyuan, I came all the way to find you. Fortunately, I arrived in time and you haven't left yet. Chapter 44. What are you in a hurry to do? Timely? Xiao Mengyuan secretly cursed her bad luck. She glanced at her phone and realized that she had been delayed for more than 40 minutes. Think about it, it will take time on the road. Will brother Gu Yang get impatient waiting? If I wait too long and the opportunity one have worked so hard to get is lost, I will cry my heart out. I have something to do now, if you have anything to say, we can talk another day. Xiao Mengyuan threw down a sentence, walked around Zhao Dong and wanted to leave, but she didn't expect the other party to block her again. Don't go, listen to me first. Why didn't you reply to my message and blocked my bubble and phone number? Seeing Xiao Mengyuan was about to leave, Zhao Dong suddenly couldn't hold it anymore and asked anxiously. It would have been fine if he hadn't said this, but as soon as he said this, Xiao Mengyuan's brows immediately furrowed, and the anger in her heart surged. Why, does your family sell 100,000 Ys? I don't want to reply to your message because I want to be alone for a while. Is that not okay? Why do I have to reply to you just because you send me a message? Are you sick? You keep sending messages even though I don't reply to yours. Is that interesting? If I don't block you, I will be harassed by you all the time. Hearing Xiao Mengyuan's angry words, Zhao Dong was suddenly at a loss, and his expression suddenly became cautious. Don't be angry, I was wrong, okay? It's all my fault. I noticed that you have been worried these past few days. You look obviously haggard. I am also worried about you and afraid that something might happen to you. Just tell me what happened to you. Don't worry, I will do my best to help you. Help? You can't help me. I want to help Brother Guyang calm down, can you help? I want to go for a ride on the passenger side of a Lamborghini, can you help me? Xia Mengyuan couldn't help but give Zhao Dong a cold look. Thank you, you're overthinking it. I'm fine. If you stop harassing me, that would be the biggest help to me. After saying this impatiently, Xia Mengyuan once again walked around Zhao Dong and tried to leave. Unexpectedly, the other party stood in front of her again like a dog skin plaster. Xia Mengyuan looked at the time and was completely furious this time. She looked at Zhao Dong coldly and angrily said, "What do you want? Zhao Dong, don't you understand what I'm saying? Can you please stop harassing me? You'll only make me hate you more." Hearing this, Zhao Dong couldn't help but shudder suddenly. Seeing that the goddess was not just throwing a tantrum, but was really angry, he couldn't help feeling scared in his heart, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "You, don't say that, please. I'm sorry, don't be angry. I saw that you have been depressed, so I wanted to treat you to a meal and then watch a movie to cheer you up. I've already booked a seat at Hey Leo and movie tickets. Please don't go out. Give me a chance." Hearing this, Xia Mengyuan was so angry that she almost laughed. "Who wants to go to Hey Leo and watch a movie with you? I am going to the most luxurious hotel in Shanghai. I heard that the night view there is bright and dazzling, and I can see the Pearl Tower and the three-piece suit." Lu Tingting has been thinking about it for several months, but her boyfriend will have to wait until her birthday 3 months later to take her there. And it seems that I can see it today. Thinking about this, Xia Mengyuan couldn't help but feel slightly excited, but the expression on her face became even colder. Her eyes fixed. "I told you I have something to do, go find someone else, get out of the way, don't block me anymore." Zhao Dong couldn't help but take a step back when Xia Mengyuan glared at him, but he still didn't give way. At this moment, looking at the angry goddess, he knew that there was probably no hope of having dinner or watching a movie, so he could only choose to settle for the next best thing. He took out his cell phone and couldn't help but plead in a low voice, "Okay, since you have something to do, I won't embarrass you, but can you please take my bubble and phone back? I know I was wrong. Don't worry, I will never send you random messages again." Once when it was raining, Zhao Dong drove her back home. After that, he got her address. Now she regrets it so much. Now that she has been blocked this time, she has no intention of unblocking him. Xia Mengyuan said expressionlessly, "Forget it, let's not contact each other anymore, let's end it here." When Zhao Dong heard Xia Mengyuan's heartless words, it was like a thunderclap. He widened his eyes in disbelief and stammered, This, it shouldn't be that serious. I will pay attention next time and I won't bother you again. I swear to God." Xia Mengyuan was unmoved, shook her head, and said firmly, "No, there is no need, it doesn't matter anyway, just be well." Seeing the goddess of his dreams so resolute, Zhao Dong felt as if the sky was falling and became excited all of a sudden. "You said there's nothing between us? You actually said there's nothing between us. You posted on WeChat moments that you wanted to eat Song Ji's crab roe buns, so I got up at 6 to queue up to buy them for you. You said you were sick, so I brought you medicine in the middle of the night in the rain. You said you don't want to date now that you're in school, and I didn't force you. Just think of being friends. When you want to date, you'll always see my good side. Last month, on your birthday, I gave you the latest fruit phone, and you accepted it. Now you say that there is nothing between us?" Zhao Dong was so excited that his eyes turned red instantly and he asked loudly. Seeing this, Xia Mengyuan's pretty face suddenly turned pale. "I just posted on WeChat moments, and I asked you to buy it? I'm sick and have a lot of medicine at home, and I asked you to buy it? Do you think I would be particularly touched if you braved the rain to deliver the medicine to me? But do you know what I was thinking? I was sick and didn't want to move, but now I had to get up to deal with you. I really wanted to kick you out. So what if you gave me a cell phone as my birthday last month? My best friend gave me a bracelet that's more expensive than your cell phone. What's wrong with that? Do you dare to say that you didn't do it for face or to show off, but now you think it's too expensive? I haven't even opened the phone yet. Just wait, I'll return it to you tomorrow, along with the money you paid for the karaoke session. Also, when I said I don't want to be in a relationship, I mean I don't want to be in a relationship with you. Do you understand now? If you understand, don't bother me anymore. It's impossible for the two of us, not in this life, understand." Xia Mengyuan said directly that time was precious and she didn't want to waste it at all, nor could she waste it. Brother Gu Yang is still waiting for me. After saying that, she walked around the dumbfounded Zhao Dong and left in a hurry. However, she didn't expect that Zhao Dong would chase her without giving up. Wait, Mengyuan, wait a minute. Although Zhao Dong was heartbroken by Xia Mengyuan's words, he knew that if he didn't pursue her this time, it would probably be all over in the future. When he thought about never having any contact with the goddess he had dreamed of, his heart ached more than hearing those cruel words. Isn't what I said clear enough? What else do you want to do? Looking at the man who was like a dogskin plaster, Xia Mengyuan was almost furious. Don't be like this, I won't say anything, okay? Why are you in such a hurry? My BMW is parked right at the door. I'll take you wherever you want to go. When she heard the word BMW, Xia Mengyuan became even angrier. Zhao Dong has always presented himself as a rich second generation. After observing him for a period of time, she felt something was wrong. After secretly asking around, she realized that he was a shitty rich second generation. I almost got fooled. The brand names he was wearing were high-end imitations, the green submariner he was wearing was bought at a fucking station, and the BMW 525 was real, but it was a second-hand car. His family owns 2 hardware stores in the local area and has some assets, but he is still far from her standard of a rich second generation. Zhao Dong also often shamelessly preaches that money is for women to see, not to spend. Xia Mengyuan believed his lies at first, but later she understood completely that this damn Chunchun just has no money but loves to show off. Anyone who wants to ride in his shabby BMW can do so. She doesn't want that she wants to ride in a luxury car. You don't need to send me off. Don't stop me again, or I'll call the police. Do you believe it? After saying that, Xia Mengyuan left without looking back. You. What are you going to do in such a hurry? I just wanted to see you off. Don't you even give me this chance? Seeing the goddess walking faster the more he talked, Zhao Dong felt like his soul was sucked out of him and he was about to collapse. Chapter 45, For Gu Shao to Appreciate. Oh my god, this is too leaky. In the lounge, Tang Jilan looked at herself in the mirror, her pretty face couldn't help but get hot. She looked in the mirror and changed into a set of clothes that Liang Xinyue had helped her put together. The upper body is a slim-fitting shirt with off-shoulder design, which perfectly shows her round shoulders and charming collarbones. The low neck style vaguely reveals a dark abyss. The hem of her shirt was tucked into her high-waisted skirt, highlighting the graceful curves of her slender waist. The tight-fitting hips reach the thighs, thin black stockings wrap around the round and straight beautiful legs, and on the feet are black high heels. If Tang Jilan was like an elegant and dignified peony before, then now she is like a passionate and blooming rose. She has a slender body, is plump and hot, and has the sexy charm of a mature woman. But at this moment, the blush on Tang Jilan's face became more and more intense, and she felt chilly and uncomfortable all over. What's wrong with this? This is similar to what you usually wear, except that you changed your trousers into a hip skirt and changed the style of your shirt. Don't worry, all white-collar workers in the workplace dress like this, it's normal. Liang Xinyue said indifferently. Looking at the curvaceous and graceful Tang Jilan, she couldn't help but feel envious, even a little jealous. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. We are both women, but how can you maintain such a good figure, Sister Jilan? I'm so angry. You have such a good figure. Did you grow up eating papaya? Liang Xinyue complained, I really don't understand you. You said you have so many advantages, but you don't know how to use them. If I walk around the street, I will attract a lot of men. I wish I had a figure as good as yours. Liang Xinyue crossed her arms, looked at Tang Jilan with interest, and said with a smile. TSK, this is incredible. If this had happened 300 years earlier, why would Emperor Qianlong have gone to the south of the Yangtze River? If he had been born 1,000 years earlier, why would the Tang King have been obsessed with Yu Huan? Listening to her colleague's exaggerated words, Tang Jilan's pretty face was burning hot, and she couldn't help but scolded, Stop talking nonsense, you just say nonsense. She pulled down the hem of her hip skirt, feeling extremely awkward. She felt like she hadn't worn a long skirt in 2 or 3 years, let alone a short skirt that just covered her hips. If I wear this out, I'll always feel like I'm exposing myself. Tang Jilan stared down into the abyss, her pretty face getting hotter and hotter. She bit her red lips and said, Is it really okay to wear it like this? I really feel like if I wear it like this, won't everyone see it? Hearing this, Liang Xinyue was speechless, and hated her for not fighting back. My dear sister, what are you worried about? This is not for those stinky losers to see, this is for young Master Lu to appreciate. How can people be attracted to you if they can't see your advantages? Don't you think so? Besides, a woman's blooming period is so short. At the age of blooming, but without a man to appreciate and nourish her, don't you think it is a very tragic thing for a woman? Listening to Liang Xinyue's words, Tang Jilan couldn't help but remain silent. She has always hoped to live as an independent woman who can shine even on her own, and she works very hard for this. Pursuit is good, but only she knows that in her free time, she feels more and more empty and lonely, and such a life is very boring. Liang Xinyue took 2 steps forward, leaned on Tang Jilan's smooth and delicate shoulders, and encouraged, "Young Master Gu is such a good man, it's good to see him, and it won't be a loss." How many little fairies want to attract his attention, but they don't have the chance? Look at you, you are so beautiful and have such a sexy body. As long as you take the initiative, you will definitely be able to win Master Gu. Tang Jilan thought about Gu Yang's appearance and her heart began to beat wildly unconsciously. Take the initiative? That doesn't mean you have to seduce him yourself. God, I am 3 years older than him. Tang Jilan's ears turned red with shame. Taking advantage of Tang Jilan's distracted moment, Liang Xinyue couldn't help but sneak attack her, grinning foolishly. "This feels so good, Sister Jilan, let alone men, seeing you now, I, a woman, want to sleep with you." Seeing this, Tang Jilan was immediately overwhelmed with shame and couldn't help but fight back. After fighting for a while, Liang Xinyue raised her hands in surrender and tidied her messed up clothes. She said jokingly, "Hee, I was wrong, Sister Jilan, you should save your energy to deal with Mr. Gu." As he said that, he pushed Tang Jilan towards the door. Tang Jilan was immediately embarrassed, but she was pushed out anyway. "Come on, Sister Jilan, you can do it." Liang Xinyue encouraged and closed the door. At this moment, she sincerely hoped that Tang Jilan could successfully climb up the big tree of Guyang. Although she hoped to become Guyang's woman, she felt that her chances were slim given the example of Tang Jilan. She really didn't want to admit it, but she had to admit that she was no match for Tang Jilan in every aspect. So it would be better to help Tang Jilan and Lu Xiao get together. If it works out, it will be a friendship, and maybe I can also benefit from it. In the corridor, Tang Jilan felt truly ashamed and awkward, but things had come to this point and she had no choice but to go ahead. I couldn't help but feel a little excited. I wondered if I could attract Mr. Lu's attention by dressing like this. Tang Jilan walked towards Gu Yang's suite, but before she had taken a few steps, she received a call from the front desk. "Hello, Sister Lan, there is a guest here looking for Mr. Gu. I have already called the guest room to confirm with Mr. Gu. This is the VIP guest he invited. Please go and greet him." Hearing this, Tang Jilan quickly said, "Okay, ask the guest to wait for a moment, I'll be there soon." After hanging up the phone, Tang Jilan took the elevator to the front desk. As she approached the front desk, her heart skipped a beat. At this moment, there was a young and beautiful girl standing in front of the front desk, and no one else. Needless to say, she was the guest invited by Mr. Gu. Tang Jilan looked at the other person as she walked, and when she got to the girl, she couldn't help feeling a bit bitter in her heart. This girl is stunningly beautiful, with a delicate and pretty face that reveals an ascetic temperament, especially the teardrop mole at the corner of her eye that is unforgettable at first sight. Her tall figure was hot and attractive, with a pair of straight and slender legs exposed under her hot pants, and her skin was cold and white, delicate and smooth, like ivory. The girl was almost as pretty as the one that Mr. Gu brought a few days ago. The same youth, the same beauty, but when seeing such a girl, Tang Jilan feels like an old woman. Obviously, a tall, rich and handsome guy like Gu Yang is really a hot commodity, and there is no shortage of high-quality girls around him. Then would he be interested in an old woman like me? Thinking about this, Tang Jilan felt a little heavy-hearted, but she also couldn't help but be aroused by a sense of competition that refused to admit defeat. "Hello, ma'am, you are Mr. Gu's distinguished guest, right?" Out of professionalism, Tang Jilan smiled, bowed slightly, and asked politely. "Yes, hello." Being in a high-end environment that she had never been in before, Xiao Mengyuan nodded with forced calmness. "Come with me, ma'am, I'll take you to see Mr. Gu." After confirming Xiao Mengyuan's identity, Tang Jilan politely led Xiao Mengyuan to the elevator. Chapter 46 Everything is up to my brother. Ever since arriving at the hotel, Xiao Mengyuan's heart has been filled with shock and awe. It was like a mortal stepping into the unattainable heaven, and everything opened her eyes. It turns out that 5-star hotels are so high-end and luxurious. It turns out that the lady at the front desk can be so humble and polite. It turns out that when rich people stay in a hotel, they even have a butler. Xia Mengyuan remained silent throughout the journey, silently digesting the huge impact in her heart. What she could see with her eyes was actually fine, but some of the information she got from the front desk really shocked her. Just now, after the front desk clerk confirmed that she was Gu Yang's friend, his attitude suddenly became extremely enthusiastic, making it easy for her to get some information out of him. Gu Yang booked a top-notch luxury suite that cost 120,000 yuan a night, and he stayed there for not just 1 or 2 nights, but for a whole month. 120,000 a night, that is 3.6 million a month. This information was so shocking that Xia Mengyuan's head buzzed and she almost fainted. When she saw Gu Yang driving a Lamborghini supercar before, she knew that he must be a wealthy man, but now she realized that poverty really limited her imagination. 3.6 million, oh my god. Xia Mengyuan felt like she was dreaming. The wealth that was out of her reach was just the cost of his hotel stay. Not to mention in real life, even the bosses in TV dramas were not so generous. You have to know that this is not buying a house or a car, but simple consumption. When the time is up, the money will be gone. Xia Mengyuan felt that her cognition had been greatly refreshed. That is 3.6 million. In the past, she thought that her best friend, the rich second generation who drove a Cayenne, was already very wealthy. Now it seems that he is on a completely different level compared to his brother Gu Yang. He treated his Cayenne worth more than 2 million yuan as a treasure, not knowing that it was not even enough for brother Gu Yang to stay in a hotel. Xia Mengyuan felt that everything she had done in the past few days was worth it at this moment. Being able to ask for brother Gu Yang's forgiveness was simply the wisest thing she had ever done in her life. The elevator quickly reached the 53rd floor. Xia Mengyuan, feeling extremely reserved and excited, followed the beautiful housekeeper to the door of a suite. The beauty rang the doorbell, opened the door with the butler's room card, and then invited her in. After entering the room, Xia Mengyuan felt like Cinderella had entered the palace. All the decorations, furniture, and lamps were high-end and she had never seen them before. But she no longer had the heart to appreciate all this. Her eyes could not help but be deeply attracted by the man leaning against the huge French window. For a moment she was a little dazed, and her eyes widened involuntarily. At first, she thought she had recognized the wrong person, but after taking a closer look, she was sure that this was the man she had been dreaming about for the past few days. But he has changed so much. His clothes changed, his hairstyle changed, and even his temperament changed. Gentle yet a bit rogue, he calmly leaned against the French window, the gorgeous night scene with the lights just coming on set off his tall and straight figure. Handsome, so handsome. It was as if the young master from the upper class in a TV drama had walked into reality, and Xia Mengyuan's heart suddenly began to beat violently. Young, handsome and rich, this is absolutely the boyfriend of my dreams. Yes, that is right, everything is right. It turned out that he had deliberately dressed up to look so shabby before. Brother, I'm here. Looking at Gu Yang, Xia Mengyuan's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly, and she pinched the corner of her clothes and took the initiative to greet him. At this moment, she was extremely excited and nervous. Gu Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't say anything, but just nodded slightly in response. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was actually filled with ripples. As far as the eye can see, there are two beauties, one big and one small, like two flowers competing for beauty, which is truly stunning. The maturity and sexiness of the queen perfectly interpret the charm of the royal sister. With her charming figure and innocent looks, she is simply the ceiling of pure desire. This is a visual feast. Xia Mengyuan was still within Gu Yang's expectations. After all, she was a high-quality beauty with a score of 93. Even a little dressing up was enough to make her charming. But the royal sister housekeeper really surprised him. He didn't expect that she had changed so much after just one afternoon's absence. This sexy outfit that makes people want to commit a crime is really pleasing to the eyes. A mature lady, a hip skirt, black silk stockings, and high heels. This outfit is so YYDS. Okay, this is just a test for the cadres, right? If you make me angry, I will do it for you. An evil impulse suddenly surged in his heart, but Gu Yang quickly suppressed it. Although he is rich now, he is not crazy enough to challenge the law. Thinking in his mind, his gaze finally fell on Xia Mengyuan. He would feel at ease only when eating the food that was voluntarily delivered to his door. At this moment, Tang Jilan felt that Gu Yang's gaze only stayed on her for a moment and then moved away, and a sense of loss instantly arose in her heart. However, in this situation, she also knew that it was inconvenient for her to stay any longer. She bowed slightly and said tactfully, "Mr. Gu, do you have any other instructions?" If not, I will not disturb you too. No, you go and get busy first. Gu Yang said with a smile. If you need anything, you can always call me. Tang Jilan nodded and left the room with a slightly sad look. Hearing the door click shut, Xiao Mingyuan's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. Brother, I live a little far from here. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Restraining her pounding heart, Xiao Mingyuan, with a rosy face, carefully came to Gu Yang and said apologetically. It's not bad, just be more careful next time. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan showed a look of joy on her face and said with a sweet smile, Thank you, brother, for being considerate of me. You are so kind. Also, I am very grateful to my brother for giving me a chance to correct my mistakes. I know it was all my fault before and I angered my brother. I have regretted it so much these past few days, really. I am so happy that you are so generous and forgiving me. Thank you, brother. Seeing with his own eyes a beauty of the school level, lowering herself to please him in such a humble manner, Gu Yang felt so happy. Although the delicate voice has a slight taste of tea, it is refreshing. Refreshments are not necessarily a bad thing. It can quench your thirst and clear your heat. That's enough. How do you want to thank me? Just say it with your mouth. Gu Yang smiled playfully, looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, his heart couldn't help but surge with emotion. Brother, you can thank me however you want. I will obey your will in everything. After taking a look at Gu Yang's angular face, Xiao Mingyuan couldn't help but blushing and said. She was willing to come here and had already made the decision to give everything. She experienced his generosity firsthand and was more than willing to give herself to him. Having said that, Gu Yang naturally stopped being polite and hugged Xiao Mingyuan into his arms. If a man pretends to be serious when he should be bad, he is a fool. Xiao Mingyuan's body suddenly stiffened, but she soon forced herself to relax. Feeling Gu Yang's breath up close, Xiao Mingyuan's breathing became heavy unknowingly. Chapter 47 Hold on tightly. The girl in my arms shrank her eyelids shyly, and her curved eyelashes trembled gently. The delicate face exudes a rosy glow, like a blooming peach blossom, with a refreshing and attractive fragrance. Her face is like a peach blossom, so beautiful and charming. Gu Yang truly had a personal experience of these two words. In this situation, he recalled the classic poem handed down from ancient times, pick the flowers when they are in bloom, don't wait until there are no flowers left to pluck empty branches. It was as if a ball of gunpowder exploded in his heart, and Gu Yang picked up Xiao Mingyuan. Princess Carrie, so easy. Gu Yang just felt that he now had endless energy, and it was effortless for him to pick up this school beauty who was born with a pure body of desire. Not to mention one, even if there were two, he would have no problem dealing with it. Men can't do this. Her body was lifted into the air, and Xiao Mingyuan couldn't help but let out a soft cry. In an instant, her heartbeat became more violent than ever before. Her body went limp uncontrollably, as if she was drowning. She quickly stretched out her arms to hug the man's neck tightly, pressing her face tightly against his chest. The strong arms and broad chest made her feel like she was being electrocuted, and she couldn't help but feel numb all over. Open the door. Hearing Gu Yang's slightly hoarse voice, Xiao Mingyuan's delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. She blushed and bit her red lips lightly, and obediently touched the bedroom door handle. Gu Yang opened the door smoothly. This cooperation was perfect. The luxurious room has a tacit understanding that goes far beyond that. The mountains are beautiful, the waters are beautiful, the brilliant night scene sets off the top-notch stunning scenery, the feast of life is just like this. The next day, sunlight shone into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Xiao Mingyuan woke up first. There was still a hint of fatigue between her brows. She woke up slowly and looked at the unfamiliar environment with hazy eyes. For a moment, she was still a little dazed and uncomfortable. I stared at the beautiful chandelier on the roof for a moment, and my brain seemed to have just started to work. Her pretty face turned red and hot, and she turned her head to look at the man who was still sleeping. She felt quite shy, but she couldn't help feeling sweet. A wonderful feeling that touches the heart and soul. She stretched out her arm, carefully and gently removed his claws, frowned and suppressed the discomfort, and turned sideways to face him. At a distance of 10 centimeters, she could feel his steady breathing. This is the closest man in my life. Xiao Mingyuan couldn't help wanting to hug him and plant strawberries on his neck. However, the damn phone rang at this moment, scaring her so much that she hurriedly looked for her phone. Seeing that it was her best friend Lu Tingting calling, she didn't have time to answer the call. She hung up without thinking and quickly muted her phone. Seeing that Gu Yang was not woken up, she breathed a sigh of relief. The phone rang again, as if demanding her life, and Xia Mengyuan was speechless. In order not to disturb Gu Yang's rest, she put on her pajamas with difficulty and tiptoed to the living room before answering the phone. No, Mengyuan, why did you hang up on me? Where are you? Where are you going so early in the morning? Come back soon. There will be classes at school soon. That damn girl and Ling didn't come back last night. Let's go to school together. As soon as the phone was connected, Lu Tingting's anxious voice was heard. Yesterday she and her boyfriend played until very late and went to sleep without disturbing them. Unexpectedly, when she woke up today, she found that neither of her two besties was at home. She was expecting Ling not to be back. This girl was in a passionate relationship with her boyfriend, a senior executive, so it was normal for her not to come back. She never expected that Xia Mengyuan was not in the room either, which made her puzzled. The three of them usually don't have the habit of getting up early to eat breakfast, so it's really abnormal to find no one when they woke up. Listening to her bestie's words, Xia Mengyuan's pretty face flushed. She bit her red lips and said, Tingting, I can't go back now, go to school by yourself. And I won't be going to class. If the teacher calls your name, remember to help me deal with it. Hearing this, Lu Tingting was greatly surprised and confused for a moment. She couldn't help but ask, you can't come back? Where did you go? What did you have to do so early in the morning? Speak up, what happened that you are hiding from me? Are we good friends? Where are you now? Xia Mengyuan didn't want to talk about coming to the hotel, but Lu Tingting kept asking about it. She thought she couldn't hide it sooner or later, so she just said, I'm in the hotel. I really can't go back. Hotel? That hotel, what are you doing in the morning? No, you weren't in the hotel last night, were you? Damn, Yuan, you went to find a man? No, that man is so charming that he can bring the most beautiful girl from our University of Finance and Economics to the hotel. Do I know him? Could it be that the rich and handsome man you have been thinking about these days? Have you contacted him? You two are still together now, right? Come on, take a picture so I can see your tall, rich and handsome appearance. When it comes to the hotel, Lu Tingting suddenly became excited and started chattering a lot, which made Xia Mengyuan feel very embarrassed. Don't look at it, he's still sleeping, it's inconvenient. Hearing this, Lu Tingting's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves. Fuck, you two have already slept? TSK, Yuan, do you think there is one more woman in the world? Women? This is what Xia Mengyuan once joked to her two best friends. Unexpectedly, the boomerang she had thrown before turned around and hit herself. Thinking of what happened last night, Xia Mengyuan's face instantly became hot. Bah, hang up, I won't talk to you anymore. No, can't I stop teasing you? At this moment, Lu Tingting, whose gossipy heart had exploded, naturally did not want to hang up the phone. She changed the subject and said with great emotion, I asked you to take the initiative before, but I didn't expect you to be so decisive. Come on, tell me, what's so special about him that made you willing to give so much so quickly? No, you must be stupid. He just found a hotel and you gave it to him? Hearing this, Xia Mengyuan couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. She opened the bubble, took a photo of the Pearl Tower outside the window that seemed right in front of her, and sent it to her bestie along with the location. A few seconds later, Lu Tingting couldn't help but let out a scream. Oh my god, he actually took you to the Ritz-Carlton. Ah, he is so generous and romantic. I have always wanted to experience a night there. Ah. Isn't the night view there particularly beautiful? Mengyuan, you are so lucky. My bestie was listening with excitement, amazement, and envy. Although Xia Mengyuan did not intend to show off, her inner vanity was greatly satisfied. I finally caught up with and even surpassed my best friend. I don't have to envy others anymore. From now on, wherever I am, I will still be the focus. Lu Tingting urged Xia Mengyuan to take more photos of the hotel. After seeing the magnificent river view in the luxurious living room, which was larger than the 3-bedroom apartment they were renting now, she was so excited that she sighed for a long time. Seeing that she would be late for class if she didn't leave now, Lu Tingting stopped talking. Just thinking of something, she suddenly laughed out loud again. Mengyuan, what do you think would happen if I posted the news that you were taken on the school forum? TSK, that must be very interesting. I'm afraid most of the boys in the school won't be able to sleep tonight. Hearing this, Xia Mengyuan was speechless and hurriedly said, Tingting, I treat you as my best friend, you can't say anything nonsense. Just kidding, I'm certainly not that boring. Okay, no more jokes, I have to go to school, you continue to accompany your tall, rich and handsome man. As she spoke, Lu Tingting's voice became more serious. Meng Yuan, you have to hold on tight. Everyone wants this dazzling man, so you have to grasp the key point. Don't lose both the wife and the army. Having said this, Lu Tingting hung up the phone. Xia Mengyuan couldn't help but be moved. That's right, such a dazzling man must have no shortage of other women who are interested in him. You must hold on to it tightly. Thinking secretly in her heart, she returned to the bedroom. Chapter 48 Mother-in-laws are everywhere. Xia Mengyuan came to the bedroom and saw that Gu Yang had woken up. After last night's experience, she felt quite embarrassed for a moment, but she was also very happy in her heart. She unconsciously quickened her pace, which aggravated her physical discomfort and made her gasp for air. However, she still endured it and walked to the bed. Good morning, dear. Xia Mengyuan smiled sweetly. Hearing this, Gu Yang stretched his body and couldn't help but smile. Good morning, I didn't see you when I woke up, I thought you ran away too. How could that be? I just went out to answer a phone call because I was afraid of disturbing you. I won't leave my husband. Xia Mengyuan explained with a smile, but her heart couldn't help but tighten as she spoke. Also ran away? Did anyone else run away before? He has other women? Sensitively catching the message in Gu Yang's words, the smile on Xia Mengyuan's face instantly froze. At this moment, she had just given herself to him, and her heart was even more sensitive and fragile than when she was having her period. Because of these 3 words, her mood suddenly became depressed, even scared. I am afraid that the high-quality man I finally met will be lost in the blink of an eye. I am afraid that I will give my most precious thing only to get a fantasy. Hubby, hug me. Xia Mengyuan, feeling anxious, sat down on the edge of the bed and hugged Gu Yang tightly. Hearing Gu Yang's strong heartbeat, Xia Mengyuan felt relieved. But after hesitating for a while, she couldn't help but ask quietly, Husband, what kind of relationship do we have now? Gently stroking Xia Mengyuan's beautiful back, Gu Yang actually noticed the emotional changes of the girl in his arms. However, he did not lose his composure because of this, and he did not rush to comfort her as if the sky had fallen. Hearing her question, he smiled calmly and asked back, What kind of relationship do you want us to have now? Hearing this, Xia Mengyuan felt uncomfortable as if someone pinched her heart. She stood up uneasily, and her red lips fell on Gu Yang's chest and neck like raindrops. After a moment, she said with a short breath, Of course I want to be my brother's girlfriend, old husband, I promise I will never leave you in this life. Hearing the goddess's touching words, Gu Yang couldn't help but be moved. I used to be a loser and never dared to dream of having any relationship with a campus beauty. But at this moment, the goddess was so active and humble in his arms. This made Gu Yang feel full of emotion. He really loved the life of a cheater. Gu Yang couldn't help but kiss the charming teardrop mole at the corner of Xia Mengyuan's eyes, and smiled lovingly. Of course she's my girlfriend, I don't want my woman to call someone else husband again. Hearing this, Xia Mengyuan smiled brightly, feeling relieved, and kissed Gu Yang heavily on the face. She smiled tenderly and said, Hubby, you are so nice, I love you. After saying this, Xia Mengyuan's face was as red as peach blossoms, and her beautiful eyes were full of energy, which made Gu Yang look at her with a doting look, and he couldn't help but have deeper thoughts in his heart. She hugged Gu Yang's neck and said tenderly, I swear to be good to my husband, listen to him, and never betray him. Then, husband, just let me be your only girlfriend, okay? Under Xia Mengyuan's expectant gaze, Gu Yang's face turned cold. He said coldly and simply, not good. Seeing Gu Yang's face change so quickly, and rejecting him without any hesitation, he showed his ruthlessness without any disguise. Xia Mengyuan's face turned pale instantly, and then she felt so aggrieved that tears started to flow down in an instant. Why? I have given you my most precious thing, why can't I be treated like this? What's wrong with me? How could you be so heartless? Seeing Xia Mengyuan's red eyes and tearful, pitiful appearance, Gu Yang felt a little distressed. After all, they had a happy night and were considered husband and wife for a day. But even though he felt sorry for her, he didn't show any mercy. Women should not be spoiled, especially those who think they are very smart. I have to say that Xia Mengyuan is a little smart, but in Gu Yang's opinion, she is not as smart as Lin Yi. She is not in a hurry to get any promise. Even vows of love or useless actions are still needed. Being clever can sometimes lead to being stupid, and besides being clever, she seems to be a little greedy. This cannot be tolerated. Even if he cried, Gu Yang would never lose himself. Now that he has the system, his wealth will only increase. He will never have to worry about money again in his life. He knows what he wants. Do whatever you want and live your life freely is the path you should take. I promise you, I can let you be my girlfriend. I can satisfy you with houses, cars, luxury goods, clothes, bags, etc. But if you want to be my only girlfriend, then I may not be able to do it. I don't want to lie to you, that's meaningless. I admit that I really like you giving me your first time, but there are still many good girls in the world and I don't want to miss them. Gu Yang was sober at this moment. Gambling will lead to separation of family. Poison, family destroyed. He is irreconcilable with both. Of course, being a master of time management means having many children and grandchildren, a paradise on earth, and mothers-in-law everywhere. He just wants to do what all men want to do, which is to give all goddesses a home. Is he wrong? Hearing this, Xia Mengyuan widened her eyes with tears in them. She had never imagined that the man in front of her could say such a scumbag thing so openly. For a moment, her resentment was about to overflow, but at this moment she didn't know what to say. The resentment, grievance, and anger in my heart could only turn into tears and flow out with a loud cry. Seeing Xia Mengyuan crying harder and harder, Gu Yang couldn't help but feel more and more annoyed. Alright, if you have something to say, just say it. Stop crying. You, scumbag, you are mean to me, what right do you have to be mean to me? Gu Yang didn't expect that Xia Mengyuan would cry even louder and more fiercely after hearing what he said. He suddenly felt extremely annoyed. He couldn't help it and said angrily, okay, shut up. Well. Hearing Gu Yang's impatient voice, Xia Mengyuan's heart trembled violently. Tears were still flowing, but the crying stopped abruptly. Gu Yang frowned and said, okay, this is who I am. What's the point of crying? We are all adults. I can give you two choices. 1, if you can't accept it, I can give you some money. You decide how much. After you take the money, we can go our separate ways. 2nd, if you can accept it, I promise I won't treat you unfairly, nor will I abandon you. Calm down and make your own choice. You know what kind of women men like? They can accept a woman who is very smart, or a woman who is very stupid. But they cannot accept a woman who thinks she is very smart. People like this, get the hell out of here as far as you can. Gu Yang's words sounded like thunder in Xia Mengyuan's ears, and her body couldn't help but tremble. She could still clearly tell the difference between being worry-free for a moment and being worry-free for a lifetime, and she was tormented by him for half the night last night, which really touched her heart and soul. I'm afraid she will never forget it in her life. Xia Mengyuan's heart suddenly rose to her throat. Looking at Gu Yang's expressionless face, she panicked and tears welled up in her eyes again. She couldn't help but throw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Husband, don't be angry. I don't want to leave you. Can you please stop being so cold to me? Chapter 49 A Match Made in Heaven. Gu Yang's cold expression really scared Xia Mengyuan at this moment. She finally met a tall, rich and handsome man who was outstanding in every aspect, and she was willing to give herself to him. At most, I was greedy and wanted to monopolize him, but I never thought of leaving him. The man in front of me drives a supercar worth tens of millions and stays in a luxury hotel that costs 120,000 yuan a night. He is so dazzling. Without him, I may never find such a good man again in my life. And he might find a woman to replace himself in a minute. It's me who can't lose him, not him who can't leave me. After thinking through this logic, Xia Mengyuan felt really terrified and uneasy. At this moment, she no longer dared to hope for monopoly, but was worried that he would leave her alone if he got angry. After all, she had fully witnessed his ruthless side last time in the billiard hall. When he was unhappy, he really dared to abandon me and leave. He is completely different from those bootlickers. Hubby, I was wrong. I will never say stupid things again. Please don't be angry. Xia Mengyuan was in tears, begging cautiously, looking very pitiful. Seeing this, Gu Yang's expression couldn't help but soften. He just wanted to give her a warning, to let her know that he was not a man who could be easily manipulated, that was all. After all, this was the woman who had taken the first blood. You still have to feel pain when you need to feel pain. Okay, stop crying. You've become a little kitten. Gu Yang took a few tissues, smiled dotingly again, and carefully wiped the water off Xia Mengyuan's face. After she had completely stopped crying, he kissed Xia Mengyuan's delicate face and held her in his arms. Burying her head in the man's warm chest, Xia Mengyuan's nervous heart finally relaxed. Hubby, I don't ask for anything else. I swear I will stay away from you forever. I just ask you not to abandon me, okay? Please promise me. Listening to Gu Yang's heartbeat, Xiao Mengyuan said coquettishly. Gu Yang touched Xiao Mengyuan's conscience and said with a smile, as long as you behave, how could I abandon you, but if you don't behave, you can't blame me. What a heartless man, can't he just say something nice to coax her, even if it's just a lie? At least it sounds happy, and people also need comfort. Xiao Mengyuan suddenly felt speechless and felt bitter. You were really good at lying last night. It was obviously so painful, but you lied and said it didn't hurt at all. So you didn't feel any pain, right? I haven't even put on my pants yet, but my heart has become so hard. Damn bastard, damn scumbag. Xiao Mengyuan, who was so angry, pulled away Gu Yang's claws and bit his shoulder. Fuck, Xiao Mengyuan, what are you doing? Are you a dog? After leaving 2 neat rows of teeth marks on Gu Yang's shoulder, Xiao Mengyuan looked up at the frowning man and said resentfully, I'm so sincere, and you're still bullying me. I'll bite you to death so you don't harm me. Gu Yang touched the shallow teeth marks on his shoulder. It didn't hurt, but it was a little itchy. Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh. Looking at Xiao Mengyuan's moist red lips, he jokingly said, You like to bite, right? There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Looking at the playful smile on Gu Yang's face, Xiao Mengyuan's pretty face couldn't help but blush. She couldn't help but punched Gu Yang's chest lightly, and said distressfully, You only know how to do bad things. Can't you say something nice to others, even if it's just to lie to them? Gu Yang touched Xiao Mengyuan's conscience again and said with a smile, Why are you lying? I like to speak frankly. Life is so short, wouldn't it be better to be more sincere and less deceitful? I have always done things in an open and aboveboard manner. If a woman is willing to stay with me, I don't mind sharing the glory and wealth with her. If you don't want to stay, I won't force you. Using sweet words to deceive women? Gu Yang thought it was too troublesome, it was totally unnecessary. What's the use of sweet words? Wouldn't it be better to just use money? If others knew, they would think he had no money. He can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars in minutes by taking a beautiful woman out for a big meal. He doesn't have time to waste brain cells. Xiao Mengyuan looked at the man who was talking about scumbags so confidently, and said angrily with a pursed mouth, Stinky husband, big scumbag, so bad. I'm used to seeing the lickers around me being submissive, humble, and fawning. Looking at Gu Yang, who exuded calmness, indifference, and self-confidence, Xiao Mengyuan couldn't help but be moved. She felt that this was what a man should be like. This damn charm is really irresistible. Although she was resentful of his philandering, she had to admit that he was truly fascinating. Her body felt like it was electrified, Xiao Mengyuan couldn't help but tremble slightly, and her eyes became a little blurred unconsciously. She couldn't help but hold down his evil hand tightly. She was almost torn apart last night and she still hasn't recovered. She can't bear the wind and rain anymore. Husband, can you please stop touching me and talk to me? Xiao Mengyuan pleaded with her pretty face flushed. Hearing this, Gu Yang smiled, and finally touched his conscience and said, Okay, what do you want to say? Xiao Mengyuan kissed Gu Yang on the face, her eyes lost for a moment, and she said infatuatedly, Hubby, how can you be so handsome? I love you so much, I will love you forever. Listening to Xiao Mengyuan's emotional words, Gu Yang couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. He couldn't help but think of a famous saying, women only talk about money with poor people, and talk about feelings with rich people. It turns out that this is really how the world is, he has finally seen it. Gu Yang was thankful that he would never be short of money again in his life. If I were just a pauper, and you couldn't live in a big house, use high-end cosmetics, or buy branded clothes and bags for the rest of your life with me, would you still love me? Gu Yang chuckled and asked casually. Xiao Mengyuan's heart suddenly tightened, she felt that this was simply a question that would kill her. Biting her red lips, she didn't know how to answer for a long time. Gu Yang smiled, No, why are you hesitating? Just say it. Say whatever you think. It's just a chat. I won't blame you. Xiao Mengyuan stammered, In that case, I will still love you, but I may not choose to be with you. Hubby, I don't want to lie to you. I don't want to live worse than others. I also want to live in a big house, drive a luxury car, wear expensive clothes, and carry luxury bags. I don't want to live my whole life envying others. I also want to be a woman that others envy. Xiao Mengyuan looked at Gu Yang's dodging gaze and said anxiously, Hubby, do you think I'm too realistic? Gu Yang was sure that Xiao Mengyuan was not being clever at all at this moment, and that what she said was 100% the truth. But the truth often hurts the heart, and makes the losers cry when they hear it. Nowadays, society is full of lights, wine and women, and there are too many temptations. Who doesn't want to live the life of a rich person? Is there anyone who was born to love to endure hardships and to be a slave? But there is nothing I can do. Gu Yang touched Xiao Mengyuan's delicate face and couldn't help but sigh. It's quite realistic, but I understand. Don't worry, I won't dislike you. You want a good life, I want you, you satisfy me, I satisfy you, we are a match made in heaven. A match made in heaven? Xiao Mengyuan never expected that this word could be understood in this way. Unconsciously, love surged in her eyes. From beginning to end, she never heard a single sweet word from Gu Yang, but she truly experienced the fascinating romance of rich people. Gu Yang showed a playful smile and reached out to lift Xiao Mengyuan's delicate chin. How about we play a game? You will be given 20,000 yuan in spending money per minute, and the amount can be accumulated infinitely. When the game is over, I will take you to spend as much as you can earn. How about it, do you want to play? 20,000 per minute. Xiao Mengyuan's heart beat like a drum instantly, and she said happily, play, of course I will play, what game? Eat chicken. Xiao Mengyuan immediately picked up her phone, as if she was afraid that Gu Yang would go back on his word, and said excitedly, husband, you also like to play PUBG. I tell you, I'm really good at it, and my rank is super ace. Gu Yang snatched Xiao Mengyuan's phone and said with a smile, who wants to play PUBG with you? Xiao Mengyuan was dumbfounded. She looked at Gu Yang for a moment and her pretty face suddenly turned red. Chapter 50, All Brothers and Good Sisters. Woman, your name is greed. After brushing her teeth, Xiao Mengyuan's pretty face couldn't help but turn red when she heard Gu Yang's playful teasing. I hate my husband. Don't make fun of him. Feeling ashamed, Xiao Mengyuan buried her head in Gu Yang's arms, beating his chest with her little fists and making coquettish noises. Even though she had just brushed her teeth twice, she still felt the taste of heather in her mouth. As the recognized campus beauty of the University of Finance and Economics, her extremely high looks have attracted much attention. She has also developed some habits early on, such as mild misophobia. This is also one of the reasons why she gave up her school dormitory and moved out with her best friend. She has zero tolerance for unclean and unhygienic things. But what happened just now really exceeded her limit of tolerance. There is still a hint of masculinity in it. Woohoo, it's the smell of my husband. If it was any other man, she would have chopped him to pieces with a knife. He's my husband, so it doesn't matter. You make fun of others just because you feel comfortable. How abominable. Xiao Mengyuan couldn't help but pout and hit Gu Yang again. Spending limit of 20,000 per minute. She wants it, only a fool wouldn't want it. Can you say she is greedy? She could hardly bear it anymore, but he still wouldn't let her go and even made fun of her afterwards. How could this be? His husband was so bad. However, thinking about the gains, Xiao Mengyuan couldn't help but feel excited. 40 minutes, 800,000. Oh my god, I'm going to get rich. Gu Yang, feeling refreshed, looked at the coquettish beauty in his arms, put his arm on her shoulders, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Although he was a sage at the moment, he still couldn't help but touch Xiao Mengyuan's conscience. This is almost becoming a habit. There's nothing I can do about it, since she has such a strong conscience. Take the game just now for example. There is only 95, number 92, they are all filled up. Although there is almost no technology to speak of. But Gu Yang also gave it a 5-star rating in his heart. At the very least, he is hardworking, obedient, studious, and brave enough to try new things. He is truly worthy of reward. Husband, do you think the spending limit you just told Karen is true? After slowing down, Xiao Mengyuan, who was very excited, bit her red lips and asked hopefully. It's no wonder she couldn't keep it secret. This was a huge sum of 800,000 yuan. Her heart was beating wildly just thinking about it. Gu Yang, who was feeling conscientious, couldn't help but smile when he heard this and said, you were talking about the spending limit. I regret it now. Regret it? Hearing this, Xiao Mengyuan's heart sank, and she immediately sat up straight, involuntarily stunned. I have already played the game, but the promised reward is gone just like that. Xiao Mengyuan suddenly felt aggrieved. She was really excited thinking about the huge sum of 80 million yuan, but every man likes to brag, and she didn't really expect to have so much money all of a sudden. If I could take her to buy a bag or clothes, she would be satisfied. After all, there is still a long way to go. But isn't this even possible now? Xia Mengyuan just felt dizzy and wanted to cry out of grievance. It turns out that men's words are all lies. For a moment, Xia Mengyuan wanted to lose her temper, but then she remembered something and forced herself to suppress it. I remember when my best friend just started dating a boyfriend, he seldom spent money on her, so Xia Mengyuan balanced it out a bit. After all, we have only known each other for a short time, so I guess I haven't done enough. Comforting herself in her heart, Xia Mengyuan, with a dimmed look in her eyes, hugged Gu Yang's arm and forced a smile, saying, "It's okay, husband. As long as you are happy, I will listen to you." Gu Yang naturally didn't know that in such a short period of time, a series of inner dramas had been played out in Xia Mengyuan's mind. He just saw her expression of loss, which was hard to conceal, and couldn't help laughing. "No, why are you so sad?" "I'm saying I regret it, but it doesn't count. Your man always keeps his word. If you regret it, it doesn't count, right?" Xia Mengyuan widened her eyes in confusion. Gu Yang pinched Xia Mengyuan's delicate face and said, "You have to remember the rules. From now on, you can't take what I don't give you. You can't refuse what I want to give you. Can you do this?" Listening to Gu Yang's somewhat overbearing words, Xia Mengyuan nodded dazedly. Gu Yang caressed Xia Mengyuan's black hair lovingly and said with a faint smile, "I said I regretted it because I felt that the spending limit of 20,000 yuan per minute seemed too little. I am very satisfied with your performance, husband. I decided to increase your salary to 50,000. How about it? Are you happy?" "What the hell, it became 50,000 in just 1 minute. Wouldn't that be 2 million for 40 minutes? Listening to Gu Yang's words, Xia Mengyuan missed a beat, and then her heart suddenly jumped wildly. What an unexpected, such a pleasant surprise. No, the reason rich people regret is because they gave too little? Honey, you said 50,000 per minute? Did I hear you right? Are you kidding me?" Xia Mengyuan asked in disbelief, her voice trembling. "Oh my god, that is 2 million. Hearing this, Gu Yang was speechless. Who would joke about making money? He doesn't understand anything. Glancing at the stunned Xia Mengyuan, Gu Yang said calmly, "Give me your bank card number." Xia Mengyuan hurriedly opened her phone, found her card number, watched Gu Yang input the number, and then a text message came to her phone. She opened the text message and saw a 7-digit amount that almost blinded her eyes. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, husband, the best husband in the world. Hubby, you really give it to me. Xia Mengyuan swallowed her saliva, her body and mind were shocked. Of course, this is what you earned from your hard work. Gu Yang raised his eyebrows and said, "She has made a lot of money, he can't go back on his word, after all, she is his woman." What is romance? This is fucking romance. Rich people are so damn romantic. Xia Mengyuan, who instantly became a millionaire, was almost dying of happiness. At this moment, she was extremely glad for her choice and loved the man in front of her. There are many rich men, but a man who is willing to give a woman so much money is extremely rare. I can't leave him no matter what. I have chosen him for my whole life. As long as he doesn't drive me away, why would I need a bicycle? What, he is a playboy and a scumbag? Not to mention that he wants to find the little goblin. As long as he can continue to be so nice to me, I can help him find the little goblin. Even when his little devil gave birth to a child, she would go and take care of her during the confinement period. Husband, you are so good, husband, you are so handsome, peerless husband, kiss husband. Looking at the little green tea girl who was hugging his neck and acting like a spoiled brat, Gu Yang couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Crazy, this is really crazy. It doesn't matter whether it's tea or not, but the emotional value is really great. In the past, Gu Yang was somewhat disliked by green tea girls, but now he sees that there is no such thing as green tea, they are all good sisters to their brother. Feeling Xia Mengyuan's red lips raining down on his neck, Gu Yang's heart skipped a beat and he reminded her, "Take it easy, don't give me a fucking mark, I'm still going out. No, I want to plant strawberries for my husband. Damn it, this girl is so proud of herself after I only gave her 2 million. Fortunately, I didn't give her too much, otherwise she would have been so proud of herself." It turns out that women should not be fed too much at one time. Gu Yang quietly glanced at his phone. The 2 million rebate had been received. Now he had 8 million in savings. The distance label upgrade was just around the corner. In less than a week, he earned the salary of 100 years of work. Gu Yang couldn't help but feel excited. Just as Xiao Mengyuan was enjoying herself, the doorbell rang. Stop it, breakfast is here. While Xiao Mengyuan was brushing her teeth, Gu Yang contacted the royal sister housekeeper to ask for breakfast. It should be time. Hubby, just take a rest. I'll go open the door. Xiao Mengyuan stood up and straightened her clothes. Although she was not feeling well, she still went to open the door in high spirits. Chapter 51 Female Licking Dog. Sure enough, breakfast has arrived. When Xiao Mengyuan opened the door, she saw the beautiful housekeeper who brought her up yesterday standing outside waiting, and behind her a waitress was pushing a food cart. Seeing Xiao Mengyuan opening the door, Tang Jilan's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Judging from the situation, the other party obviously spent the night here last night. It's only been a few days and there are already 2 girls. Tang Jilan couldn't help but feel a little sour in her heart. It was just that her good professionalism made her immediately reveal a very friendly smile. Hello ma'am, is Mr. Gu here? I'm here to serve breakfast. Xiao Mengyuan was in an unprecedentedly good mood at the moment, and smiled back, he's here, please come in. After entering the door, Tang Jilan helped the waiter push the food cart into the dining room, motioned for her to set the table, and she also went to the living room. Good morning, Mr. Gu. You can have breakfast soon. Tang Jilan came to Gu Yang, bowed, and said with a smile. After spending a wonderful morning and earning another 2 million, Gu Yang was in a very good mood when he saw the mature and attractive housekeeper. Seeing Tang Jilan bending down to bow, his eyes were instantly fixed for 2 seconds, and his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a bit. When the abyss stared at him, he could only stare at the abyss. Gu Yang suddenly discovered that this charming lady had a conscience. More conscientious than Xiao Mengyuan. Gu Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. He remembered that the beautiful housekeeper was dressed so outstandingly at the beginning. It completely overturned his impression. Her outfit today was almost exactly the same as yesterday, except that she added a blazer. A slim high-waisted hip-hugging miniskirt, translucent black stockings wrapped around her round and straight long legs, and black high heels on her feet, all of these were worn by Gu Yangxin. He took a look at it twice yesterday and was simply amazed. Seeing it again today, I find it even more pleasing to the eyes. With her mature temperament and sexy charm, she looks like an alluring peach at this moment. When I first met her, she was dressed relatively conservatively, and her whole body exuded a sense of dignity and elegance. Now, there is a wonderful combination of dignity and sexiness, which makes her extremely charming. Sister Lan, thank you for your hard work. Gu Yang responded in a friendly manner. Mr. Gu, you're too polite. This is all my job. That's why you've worked so hard. I hope you enjoy your meal. Tang Jilan said with a reserved smile. There seemed to be nothing wrong with the words, but Gu Yang didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that there was a sense of resentment after listening to them. The waiter quickly prepared breakfast, and Gu Yang and Xiao Mengyuan came to the restaurant to start eating. I was so immersed in the passionate duo last night that I treated my little brother well but neglected my stomach. I ate a bunch of snacks and my stomach was empty. While Gu Yang and the other person were having dinner, Tang Jilan and the waiter cleaned the room. She went to the bedroom and tidied it up again herself. When she saw the mark, her pupils shrank involuntarily. She was stunned for a moment and couldn't help feeling an indescribable melancholy. These are 2. One has to admit that for women, the young, handsome and wealthy Gu Xiao is as tempting as Tang Monk's flesh. He is really popular, but he is also very fickle, and you can tell that he has very high standards. As she thought about it, Tang Jilan unknowingly felt complicated and lost. After the 2 of them finished breakfast, Tang Jilan tidied up the room and cleaned up the table. She smiled and said, "Do you have any other instructions? If not, I won't bother you anymore." "Excuse me, Sister Lan. Please go and do your work first." Gu Yang said with a smile. Tang Jilan nodded and led the waiter out of the room. Xiao Mengyuan couldn't help but said, "Hubby, that sister just now was so beautiful, with a great figure, so sexy." Hearing this, Gu Yang nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Xiao Mengyuan pouted her lips slightly. She really wanted to ask Gu Yang who was prettier between her and him. But when she thought of the previous lesson, she quickly gave up this dangerous idea, but she couldn't help feeling a little jealous. Just now, she had noticed that Gu Yang had looked at her black stockings for several times. "Humph, you big pig's hoof, you stinky husband, I don't have no legs, I am no worse than her when I wear black stockings, okay?" Xiao Mengyuan has fair skin, smooth and delicate skin, which makes her 2 best friends envious. She has always felt that her charm does not need to be enhanced by things like stockings, but now she has a new understanding. No, I have to buy some more stockings to catch my stinky husband's attention. After a short rest, Xiao Mengyuan couldn't sit still anymore and excitedly suggested, "Hubby, let's go shopping, okay?" Hearing this, Gu Yang smiled, "I'm fine, are you sure you're okay?" Xiao Mengyuan's pretty face flushed instantly, but she was still in high spirits. She said excitedly, "I'm fine, husband, don't worry about me, just go with me." At this moment, there are 2 million in the card. Xiao Mengyuan is as high-spirited as Gu Yan when he first came to the system, and feels that she has endless energy. Not to mention being unwell, even if she had a lame leg, she could still go shopping in the mall. Looking at Xiao Mengyuan's excited look, Gu Yang thought of an idiom, a cure for all diseases. Having said that, he didn't spoil her fun. In fact, although this hotel is nice, it would be boring to stay there all the time. It would be nice to go out for a walk. After packing up, the two quickly left the hotel. This place is only a few hundred meters away from the famous shopping destination, IFC, in Shanghai, and can be reached on foot. On the way, they passed by an ice cream shop, and Xiao Mengyuan, who was greedy, bought an ice cream first. Midsummer Night Strawberry Italian Ice Cream, priced at 70 yuan each. In the past, Xiao Mengyuan would have run away when she heard the price, but now that she is a wealthy woman, she bought it directly, and her temperament has changed. The handsome men and beautiful women passing by were all attracted by Xiao Mengyuan, and the rate of turning their heads to look at her was 100%. Xiao Mengyuan at this moment can be described by a line of lyrics. "I am the queen, shining with confidence." It would be even cooler if his walk wasn't a bit awkward. Xiao Mengyuan didn't care about other people's gazes at all. She handed the ice cream she had just bought to Gu Yang's mouth and said in a soft voice, "Hubby, try it." Gu Yang smiled and said, "You can eat it, I don't like this kind of sweet food." Xiao Mengyuan refused and said coquettishly, "No, the first bite should be given to my husband, husband, you eat it." At this moment, the men who were secretly glancing at Xiao Mengyuan suddenly widened their eyes and almost dropped their jaws. It's nothing, they are just too familiar with this taste. What the hell is this? Isn't it our patent to lick dogs? Damn, how come there are still female lickers here? She is still such a stunning goddess. No, can a goddess be a bootlicker? Hearts were broken, and the boys around him stared at Gu Yang, who was being chased by the goddess and fed ice cream, with mixed feelings in their eyes. Damn, you really have titanium dog eyes.